apparently has just gone live. It's always a bit nervy, I find, because it comes up in the top right hand corner. I don't know if anyone else has used the StreamYard. It says it's showtime, ! And I don't know, it puts me a bit on edge, but I hope you're all doing well there. At least there's 2 people in already, but that might include myself. But this is a completely impromptu idea for a stream. Well, it's not an idea, it's just doing a stream because there's been so much going on in such a relatively short space of time. Trying to get the lighting right. This is the lighting guy's day off. Actually, he's taken a year off, so I just lost half of the audience in one go. So you've got to push through that. Oh, there's suddenly 10 people. It's extraordinary, isn't it? So good evening, Tracy Heaford crew, and good evening everybody else that's here already as well. I never think I'm going to try another live because but I don't know, something's been happening over the last week. It's really ramped up a lot, hasn't it? And probably repeat this later down the line, all the things that have happened. Perhaps most of note is the documentary that came out. I'm going to take these off for a minute because I'm getting I might be giving off kind of Reginald Christie vibes, and that's not good. Good evening, Topsy Turvy. Thank you, Manorides. No, that was the real guy. That was it was hard to get him. It was hard to track the guy down, but he came on. It's a good guy, but I think he's a bit upset now because it's out of his hands now, really, isn't it? That's the trouble with the media. Not that I'm saying I'm the media, but the media generally, once you give something over to them, you don't know how they're going to frame it. But anyway, good on him. Hello, Next Realm. I think it was you, Next Realm, that put this really interesting comment regarding Manorides. Well, so many people have, and he is. Some of these other. Hi, Jonathan Brown. Great to see you as well. Great to see you. Great to see you all. I just ran down the road. I thought, well, I'd get a bottle of wine and some orange juice so I can keep the vitamin C going, because apparently alcohol depletes vitamin C. So it's kind of keeping that equanimity going there, isn't it? I always feel I'm talking absolute rubbish at the beginning until things get going. Anybody would like to come on? That'd be fantastic. I think the more, as well as all the fantastic comments that people put, the more voices we hear from different backgrounds, Hi, Pat, lovely to see you. Oh, you got visitors. Oh, lovely to see you, Pat. Have a great evening there. I know I don't plan these things, otherwise I probably never would do them. I'd chicken out. But have a great evening there, Pat, and look after yourself and have a nice time with the visitors as well. It's amazing. I don't know how it works, but there's 27 people already. But hi, Christopher Smithhurst. I like to interact with the chat, obviously, because that's the whole point of it. And if anybody wants to come on, I'll keep putting the link in anyway, and I'll keep wittering on about that. But anyway, where do we start? Where do we start with this? Excuse me. Not very professional, but I'm not a professional. I'm just a bloke in a bungalow somewhere in the country. Well, Somerset. Hi, Deborah. Lovely to see you as well. Oh, the dog's playing. Oh, well, perhaps if the doggy, if it's Buddy, isn't it? If he has a little nap later or something, it'd be lovely to speak. Hi, Jenny. Great to see you. I'll put the link in again for anybody who wants to. I'm not sure exactly where that. I think I know now where that takes you. Actually, if you see the link, you obviously come out of YouTube, don't you? So I think that's the thing to do as well, to knock off the volume of the YouTube, otherwise it comes through. It has been quite a week, East Symmetry. It's been incredible, and I say incredible as in not credible, but there's been a lot of not credible things being said and written by certain people we know. Hi, Tracy Heaford crew. I know the dogs. They probably they want to come on as well. I don't blame them, but Yeah, I understand absolutely. I don't have any pets here, apart from loads at this time of year where I live. Loads of insects start coming in, wood lice, and it's just, I don't know, just they always start coming in this time of year. They always find a way to get through under the cracks. But anyway, I won't go on too much of a segue into the insect world. But yeah, where do we start? What do we start talking about? The I haven't seen the documentary. I've seen clips from it. I've seen clips from it. Would love to come on, Jenny says, but have been loving your funny and ethical videos all. Oh, but you can't at the moment. Oh, but thanks, Jenny. But if you can later, that would be great. And anybody wants to come on, that'd be fantastic. It's a funny thing to do, these lives. It's totally different feeling from doing. I was just watching, maybe some of you have seen this gentleman's video, Amma M. And he does things via TikTok as well, but he's also got a YouTube channel. I'm just going to look up some things that I've put down here as kind of links of things to talk about. Sorry if you can hear me clicking. So Amma M, I put it as a post. Where are we now? Sorry, I should have teed this up before, so you can't get the streamers these days. Yeah, no, it should be in post. Come on. Yeah, Amma breaks down why Lucy Letby is not guilty. So he's talking to somebody on a phone, but he's got a fantastic, great understanding and just great sort of knowledge and a great breakdown that there's this person that rings in, obviously, that, yeah, you know, he's obviously gone with the mainstream media line. Insects form part of my pet group. Oh, really? Oh, like stick insects. Someone posted the documentary on X. I watched it from Canada. Oh, you're in Canada. Oh, lovely. Well, Evans don't seem too keen on Canadians or Americans or people from Brighton or anybody from any kind of metropolis anywhere. So that's great that you could see it. Jenny says, "Have you?" Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting to do this. I can double click on the. Sorry, I haven't done that so far. Also, let me go back to Jenny's first. Sorry, I haven't done that so far. I knew I forget something. Have you seen Stuart Gillham's latest? David Evans, yeah, Dave, Big Dave. Well, not Big Dave. Might have purposely prescribed morphine for nefarious reasons. I did see that. Yeah, I did see that, and because I mean, it goes back a long way now, and I remember reading the blogs of people related to the family who were helping the family, the Lewis family, to get justice for what had happened retrospectively, you know, with Evan splitting that family up. Yeah, Shu Lee is a great Canadian, absolutely, is fantastic, a great guy, but not according to. He should get out more, you know. According to Evans, he should get out more. Well, he flew across the Atlantic. That's getting out a bit, isn't it? To take him on, to take on his rubbish. I've completely lost what I was saying. What was I saying before? I've forgotten my stuff. Oh yeah, sorry. This to do with Bonnie, and that's a pseudonym apparently, and understandably because it was a young girl, and Linda Lewis, and this idea. It felt like it was new information. I might have come across it before, went over my head. Although it's a weird thing to miss, really. That the idea that there was a possibility there, and the family certainly thought so. That at the very least, it was very dangerous. I'm forgetting terms. So many terms in my head, or perhaps there's nothing. Tumbleweed, but it's what do they call it when a doctor? Oh, I can't think. When they're reported to the GMC, you know, but negligence. It was a negligent act. So taking it on the idea that it possibly even could have been a deliberate act, and the motivation being, sorry, I'm getting a bit behind with the comments. The motivation being that the family were going to then, I'm not sure of the exact timeline of this, but the idea that there's a motivation there because he failed He failed to recognise the underlying stomach condition that Stuart talks about. I can't remember it now. It's got a technical term to it, a name to it. So that could have been the motivation for him to do that. But would I put it past him as an individual? No, I don't think I would, actually. I'm not saying he did do it. There's a range of things. I saw a post from, I think, Davenport Sharkey, I think, who's got a medical background, who said that the amount of grams could have been not an overdose. But there's, not being a medical person, I can't argue the toss about that. But yeah, it's possible, isn't it? Topsy Turvy says, it feels like there's been a lot of media attention over the last few weeks about Lucy Letby, which I think is positive. What does everyone think? Well, I totally agree with you, Topsy Turvy. It's ramped up again. It's kind of even made me go back to Twitter, but I'm there. I'm anonymously just lurking, but following the main accounts, and I blocked all the accounts, all the troll accounts. I had to do that because it would get to me, it would just drive me nuts. I can't deal with them anymore. I'm not wasting energy on the troll nonsense. Yeah, so Shuli's a great Canadian. He certainly is. Tracy said, if justice eventually comes for Lucy, then hopefully it will come for Linda Lewis. Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope that, and I don't know whether they would do it, but it ought to. It ought to. And there's a gentleman on Twitter that I remember from way back who has got I should remember names. You can't remember all the names, can you? But he's got a blog spot out there in respect to Judge Goss, that he believes Judge Goss behaved disreputably or absolutely wrongly in his trial, sort of perverting the course of justice, and which led to his false conviction. So a lot of these characters have got history, so yeah, I'd hope so, Tracy. Jenny says Shuley gets out. He's a farmer. Well, exactly, yeah. He's a farmer who harvests his own crops, feeds the world now. What does David Evans do to help feed the world? Well, he likes. I think there's a clip, isn't there? As I say, I haven't watched the whole documentary. I'm aware of certain clips. But he picks the odd daffodil, doesn't he? And sort of very gently, and sort of wafts along like this kind of man of the countryside, and sort of parochial, against fighting a valiant fight against the metropolitan elite everywhere, because they're coming for him everywhere. Sorry if I'm jabbering, but hi, Melanistic Marble, great to see you. The Next Realm says, Evans and Peter, I know, this is classic. Evans and Peter Elston's emails are really interesting as to Evans' self-righteous, patronising, narcissistic character. I mean, that's something I should have teed up. We could have looked at certain individual parts of that, or people can bring them up as they remember them. But there was a lot in there, wasn't there? I thought it was incredibly... It wasn't so much... I didn't feel it was so much revelatory of Evans. It was just more of the same, but... It was so the glibness, and I thought the kind of parrying and jousting he was doing with Peter, and Peter kept on this beautiful line, incredible self-discipline line of just keeping him in the conversation, keep re-asking the question. And like all liars, pathological liars, Evans was just drip feeding and then pulling back, drip feeding, and then moving to the side and twisting. He's got all the hallmarks, I believe, of somebody who's a bit dangerous. So I totally agree there. That was very interesting. The Next Realm says, the mainstream press, much more positive, apart from Liz Hull. She's is she the last bastion of it now? I know there's Moritz and everything, but in the newspaper, is she holding out in her own personal Alamo? Possibly. I might be speaking too loudly. I never know what volume to use. Anyway, tell me if I'm doing anything that's annoying. But yeah, Liz Hull, I watched Mervyn's video today, looking through her latest article, and it's just awful, awful. And as he says, it has an effect. Mervyn was saying it has an effect because you start looking at the comments below it, And what Liz Hull's doing is that manipulation all the time. It's keeping the idea that, oh, we can move away now from evidence, from medical evidence. We can just go on feeling. Let's pull back to feelings of parents with memories of years ago that Lucy didn't even have any connection with their babies, and that for some reason they now think she had the wrong expression on her face. That's even if it was Lucy Letby they were talking to. Hi, Owen Matthews. Yeah, the narrative is beginning to implode. Absolutely. Topsy Turvy says, hi, Liz Hull and Judith Marsh should get a room. They should. Not sure what kind of hotel. I can't think of anything funny to say about that, but perhaps someone else can. But yeah, a room. A padded kind of room, padded walls. David Miller, hi David Miller, says, the more Evans talks, the better. Totally agree. He's the gift that keeps giving. Give him his own show. You let him talk. But the Cheshire Police, exactly. Cheshire Police are wishing that he would shut up. I'm surprised they haven't kind of staged an intervention of some sort there. But you see, oh God, he made some. The other thing is the letter that he wrote to the journalist saying, it's up to the CPS police and the prosecution to put things right now in respect of BBC, and the mix-up that wasn't his fault, but that he corrected in court. And this has been analysed to death in very short order on Twitter, to say that that's absolutely not true. He's just simply lying again. He's not breaking down. He's just having to lie. He's having to lie about the lies. So that's what happens when you lie. Obviously, Jenny says in the emails, David Evans. I nearly said David Davis. Sorry, Sir David. David Evans, Dewey to his buddies in Chester, revealed that it was the COCH consultants that provided the medical records for him to review. Absolutely, yeah. This is something actually. I mean, I'm not saying this goes a long way back as a hypothesis, or I just felt it was what was going on a long time ago, before Thirlwall, and yeah, back to 2023 actually, there had to be collusion. And I think we will only ever see the absolute tip of the iceberg of what the actual collusion was, but necessarily so. I'm talking about what was going on in those WhatsApp chats between those consultants. What are the meetings which weren't recorded between police and Evans and consultants, all three of them. Thick as thieves. They were thick as thieves. Topsy-turvy. Oh, I said that one. Thank you, Topsy. Hi, Owen Matthews. Yeah, beginning to implode. Hi, PG. Did you see Dowie and his red wine demo? I did see that. What a waste. Was it Black Tower or was it Blue Nun? I don't know what it was. I'm drinking Tempranillo. I just went down the shop to get it because it's very windy here at the moment, kind of blustery. I just kind of jogged down the road and I thought, I'm going to jump on a live, as the kids say, because a lot's going on and it's really important stuff. And I can only ever do it at the last minute because I wouldn't do it if I built myself up to it. I'd get too nervy and be in the corner shaking. Jenny says, topsy-turvy. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, Liz Hull, Liz Hull, sorry, yeah, and Judith need to get a room. Love it, yeah, absolutely. With I'm trying to think of something to say about that, but there is something. There's a lot to say about it. You're not too loud. Perfect. Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, if I start doing weird stuff, just everyone will probably leave anyway. But I was talking about Amma M. So I've got some links here. I don't want to. Yeah, the trouble is if I click that link. Oh, I know what I could do. Can I share the link of that? Yeah, I can. I can share a post in the studio, can't I? So this is the one that I just watched of Amma M, and he's talking, and he's very, very, very good style, and really has a good handle on a lot of the detail, it just flows out really. So the people who are challenging him are kind of up against it really, when they're bringing up all the usual schmutter and nonsense that the MSM have been dining out on, not obviously with some exceptions, since 2023 and before all the nonsense. Hi Yelda, good to see you. So that, did I put that link in there? I'll check that later. Yeah, that's to M's channel. He's been doing, as I say, stuff on TikTok and also on YouTube as well. He's been doing some lives about that, about the miscarriage of justice. Also wanted to mention, I'm only 2 minutes into this, but I was very, very glad to see, I'm putting the link there now, very, very glad to see a video from the brilliant Peter Hayes, who did those very, very scholarly witch craze, witch trial analogies with what's happened to Lucy Letby some time ago. So he's just put up I put the link in the chat just then. And it's called Lucy Letby and Professor Owen Arthur's 3 Tests. So I'll watch the rest of that tomorrow, depending on how late this goes. I have to concentrate on that kind of thing. Well, I have to concentrate on all of it, but he's talking about Owen Arthur's. So people are digging in, as they have done en route, really. They're digging into the various experts. I mean, there are other ones, experts in quotes, and the things they could have done that they didn't do, the things they did do that they shouldn't have done, the way they answered questions, which they shouldn't have done, but they were on the same team. They're all on the same team. Would anybody like to join me here? I mean, it's fantastic, the chat. Anybody wants to join as well on the screen? Oh no, what am I doing? I did that before. I kept on putting the wrong link up. So I've got to do the invitation again. Invite guest, copy. So I've done that. I'm my mind's slowing down in recent years, but that's all right, isn't it? But come. Okay, so Yelda says, Mark, in the Channel 4 film, I found it interesting that none of Evan's family showed any support to him during the interviews. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, in one way, I've got no. I think he's an awful individual in every possible way, but I suppose he might just want to protect them in that sense. And maybe the other side of it is that they might, well, look at that, and this is all supposition, I know. Is it possible that one or more of them are thinking, oh God, what if he's got it wrong? Wrong, I mean, wrong is way more than wrong, because I think he absolutely knows it's wrong, but he's not in a moral universe. It has to be right. And the same with Liz Hull, and the same with Moritz, maybe slightly less with Moritz, but I don't know. Moritz and Coffey have left themselves enough room, I think, to pivot out of it in the sense that they'll say, no, well, we were trying to look at some other options here, and a little more than Liz Hull, I think. So yeah, that's a very interesting question. I don't think anyone's considered that before, really. But yeah, it's just very hard to know. Melanistic marble. Yes, the dark triad of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy was a great observation, Mark. The more he talks, the more we see him. Absolutely. I think it's all over, like a cheap suit, like a rash, all over that email, that extensive email exchange. I think it's over a year's period with Peter Elston. And I don't know if other people felt the same, but it's like the word I use, what he's teasing him. He's playing a game. He's playing a game, actually, with everyone he speaks to, He's either in like pseudo-consultant mode again, or what he believes is his authority, power, central status that he's operated on. Someone who people listen to, the would-be politician, the man about town, the man who can make things happen, the winner of 40 cases straight, like a fighter winning 40 fights straight. Yeah, as somebody else said before, sorry, I can't remember it. or everyone who said what, but the more he talks, the better. Sorry, I'm not keeping up. That's right. Hi, Julie Wheeler. He keeps saying this is his last interview. Yeah, it's like Frank Sinatra's last tour, isn't it? Until the next one. Keeps coming back for another go. Was he paid for it? Maybe that's not a strong point to make. Was he paid for it? But was he paid for it? You know, maybe even that's a. But it's not just that. Obviously, he knows he's on the ropes. I think he knows he's been found out, and he's fighting for his life as he sees it. He's fighting for his name as he sees it, and he's fighting because he knows there's a tsunami of opprobrium and disgust coming his way. Probably from the whole, that's what his name will mean. In perpetuity, that's what it will mean. His name will be a watchword, even more, way more publicly known than Southall or Meadow. And they're quite, well, Meadow specifically is. Southall probably not so much. But he's going to join them. You know, when it comes to Evans, he looks at Southall, he looks at Meadow and goes, hold my beer, because I'm really going to go for it this time. And he did. But things have changed. I think there are more people out there, you know, professional in different professions, but amateur, as it were, ordinary people with critical thinking skills. They're going to take this nonsense on. And we're not bamboozled into thinking we can't have an opinion because we don't have a law degree or a medical degree or a maths degree or whatever it is. And I don't have any of those. So we don't have to. I'm not saying it's not a bad idea to have them. It's great as well. But is it necessary? Sorry, I'm gibbering on a bit there. Dark triad of narcissism. He keeps saying, yeah, that's the Deborah Blythe says. June Wheeler. Oh, what were you laughing? I can't go back there. That's fantastic. Something was funny. That's good. 42 people in the house. Tracy says, Jenny, can I ask you what you thought of his demonstration with the injection of wine? Yeah, I'd like to know what that was all about. He said, because I've seen that clip, as I said, I haven't seen the whole thing, I've only seen clips. And he says, so we can see it, isn't it? It's about so we can see it. Chris, American Canadian doctors, what was his point? I know. And Brighton and the metropolitan elite and just anybody who isn't from some kind of village somewhere, you know. He's desperate. And these are the lashings out. And as I say, for people who have just come in, I did go back to Twitter, but I'm just lurking totally anonymously, but I'm just seeing what's being put up. And that's how I saw what Peter Alston had released, as it were, on his Mephitis website. So, yeah, but what I did notice is a lot of people responding on Twitter from accounts I don't remember from before, and I've been off there for months and months and months. A lot of people just saying, he didn't come across well, did he? Oh, he seems really bitter. Oh, he seems like he's taking it all personally. Oh, he seems really weird. And he's saying really strange stuff. I don't trust him. So that documentary maker, although I think there were issues with that documentary in terms of although I haven't seen it, but I know the segment at the end with the parents, I thought that was an unbalancing. For all the director and producer said they wanted to achieve balance, that was a very unfortunate unbalancing decision to make, to do that, I thought. But on the plus side, as some people on Twitter are saying, it's the David Evans show, and he's got plenty of space, plenty of rope. As I don't think I've read the article, but it was a big, I think, Daily Mail article. Nadine Dorries said that the prosecution expert was given plenty of rope, and he used it all to hang himself or something like that. I don't know if anyone else has read that article. Let me put the link in again for the StreamYard. If anybody wants to come onto the screen, but you can also come on without the camera. You can just be on audio. That's fine as well. of course. And it's great, everyone in the chat. I'm really, really grateful that you're here. Jenny says, Tracy, to answer your question, my nursing gut tells me there wasn't enough air in Evan's demonstration to kill. Plus, because veins are so tiny, you couldn't push so quickly. Yeah, that weird thing he does, but he sneaks it in his pocket and like some prestidigitator amateur magician. He goes, "Oh look, no evidence." That was weird as F, you know. Trying not to swear. Probably change as things go on. But yeah, very weird, very strange episode. It would be great to get Amma on this live. Yeah, he's very good, excellent communicator, real good. And he's open to dealing with people, obviously, who are very, they just don't know much about it. They've just got the mainstream media line on it. And so they're not, their argumentation is just going to be the same old stuff. Oh, she said she did it. She said she did it. What about the documents in the home? All that kind of nonsense. But there are many people out there still asking those questions. So if you can convince people, there was another article written, and I can't remember where it was, but there was a guy that had been involved in, this is from Twitter, I remember this, in the last few days. He'd written an article, he'd been involved prior in helping the campaigns of the Birmingham Six and another miscarriage of justice. And he said, he's echoing what members of the Birmingham Six also said, that it is about, it's in these kind of instances where the establishment are trying to protect themselves, full on in protection mode. It's really strongly about public opinion, and that the more that is built up, the more the establishment can't do the three monkeys thing, you know, can't do that, can't get away with it because it's too loud. I can't remember which of the Birmingham Six said that. He said, it wasn't, in the end, it was the public that helped get us the quashing of the convictions. That was terrible, wasn't it? But the more you look at this kind of thing, the more there's this awful stuff out there. God, I'm forgetting names. The poor young Scottish guy when he was 15, when he was tried or convicted, and what's his name now? I'm so sorry, but he's been in prison for over 20 years. I watched quite a bit about that, and I think he's almost certainly innocent. And he could have been out of prison by now, I think, on parole, if he had admitted something he didn't do. Can somebody help me with a name there? I feel awful forgetting these names, but I just forget. Yeah, Black. I watched Black Squareable's video. Yeah, that was really good as well. There's so many other ones I've watched. I mentioned Peter Hayes's one, so I put that in the link a bit further up as a link. And that's really good because I really love his take on things as well, and really love the sequence of videos that Tea Break with Tasha has been doing as well, and all the work that Mervin's been doing, and obviously Lucy Letby analysis is fantastic, and with all the guests that Chris is getting on there, it's been absolutely amazing to have those kind of conversations with people with very specific disciplines, and an overview as well. Where are we now? Yeah, absolutely. Black Squareable did. Melanistic Marble says, interesting about the new video from Peter Hayes. Yeah, shall I put it in case somebody didn't see it? I'll put that link in here's the link again. Oh, and I must remember to get my invite. Otherwise I'll keep on copying and pasting the YouTube link like I did before, and somebody said, well, you're not pasting the invite. Multitasking, I can't do it. I'm just a bloke. I can't do it. Dumb shit Dewey. Something's got a ring to it, isn't it? Doesn't know his anatomy. Skin blood vessels changes can only show up if the embolism is arterial. Exactly. Yeah. Amma M was talking to this caller, somebody who's calling his show, as it will, or his program is live. about that very thing. And that's the other thing that Evans, he said, didn't he? He says in the email exchange with Peter Elston, he said, yeah, well, if only the prosecution would have had Shuli's updated 2024 version of his paper, it would have helped the prosecution. This is so bizarre. This is crazy, dopey, dum-dum shit. Where's he coming up with this? It's rubbish, isn't it? He didn't explain how, though. He missed that bit out. He missed that bit out, obviously. Sorry, I didn't finish reading Jenny's. His demonstration showed a venous access, not arterial. Huge difference. Well, exactly. And he had the nerve, he had the brass neck, Evans, in the email exchange with Peter Elston, to go, well, Shuli is only, Dr. Shuli has only seen a few cases back in the 1980s. The arrogance of him is staggering. But in a way, it's his only direction of travel, other than capitulate, other than give in. And a nice narcissist stroke psychopath, I believe he's in that ballpark, certainly. He's not going to give in. He'll never give in. And the same applies to Liz Hull, and the same, in terms of giving in, giving up the ghost. They won't do it. And I don't even want to mention their names, but the kind of ghastly trios you get on Spiked, which I can't watch them anymore. I've dipped into them and it absolutely makes me feel sick to my stomach. Can't watch them. Tracy says, thanks, David. I started watching Black, but I got called away. Yeah, I love Black Squarables videos. Melanistic Marble. And Mervin's done this great one looking through Liz Hull's latest. The thing that Mervin did the other day, there's so much to talk about. See, I'm stumbling over myself, really, because what Mervin did when he found I can't remember the KC's name. It's a female KC who was acting on behalf of the 3 managers that have been arrested, or perhaps more than the 3 managers, but there have been 3 managers arrested. We know 2 of the names for sure. I'm not sure if anyone knows the 3rd for sure, for definite. But that defense of them that Mervin did in a 2-part, he just read them out. It's so powerful, so brilliantly written. Acts synonymously or contemporaneously as an amazing defense for Lucy Letby. It can't help but do that. I thought that was great. Absolutely great. I kind of want to listen to that again sometime, or read it. So sometimes I like to hear, sometimes I like to read, or both. But Jenny says, yes, love Amma. He's a father that I believe lost a preemie. Oh, did he really? I mean, there's something I watched of his today when he seemed to allude to something like that. I didn't know any of the backstory, so sorry to hear that. Jenny says, yes, Melanistic Marble. Doing it quickly can cause the IV line to go out if the vessels... There's a continuation of that, I think, possibly, is there? So it's the idea of the IV line going out. Is this to do with the tissuing aspect of it, Jenny? Or just pulling the line out? Anyway. Melanistic Marble. Amma had twins and lost one. I'm very sorry. Dr. Marna Reed is a common denominator. Really? Gosh, I didn't know that in respect of... Hi, Owen Matthews. Owen says, do any of these people have wives or partners? If so, what would it be like to live with them? Yeah, good point. I'm not sure to say this. Is it too gossipy? But heard through the grapevine that certain of them have got domestic trouble, shall we say. I can't confirm that, but it came through to me when I was on Twitter before. And it wouldn't be surprising, is it? Because if you're that kind of person, you're not just going to be like that professionally, or when things go wrong at work, you're probably going to do it over the washing up or something, I don't know, maybe that's silly to say. But Jenny says, sending all love to all of you non-nurses. I am a nurse, and we love all the love you all been sending. Yeah, well, thanks, Jenny, and absolutely. And it's fantastic what 19 Nurses is doing, isn't it? as well, and all the people from different, and there are other people from other medical disciplines, obviously doctors, obviously Dr. Jonathan, who's been on here on the lives a number of times, also a medical witness, and Kenneth, I think he did. Kenneth was a anaesthetist. So there's lots of other medical disciplines involved, as well as the panel, as well as the panel of the best of the best. But apparently they don't get out. They need to get out more, don't they? All these people from all over the world. Nina Modi needs to get out more. I did see the thing. I think it was in the documentary. I get mixed up with what was in the documentary, what was in the email exchange with Peter Elston. And as I say, I've only seen clips of the documentary, where Evans says, these are the worst reports. These are some of the worst reports I've ever seen. And I think in the email exchange with Peter Elston, he slags off, Evans does. Evans slags off Professor Horton's reports as well. He says, what's the word he uses? Like, you can't understand them. It's a word for that. Incomprehensible or something like that, he says. That was the meaning of it. We're up to 52 in the House now. That's great. Anybody want to come on board, as they say? We're all on board, I know that. But if anybody wants to come on to speak now or forever hold thy peace. I don't mean that. Speak anytime or not. Let's hope so. Yeah, let's hope so. It's going to happen. There's no doubt. I don't think we're in doubt that Lucy Letby is going to be exonerated. I don't believe that. When I see some comments, and I'm not saying people should have their opinions, of course, absolutely. When people say, oh, well, it's going to be 10, 20 years, I don't believe that at all. This is such a pitch and involves so many people, also from the political sphere, but now from really, you're getting Nadine Dorries, and you're getting whole pages of this stuff and double page spreads on it, aren't you? So it's not going away. What name can I use for FS, for fuck's sake? Amir is live right now, and I've let him know in the chat about your live. Oh, that's great. Yeah, so I think, yes, he's doing great stuff. I've never spoken to him, but I was aware of him a little while ago talking about the miscarriage of justice that we have, that Lucy Letby is suffering, and everybody involved in it is suffering. In terms of the parents, they may not. I shouldn't say anything about the parents, but in a sense, they are victims of the miscarriage of justice, aren't they? Because they're put in a completely false. Well, of course they are. They've been told something which is a catastrophic lie, actually, about the experience, their experiences, but also the children that they very sadly lost. The tragedy of that. Christopher Smithhurst, I hope you don't have an air embolism after drinking that wine. Oh well, yeah. Actually, where's my kind of tube thing? Excuse me, this is probably a bit rude, but I've got to keep lubricated because I'm nattering all the time. You see, that's my excuse. No, let's hope I don't get an embolism or fall off a trampoline. But as long as Dr. Manarides is here, he's just through there. He's just having a kip. You see, he's been taking me through. Andreas has been taking me through the perils of the trampoline, and it's probably one of the greatest killers in the Western world, actually, even more than random cows in a field. That's right, Dr. M. Didn't he tell Amber his kid did not die due to negligence or something? Oh, right. So, oh, gosh. So we're talking about Manarides in respect of... Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea about that. Gosh. And there is another earlier story about Manarides, which I'm not saying it was a contentious story about what he ordered to happen to a child in terms of cremation, I think it was, and where a father ended up getting blamed for something. But I don't know about the rights and wrongs of that, but it certainly was contentious. That article's out there somewhere. Good evening, Turquoise Blue. Great to see you. Good evening, Jonathan Brown. I probably said good evening already. Short-term memory here. Are there any more documentaries coming out about Lucy? Well, what's Jen Mercurio doing? I mean, I know he wanted to fictionalize something, but he kind of got burnt on it, didn't he? I think in some way, or he's probably got his eye on some idea about this. But I think at the time when it all came out about Jen Mercurio and the idea of the conflict of interest of Jayaram, both at the same time, possibly in talks with the production company and with Jed Mercurio, although Jed Mercurio said, scotched that or tried to scotch that on Twitter and said it wasn't happening. You know, he said nothing was going on really, it's all made up. But obviously there's a hiatus there. And he's got a medical background, hasn't he, Jed Mercurio? I think he was a doctor. But he can't tell the story that perhaps our mate Jayaram wanted to be either an advisor in, or I wouldn't put it past him to have actually wanted to play himself in the Netflix dramatization of it. I really wouldn't. Good evening, Turquoise Blue. Hi, cup of tea with poacher. Hi, Liz. Lovely to see you. And I want to say hi, Mark. I was going to say hi, Mark Mays, but that's me. Oh, God. So, Topsy Turvy says, Mark, did you see the clip of yourself? I didn't see it. I haven't seen it. I'm a bit squeamish about that, actually. It might seem odd that I'm a bit shy of that kind of thing, but I kind of am in a way. I don't know. I was aware. I knew what the clip was because they sent me. They got my email address. I think via Richard Gill and or somehow. Because Richard Gill told me about it, and they made a request. They told me what the video was, and it was from about 10 months ago or something. This video, they gave me the timestamp of like a 13-second period. I checked it over just in case I wasn't in one of my particularly crazy states of mind or whatever, and it wouldn't look good. It maybe didn't look good anyway. I don't know. I haven't seen it. So, but no, I did see it. So I did see it in the context of my video, but I don't know how they teed it up. Don't know how they framed it. But I've heard through a friend that it was there, and obviously other people online. It was very poignant that they considered you. It showed your power and influence on this tragic case. You should be proud. Thanks, Topsy Turvy. I think, yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it was the kind of. I believe it was along the lines of. Was it framed? I think it was framed that in the context of Evans getting a lot of jip, a lot of criticism on quote unquote social media, wasn't it? I think, but I don't know if it was framed in such a way as to say, oh, poor bloke, look at all these crazy people online talking smack about him, you know. Thank you, Topsy Turvy. David Miller, has anyone else noticed that there are less Gilter trolls popping up? Certainly on videos on other people's videos, and certainly on mine, but I blocked huge numbers of people from the channel. Having very recently, in the last few days, nipped back to Twitter, the same ones are there, and it's probably less than a dozen. I mean, you get some peripheral ones, but you've got the Deb Roberts. I blocked all those people as soon as I got back there. But all the other ones there, and obviously this Ben Bend Over and Film the Cavity. So not Ben Cole and the other guy. The guy, I'll do my impression. The guy like that, you know, should have a jacket on and shirts open and things like that. The Ducking Stool did a fantastic thing on him. You've got to have your glasses like that. And Ducking Stool did a fantastic thing on that guy who shares a name with an actual whistleblower who I think still lives in Russia. I don't want to say the name even because it's almost like I'm a bit superstitious about like bringing evil into the room. Anyway, yeah. So David Miller, yeah, less on the videos certainly. I don't know what everyone else thinks. It'd be interesting to see. I did that one. Hi, Deborah. Nadine Doris has been very supportive. Yeah, because she was a nurse, wasn't she? She trained as a nurse, Nadine, and very outspoken about the inadequacy of the evidence, indeed. I don't share her politics, but on Lucy Letby, she has been faultless. And that's a fascinating point and a really instructive point, that this has bridged the gap with many people from different, if one is a political animal, from the whole gamut, the whole range. You had Owen Jones, for example, has certainly made tweets in the past that he's very concerned that this could well be a miscarriage of justice. And you've got Peter Hitchens, and so those two are kind of diametric, aren't they? And as far as we know, I'm not saying on a personal basis, but their politics, shall we say, Owen Jones and Peter Hitchens. And you've got John Sweeney, and you've got, as you say, Nadine Dorries here. I'm just talking about people that in the public eye, as well as I can't remember who else. Oh, there's loads, isn't there? David Curtin's been fantastic, and David Curtin was really jumped on this very, very instinctively, I think, very, very early. Okay, so sorry, did I read that all? Yeah, faultless. Yes, David, I've noticed that too. Yes, David, and David Davis and so many other people. I'm probably missing out loads. I get nervous when I start to list people because I think I'm going to miss somebody out and I feel guilty afterwards, but you just can't remember everyone's name about everything all the time. I can't do it without the help of some kind of AI plugin, which I don't want. I don't want to be, what's that thing where they're mixing humans with machines? That's what they want to do to us, I think. David Miller, I was told to stop spreading lies because Dewey is a hero. Oh God, Dewey is a hero. It's kind of reminding me of a song of the 1970s. Billy, don't be a hero. I used to have that as a 45. Dewey, don't be a hero. Don't be a fool with your life. Well, it's too late. Too late. No matter what the facts, or you can see I've had a couple of glasses already. No matter what facts or where they are from, I'm a liar and need to stop. Yeah, gotta stop. Gotta stop. All the usual emotional manipulation. Think of, and it's all done on a false premise because they're telling you need to stop because think of the victims of the murder. But your point is, there are no murders, but there are victims of bad medical practice and victims of a failing on a trust-wide level. Clearly there are, or even the network-wide level, in terms of the things that Michelle Warden was talking about, how all the higher band nurses were quote unquote let go, made redundant a few years. I think, was it 2008 that happened? 2009, 2 or 3 years before Lucy Letby began her first shifts. So probably at the same time she was in training, doing her degree, Lucy Letby. All those higher band nurses and the nurse practitioners were let go or made redundant. I shouldn't use euphemisms like that. Sorry, I'm getting behind with the comments. I have to ask, Mark, have you any more Lucy Letby songs in the pipeline? Absolutely. Thank you, UK Patriots Together. Yes, I have actually. I have. There is another one to come. I sometimes get a bit ambivalent because I think, well, I'm going to stop that. I keep thinking it's not making light of it. It's to make it. It's what's the word? It's polemical. It's a polemical strategy to satirize these very unpleasant, dangerous, destructive people, isn't it? So yeah, but thanks for asking about that. E-Symmetry says, I wonder if Nadine Dorries has been able to visit Lucy. Well, it's quite possible there's been visits that we don't know about, and I hope, that's the thing, I'm sure that we all do hope that both Lucy Letby and her dear parents and wider family and her best friend, Dawn, isn't it, and her other friends are getting comfort from what's going on, comfort in a very incredibly difficult situation. But like Mark McDonald said, I think in the latest documentary, I think I saw a clip, he says, well, now she has hope, he was talking of Lucy Letby. He said she was I think did he use the term, she was a broken woman, but now she has hope. Absolutely. It's going to happen. I've got no doubt about it. She will be exonerated. Also, she had previously reported that she was blocked. Oh, is that right? So she'd wanted to e-symmetry, but she'd been blocked. Right. I didn't know that. I hadn't followed that. There's so much going on, and that's good that we can't follow everything. It shows that it's alive and dynamic, isn't it? You just can't. And sometimes you need to take breaks from it, really. I've noticed the trolls seem to all stop at the same time, but for a bit now they've popped up again. I feel these are paid trolls. Funny you should say that. Because before I blocked them on Twitter, when I've come back and I'm kind of lurking in an anonymous role, I'm just reading what people are writing and stuff that is important to see or valuable to see, because it's got a very quick turnover there. As I said, it's all largely the same names, but it's not a new thought. But I just think, what kind of intelligence is behind these individuals about what they're doing? It's striking me, not necessarily all of them, but some of them just feel, I'm not saying they're AI, but I'm saying that it just feels so constructed what they're doing, so relentless, so impervious. And maybe that's just the idea of the troll. They're trying to rage bait people, I think the term is, rage bait them into saying, oh, you're an arsehole, and they can block you and you block them and all that stuff. And that's their kind of food. That's the narcissistic supply. But I think it's possible that there are paid trolls out there. There could be, we never know where they're going to turn up. I'm not one of them, though. I hope you. How long have we been going? An hour. I've been talking for an hour. I'll have it. Cheers, everybody. God bless to you all. I think this is absolutely going to. Luke Mitchell, thank you, Maltese folk. And Luke Mitchell, yeah. And the poor young lad's been there for 20 years in prison. Always maintained his innocence. Could have been out by now. Like some other cases, people end up doing 30, 40, and saying, well, the last thing I'm going to do is say that I did this crime that I didn't do in order to get out on parole. I mentioned before the play, The Crucible. John Proctor says, well, they're gonna kill him, saying he's a witch. And he said, well, I'm not going to sign my name to this on top of it. Leave me my name. He does this amazing speech. You can kill me, but leave me my name. My name's not going to go down in posterity as someone who acknowledged, who lied and agreed with a false charge against me. It's an amazing play, and incredibly, so many. It's like an allegory almost for what's happened here. So yeah, thanks, Maltese folk. And I love that film, Maltese folk, and Humphrey Bogart. Great film. People saying hello. Luke Mitchell, thank you. Thanks, Chris. Yeah. Sorry if I miss anybody. Hi, joining late for catch up. Hi, Henry Macaulay. Great to see you. Status section with oh, sorry. Hi, Emma. Great to see you. I was watching you just a little bit earlier. So I can have up to 6 people on the screen, and you don't have to have your camera on. You can just have the mic on. So what I've just done now, Emma, is put the link. So this is StreamYard system. So I think you'd need to click that link, and if your YouTube's coming out, if you could turn the volume down there, otherwise it'll be doubling out through with the volume. So as many people as want to talk on the stream is good. It's great. So yeah, that'd be great if you could come on. State of Reception with Emma M. Pete Malley, lovely to see you. Professor Lee, 2024 literature review found no instances of flitting rash due to intravenous. So it was intravenous after looking about 100 cases. Yeah, and yet, Evans has the chutzpah to tell Peter Elston. No, not Peter Elston. In the post-documentary, Channel 4 documentary period, I think he did it on the 30th of September, Evans did. He wrote this. Have you seen the letter that he wrote to a number of journalists? Some people have published it in full, I believe. So yeah, he had the chutzpah to say, if only would have had the updated Shuli paper, it would have worked even better for us. I mean, this is crazy town. This guy is crazy town, you know, and this is this fabulation, this confabulation, and kind of hypnotic thing that he think he can do to people just by saying something which is so palpably ridiculous. He's still doing it. He won't be giving up on that. I hope Mervyn comes. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, Mervyn. Hi, Yalda. Great. Yeah, Mervyn's fantastic. Been following all his videos as well. Like the one he's done today in respect of Liz Hull's article. But that thing Mervyn dug out of Thirlwall, that defence by, I can't remember the KC's name, a brilliant KC. I know I slag off all the KC's and all that judicial system, but obviously there are some really smart ones. But and their defence, her defence of those managers, whomsoever they be, what extent that covers that defence, is just a very, very powerful defence of Lucy Letby, actually. And their interests collide, don't they? In other words, Lucy Letby's exoneration necessarily means that those arrests of those three managers aren't going anywhere, can never reach a charge, and that they actually did the right thing. Okay, Emma. Okay, Emma. No worries. Another time or later on if you're free. But it's great to see you, and I'm really enjoying the clips I've seen of your lives and the catch-ups of that I've been listening to, or listened to one today. But great to see you, and thanks for coming in. I hope to see you again. Tracy Heaver Crew. Oh, that was in response. Hope your stream's going well, Emma. UK patriots together. That's a thought, East Symmetry. I've heard nothing about Nadine Dorries actually getting a prison visit to see her. I'd missed that aspect of it. So she'd wanted to see her and had somehow been blocked. Is that right? Jenny says hi. That's so. Anybody else would like to come on to this bit? What do we call it? It's called the stage, and it's called the stage. Enter the stage on StreamYard. It's good, this StreamYard thing. Oh God, it's not working. How come I'm not? Did I do it? I'm so far behind with the comments. How am I going to catch up? What should I do? Oh, hi Tim. Great to see you. Dewey has thick skin, but not as thick as his head. Indeed. What's this live about? Hi Super Ducks. This live is about, great name Super Ducks. I like it. This is talking about one of the worst miscarriages of justice in British legal history concerning an innocent nurse called Lucy Letby, who was convicted of 7 attempted murders. And it's absolutely screamingly obvious that she's innocent of all those crimes. And the establishment in the UK, I'm not sure where you are if you're in the UK, Super Ducks, we realise the establishment are kind of closing ranks still at the moment, and they're very reluctant to have this looked at. But the story isn't going. I say story. I don't mean to demean it, but the pressure isn't letting up. So that's in broad terms what it's about. Sorry if I'm missing any. Oh, I did that one. Hi, Pit Super Ducks. Thank you. Thanks, Liz, for telling Super Ducks. That's great. I'm just going to go through these comments quick. Wouldn't a sizable quantity of air in the line just compress? Wouldn't a sizable quantity of air in the line just compress, therefore preventing fluid or air entering the circulation system? That's an interesting question. Thanks for that. I'm interested in these questions, and for people who obviously literally done these things, put lines in to answer them. He slagged off Dr. Hammond in Wales, didn't he? He said he's called him a comedian. Oh, and he did that in the emails with Peter Elston as well. He really slagged him off there, but he's got no option but to attack, to lash out, because he's in a corner. He's in a corner. He can't go. He talks down Dr. Shu Lee. He said, "Oh, he's an epidemiologist who should get out more." It's absolutely ridiculous. How on earth that character ever got near a court? And this is part of the fallout. This is what people would be demanding to know. How the hell did he get there? And to look at everything he's done in the past as well. And some of these other so-called experts in that first trial who came up with some very dodgy stuff as well. For the team. Yeah, he did. I hope that police at some point are forced to investigate Ravi Jayaram. That's David Davis has reported Jayaram to Cheshire Police, isn't it, for perjury. I think he's also he's perverted the course of justice as well. I don't know if they overlap, but I think they are. I was looking at the legal terms the other day, but certainly those two things. Stephen Breary has been reported by Svilena Dimitrova for gross negligence manslaughter, I believe. And Dewey Evans's work, life history, and then publicly share it for the world to see. Absolutely, it needs to be seen by everybody. That needs to be the flip over. We're no longer dissecting the life of an innocent person who needs to have their private life returned to them. I was going to say their dignity, but they've maintained that Lucy Letby maintained their dignity all the way through it, obviously. The only honest person in that court. Well, I mean, the only person not acting, I should say, not playing a role. Jenny says, just a reminder, Ravi hosting a panel for the UK Birth Trauma Association in November. Yeah, he is. I'm ambivalent about saying something about that, but I'm arguing with myself about saying something about that, but I'll think about it. Maybe after another glass of vino or the stuff you put in long lines, whatever it is. Tim Blackwood, parents should take Dewey and the cops to court. Yeah. Well, all that's going to follow. Things like that are going to follow, aren't they? Things like that are going to follow. And obviously the trust itself. Because we don't know what the crossover is. I forget the name of they called it initially a local Chester law firm, but it was part of a franchise of a very large law firm, which I think has subsequently closed, that in 2017 was representing a number of the parents. That was the phrase in the Chester Standard at the time. We don't know what the crossover of that is with parents' babies on the indictment, but I think there's obviously a crossover. But then they all need to, then that all goes back to essentially square one, as it were, in terms of medical negligence cases, trust level failures, individual doctor failures. And then, as you say, Tim, the hell that they've been put through for these, well, since 2017, 8 years, isn't it? Well, I mean, obviously including their great loss, so more than 8 years, obviously, like between 8 and 10 years. Thanks for that, Tim. That's great. So the parents' loss has been weaponized to silence them. Yeah, it's been weaponized to silence them, and it's been weaponized to silence us, and it's been weaponized to silence anybody who's tried to dig into this. But we cannot be, and we have not been manipulated into silence. But absolutely, it's been weaponized to silence them as well. I agree. And that's one of the main, as I say, I haven't seen that whole documentary, the Channel 4 one. But I saw something today. It was on Twitter, a tweet from Blast Films, who's the production company. It's like a nested production company. There's another name of a film company that was also on the title, but there's Blast Films are the people kind of behind the front company. I don't know how it all works in film world. But they said that, and other accounts are tweeting as well, that this documentary has broken all the records for live streaming on Channel 4. It's the highest viewed streaming. I think it's something like 8 million. But obviously that's ongoing. People are still watching it now, and they're probably going to sell it or whatever to other countries. I don't know how that works. There was obviously the screenings in about 5 or 6 cinemas as well. So yeah, I very much agree. Parents' loss has been weaponized. I'm getting really behind with comments. There's a new video. Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for telling us again, Bernie. Yeah, I was mentioning that before. And I'm really interested to watch that. I'm about 2 minutes into that. But thanks for mentioning that as well. I think recommend anyone that hasn't seen Peter Hayes' work prior as well. The particular ones he did about the very, very scholarly, but very incredibly listenable and watchable lecture he did comparing the witch craze times, the dynamics of it, the sociology of it, really, with at each stage and each level, all the comparisons of what's happened here. Extraordinary work, and I'm really looking forward to listening to Peter Hayes' work on in respect of Owen Arthur's input at the trial. CA. I'm not sure what that means. Sorry. Killer trampolines, yeah, they're everywhere. I went down the shop there. I nearly ran into one there. You know, just had to bounce my way off it. Nearly had me. Killer trampolines. Pete Malley says, Evan states that air into the stomach by NGT is generally harmless. Yeah. I can't remember who's saying this. Robbo Max on comments, and other people as well, I'm sure. He's just saying, making this point, this great point you're making here as well, Pete, that often done with stomach surgery after. And I think he said it while describing how the air embolism in 1984 occurred. That's exactly right. Oh, Christopher Morris is here. That's fantastic. So I'm going to add Chris to the stage in a minute. I'm just finishing that off. So yeah, the 1984 occurrence was there were 2 hospitals in Wales, wasn't there? Was it the Morriston one? I can't remember which one it was, and it changed its name, or it had a change of name, or I can't remember exactly the details of that. I might not be able to keep up with the comments for a bit. I'm adding Chris to the stage now. Hi, Chris. Great to see you there.
Yeah,
how you doing?
How are you? I'm good, mate. How are you?
Not too bad. I just, as I think I said to you when we had a chat once, I kind of jump on these lives without in an impromptu way, because otherwise I probably wouldn't do them, because I think I don't know how to do this. I don't know what to say and everything. So I plunge in. So have you had a good day there?
Yeah, busy. Last 2 days have been busy.
Yes.
Because I can't say anything about this yet, but I discovered something quite big, so I've been trying to escalate that. Basically, I can't say any more than that. So
no, I appreciate that.
But hopefully it'll work out. We'll see.
Yeah, I won't press you on that, but it's the kind of thing that I suppose things can be discovered and are being discovered en route. They really are, aren't they? And it's about timing and about who you funnel that through and when it comes out, and by what's the best strategy, essentially, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, luckily I'm quite well connected now, so I can actually, if I don't know someone, I know someone who knows someone, and I can. So I've pursued that. Hopefully it will. We'll see. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I was saying at the beginning of the stream, when I kind of like do the kind of spiel just to kind of get it going, is that the reason I just felt this kind of impetus to do this now as a kind of off the cuff thing is there's been a lot going on, hasn't there? Obviously the documentary, there's been the email exchange with Peter Elston, which I thought was electrifying to read and shocking in many ways. And then you've got Evans's letter to the press post the documentary. So have you any thoughts about, obviously you do have thoughts about all those things, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I can't talk about the letter too much for the reasons I just mentioned.
Okay.
I think the email exchange I haven't had a chance to read fully, but I think I guess one of the most interesting things to come out of it is that he's confirmed. We knew this anyway, but Evans has confirmed that the consultants are selecting the cases.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is obviously very significant because you can't have a situation where, the consultants that we know have run a 2-year campaign against Lucy. Then they're going to the police station trying to pique their interest, to use this expression that Jerome uses.
Indeed.
Then they're selecting the cases. Then they're in the court case giving evidence against her. I mean, there's just no way that can happen, especially given that Dr. Evans, obviously, he's worked with the police for 5 years. Then he's in the court supposedly being an impartial expert witness, except, obviously, when you look at his court transcript testimony, it's anything but impartial. It couldn't be
Yes.
more removed from an impartial testimony because he just wants to be right, doesn't he?
He absolutely does. It's this idea that there's this cross-contamination such that the investigation is, to call it a dog's dinner is not really to do it justice. It's something that's essentially corrupted, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's lacking the fundamental ingredients that you need to have a sensible process, basically. I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
I was having this conversation yesterday with some people, and the problem in this case, and I suspect it's a problem in a lot of cases, is that the jury can't really understand the case, or it's very, very difficult for them to understand the case. So they are hugely reliant on experts to give them reliable testimony. If they don't get reliable testimony, then they've got very little chance of understanding the case. And they didn't get that in this case, quite clearly.
No.
And Dr. Evans has proven himself to be someone who's just willing to say absolutely anything. I don't think there's, he seems like the perfect expert witness for like the society we live in now. Where Trump is quite prominent, and he will just say anything. He will just literally. I mean, I'm not against him. Some people hate him. I don't get into all that because there's no point, because I can't do anything about it anyway. But occasionally I'll hear him say something, and almost without exception, it is rubbish.
It's rubbish, but it's meant to. I think it's meant to kind of. It's so bad. It's so rubbish. It's obviously worked for him throughout his life in different contexts, that people will go, well, there must be something in it. It can't be that bad what he's just said. So a bit earlier, I don't know if you were listening, but talking about which comes out in the exchange with Peter Alston, which you may have seen already, where he says, had the updated 2024 Shuley paper been available at the original trial, it would have worked even better for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, so if he was pressed on that and he said, well, can you explain to us exactly how that would work then? What would he do? I don't know what he'd do,
Well, he can't say that. I mean, it's absolutely stupid. But when you talk to, I mean, I've got there's a vascular surgeon I've interviewed, for example, not on my channel, but for my book. And he said first, and lots of, I mean, Jane Horden even remarks on this. I was talking about this the other day, but like mottling, they talk about mottling, but basically, if anyone's having a circulatory collapse, they will have that. So that is meaningless for starters. And then it's very clear that the discoloration is different from one patient to another, and he's just copied it across. So
yes, indeed,
there is no scientific base. I mean, I'm going to release an interview tomorrow with a radiologist that I've done that I think people will think is really interesting. It's going to be in 2 parts because it went on for quite a long time, and I think the part I'm going to reference is in the second part. But I basically just asked him, what do you think of the science that was included in the Lucy Letby case? And he said, was there any science?
Was there any science? Exactly. It can't be with something like this. I think we're there already with it, and we've been there for a long time. It can't be a bit good. It can't. The prosecution case can't be a bit good, and there's some bad stuff with it. It's all trash. It has to be all trash, and it is. It's rubbish, and it always has been, hasn't it? There's nothing to redeem it. What they've done. Make it understandable.
Let me rack my brain and see if I can think of any redeeming.
I'd love to hear it. I mean,
I mean, they went to the right court. They all turned up to the right court.
They did. They did do that.
They did seek people who are on the expert list from the National Crime Agency. You know,
That's a problem in itself. Probably, obviously, it's a
I
problem in
mean,
itself.
clearly, obviously the selection of expert witnesses is wrong, but they followed the basic procedures that you're supposed to follow. I suppose you could argue. You
Did
know,
they
I
do?
mean,
Did they do? Sorry to interrupt. Did they do due? I think you've mentioned this actually. Did they do due diligence? Hard to say that on Evans's background.
so in my opinion, no, but it could be argued that because he's on the NCA list, they just think, right, well, he's on the NCA list.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Um,
that's likely. Yeah,
I mean, in my opinion, no, because if I was going to do something like this, the fact is, we know. I mean, you've taken the piss out of him enough times, but we know the guy who's run the investigation is not very bright. So
yeah,
he I would know if I was in that situation. Obviously, I'm not medically qualified or scientifically qualified, but I would know. Firstly, I want to get a second opinion, and secondly, I want to be, if I'm going to hang the whole case on one person, I want to be certain this person is reliable. So I
yes,
would have done some digging into that person's background because
yes,
it's a fairly obvious. I mean, we've all cited this now, but it's a fairly obvious observation that he's got a vested interest of being there, hasn't he? So
yes. It's got a vested, but I think it goes much deeper than that. Albeit that's supposition, but I think he's way more involved beforehand in some way. Yeah, I think it's
okay,
connected. Is
well,
that something? Is that something you could speak to? Is that something that you've heard or you're
so
probing?
I haven't, no. So I've never made that assertion because I can't. So, but
Yeah.
you're free to, obviously. It's
Yeah, as I
your
say, I
right.
qualify it by saying it's a supposition. It's not
Mm,
some. It's not. I'm not saying it was the case,
mm,
but I very much suspect it's the case. Yeah.
mm. But I mean, yeah, I think they should have certainly looked into his background. When you have you know, it's a case of this magnitude where there's someone is, damn well, if someone is if this person is charged, they're going to go to prison for life. I mean, that's not even debatable.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, whole life
That
term has
we know that
always been that. Yeah.
from day one.
Yeah.
So I feel that you want to make sure it's squeaky clean, and
Yes.
they did express some concern about that in their so-called documentary. There's
Yeah.
this, I think Paul Hughes it is, who says, "Oh, we wanted to make sure it was right and all this," but they've just completely trusted the word of one person, basically.
Yes.
Um, and if you're going to do, I mean, you really should have. They should have sought a second opinion for sure.
Yes.
In my view, they should, because doctors can disagree quite easily, even
Yeah.
with even with the best will in the world, and I don't think it would have been surely that hard for them to get. But anyway, they probably they probably got excited about it and decided, oh, this is going to be a massive case. I think they did maybe become a little bit emotionally involved. I mean, it's clear from the video that they made they did become emotionally involved, but I think perhaps quite early on they thought, oh my god, a big case in our little police station. Will I think there's a distinct possibility that happened.
I think so. I think so as well. I mean, what he says in Hughes, he says, and I can't say it verbatim, but it's like, oh well, we've got to be aware of what's coming down the line, so that the court process or even the CPS prior to that will say, oh well, but you didn't consider all options, i.e. who it could be and what it could be. But he's obviously never been
Hmm.
pressed on that. What did Operation Hummingbird ever do in relation to the environment in terms of pathogens on that unit? Well,
Yeah,
clearly nothing.
well, I think the problem is, um, in that documentary, I don't even like to call it documentary. In that promotional
Yeah.
film they made, um, there's the comment from Hughes. He says, "Oh, if it's a bad bug in the water or something, then I'd." So the problem is he can't understand. One day he may understand this when this is all unravelled, but at this point in time, and certainly the time of the investigation, he couldn't seem to understand that it doesn't have to be a killer nurse or B a bug in the water, or I think it's how he described it.
Yeah, that's
It
how he
can be
described it.
it can be both. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, or it can be a nuanced clinical picture of lots of complex interlocking factors, which is what it
Yes,
actually is. Which is what it actually is. But he
indeed, indeed,
can't
yeah.
seem to understand that.
Yeah, they got into this binary thinking, and another very odd phrase that I remember from that mockumentary, or whatever you want to call it, puff piece, congrat. I can't say it. Whatever that word is.
You know what you mean?
I know what I mean. Congratulatory piece that they did was that he says, "You might ask me again. It's not exactly verbatim. You might ask me why I didn't arrest her straight away, and that's a hard question not to answer." That's always
Yeah.
bothered me, that statement. Well, it bothered me in the sense that it's just weird, isn't it? Because at that point they had done zero investigation as well, quote unquote zero investigation as to the cause. But they I think they brought it all on wholesale from what the essentially, and this is something I've talked about for over 2 years now. They allowed Evans and the consultants to run the investigation. Essentially, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
how
I think the problem is once it becomes a medical investigation, they can't. They're not the right people to do it.
no,
It should be. The whole thing of Joram and Breary wanting to go to the police and desperate to go to the police. Um, I've spoken to so many people about this, and I'm very interested in why that happened. And I think it's very difficult to give a definitive answer. But logically and objectively, what they were asking for was not entirely unreasonable. I think it was a little bit unreasonable because they had the reviews, particularly the RCPCH review. They'd had a neonatologist look at the cases, coroners looked at it, pathologists looked at it, etc. I think it was a little bit unreasonable, but if they still had concerns, they are the pediatric consultants on the unit. It's okay, it's fair, it's reasonable. If they have concerns, it's reasonable for them to escalate it. But to escalate to the police was unwarranted because they had no evidence of malfeasance, and the police are not the right people to run a medical investigation. Now, they specifically said, and I think this is in the 15th of May meeting, we want to have a multidiscipline review. That's a
yes,
perfectly reasonable thing to ask for. But how can the police run a multidiscipline review? They wouldn't know what a multidiscipline review is, let alone be able to run one. So basically,
yes,
as you rightly say, they've let Evans do the whole thing. They've let Evans take over, and they may to this day believe that they've run a multidiscipline review because there's been other experts are in the case, but the thing is they haven't really done anything. Evans has done 95% of the case, and then he's just handed off a few little bits and pieces to say, "Oh, here you go. Here's all my reports, Sandy. Do you agree with that?" "Yeah, I do." "Right, that's fine. Well, that's a peer review." "Right, radiologist, is there air in the vessels?" "Yes." "That doesn't prove that it's air embolism." "That's fine. We've done your bit now." Obviously High Marsh has come in and done the insulin cases. Sally Kinsey has done some very minor things to do with blood. And then
yes.
there's two guys, Stivaros and Kenny. They did almost nothing. Almost nothing. They just sent a little statement. They didn't even appear in court once. So the police may believe they've done a multidiscipline review, but actually they haven't.
They haven't. It's a mirage, isn't it? And back to their show, the Hummingbird Show film. They make much. I think there's a part of it in which they say, "Well, we had, I think, either 8 or 9 experts, but one of the people they had on the team, I think, was a neonatal nurse. I don't know what her input was. They talk about that in the film at some point. They had a nurse specialist in
Oh,
neonatology.
is it this mysterious person who comments but never appears in court? I've forgotten her name now.
It could well be.
Is it Elizabeth
Um,
Morgan? I think her name might be Elizabeth
that
Morgan.
rings a bell. That rings a bell, Elizabeth. Does she appear at Thirlwall then? Is she part of the Thirlwall?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I couldn't say for sure. But nurses. I mean, Michelle was talking about her, I think, when I interviewed Michelle, and she
Yeah.
was saying she's not qualified to talk about it. But I speak to nurses. I mean, I've spoken to them a lot, but still speak to them quite a bit now, and they're always very critical of the information that appeared in court with regard to nursing practice and said that
Yes,
it's either very
yes,
inaccurate or very misleading. So I think the idea that they got a neonatal nurse in there, you know, they might. I don't know too much about this woman or what she didn't seem to be a major part of the court case from what I've seen. I don't know what she said exactly. I know of one statement because I referenced it, but I think that generally, broadly speaking, the voices of nurses were marginalised from the court case because they threatened them. Right, will basically screw your career if you try to go into the court case. And then, of course, they're all under enormous pressure because, they're sitting there looking at Lucy, who's in the witness box, knowing that she's facing however many charges she was facing, however many life sentences. She's ended up with 14 and then 15 eventually. So
yes,
it's very, very difficult. Like Karen Reese, for example, I really feel for her because she was close to Lucy, it would appear, and yet they've put enormous pressure on her. And she obviously now has come out and said she believes Lucy's innocent, but it would have been very difficult for her to do that at the time when who knows what the police are going to do next. I mean, they've arrested the executives, and I consider that to be entirely frivolous. So,
well, I do, but it's also it's strategic as well, because it's sort of, well, I'm not saying it stops people talking about it, but it's congruent with their narrative, to their false narrative, to arrest even if they haven't, and they won't end up charging them. It's congruent with the narrative for them to keep doing something, as it were, because they're aware of all this pushback. So the full file going to the CPS, is that going to be a case of we never hear about that ever again?
well, in my opinion, yes. I can't say 100%, but it would amaze me if they were charged because of you've seen the timeline videos I've made. I mean, how can they possibly charge them when on the 12th of May they're in a meeting with the three executives, and the three executives, they agree there's no evidence. We've got no evidence of any malfeasance here at
Yes.
all. So how could they possibly say they should have referred the case more quickly?
In a sense, then, you've got this absolutely darkly ironic situation that the police would have to then kind of charge themselves with negligence for not insisting on carrying out an investigation at that point, rather than negating one and saying we can't do one, or there's nothing there.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm not saying in the real world that's a
No,
possibility.
I know.
I
I just don't think it will progress because, I mean, I could defend them. I will help the defense. If they are charged, I will help the defense. Definitely.
Yeah.
Because I've got all the documents. It's all in a public inquiry. There's just no way, in my view, there's no way they can charge them.
I saw your comment on Mervyn's video of that Casey, somebody put it before, Blackwell, Casey Blackwell, Kate Blackwell. I'm not sure if you've heard or read that document or heard Mervyn's videos yet, and I just wondered what you thought of that. I thought it was very powerful document. Yeah, no, I'm sure you're snowed under with things, but it's just an incredible document that really runs at every stage as a defense of Lucy Letby, in a sense. Really, I think it does. That's how it strikes me.
I've seen this thing Mervyn's uncovered about Dr. Evans and the stomach, air in the stomach. Have you seen that?
I have, but I think I don't think that's a new thing. But I don't know where I've heard that before. But
I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, it's something that's come up on Twitter at some point, or somewhere back in the mists of time, because I think what happens with this is there's so much, things can rise to the surface and then so much else comes in and it's under the surface again. But it struck me as something that I'd heard before, in terms of relating it back to Evans's own experience of talking about it. Was it the Morriston Hospital, that one event that he talked about, wasn't it? So yeah, but the documentary, do you have any feelings about that?
Well, you tell me first, because I was just going to ask you, funnily enough. So
I haven't seen, and I've been saying this earlier in the stream, I haven't seen the documentary. What I've seen, and I've listened to some of your commentary. I didn't listen. I haven't. I've still got some to go back to. and I've seen some of the clips that James put up and other people have put up, Lucy Letby films. So I've seen a kind of little patchwork of it. It did that, and I watched the question and answer session with the director and the producer. I think on balance, it's sounding like, and I said this earlier in the stream as well, because of what I'm seeing on Twitter, because I'm on Twitter, but in a kind of a lurking mode, as it were, just watching things, is that a lot of people are saying, of accounts that I don't recognise from the last 2 years, are saying this Evans guy, he seems a bit dodgy, basically, and all different kinds of ways of saying that. So, and I think some people have said it's just like the Evans show, and I think that's great in that sense. The more, according to Carl, has entered. Oh, Carl's come on, so I'm going to enter Carl onto the stage now and see what Carl thinks about that as well. Hi, Carl. Good to see you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. Very clear visually and audibly.
I didn't hear. What did you want me to give an opinion on? I didn't.
Yeah, no. Chris just asked me about the.
Hi, Chris. By the way.
Yeah, a kind of an overview feeling about the documentary, and I was saying I haven't seen the whole thing. I've seen excerpts, little clips, and I said that I feel on balance, I sense on balance that it's a good thing for Lucy Letby because there's so much Evans in there.
Yeah. I think unwittingly they gave him enough rope to hang himself, because I think he seemed very proud of his involvement until they fought. It felt like they sort of tied him down and forced him to watch the press conference, the shooting press conference. And that was the first time I've seen him look really uncomfortable. I mean, so uncomfortable. It's like he wanted the chair to sort of open up and swallow him. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. So, can I ask you something about that, and Chris as well, and everyone in the chat as well? Sorry, I'm not keeping up with the comments. But I was going to ask you both. Do you buy that he hadn't watched that before, or do you think it was a bit of theatre that he said?
No, I don't think he'd watched it before, because I mean, come on, he would have prepped a better answer to the questions. I'm amazed. For me, if someone was filming me for a documentary, firstly, I'd do a lot of prep. If I knew it was going to be on ITV and I knew it was something of this magnitude, he never does any prep. Like, he went to BBC Panorama, clearly he'd done no prep at all.
No.
But the other thing is, if I was being filmed and I knew it was going to go on mainstream TV, and the director was saying, "Oh, why don't you just walk around your garden and pick some daffodils? Why don't you fiddle your grandfather clock? Like, why don't you?" I'd be like, "Hold on, why am I doing this exactly?" But he just does it.
Yeah.
Not complete naivety about how he may be portrayed, and he was not really portrayed favorably.
No.
It's difficult to portray him favorably because he just says the first thing that comes into his head, seemingly.
I mean,
I absolutely believe it was the first time he'd watched it. Yeah.
My kind of response to that is, it's kind of what he would say, because it's him trying to. His vibe is about topping everyone else. Essentially, they should get out more. These are crap reports. They're terrible. They're some of the worst I've ever seen. The best in the world producing some of the worst reports I've ever seen. That's his vibe. That's where he's coming with his energy. So it kind of fits. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I don't know, but it kind of would fit with his way of being, to kind of say, "Oh no, I couldn't be asked to." He didn't say that, but I couldn't be asked to watch it. But he did watch it, and he's got to kind of, although fighting against that are those very genuine things that Carl said, the physicality. It felt like it was really hitting him, wasn't it? Really, when he saw it.
Yeah. I mean, it was shrinking into the chair, almost diminishing before your eyes, wasn't he?
I was uncomfortable watching it because I was thinking.
Yeah,
I almost felt sorry for the first time ever. Felt sorry for him, because I think he suddenly realized the enormity of that press conference and the impact of it, and there was nowhere to run. There was nowhere to run anymore.
Nowhere to hide.
I felt sorry for him. Obviously, it's past now. I don't feel sorry for him now, but I had I mean, if you've got basic empathy, he just looked a very sad, frail, lonely, scared man at that point. And of course, he deserves to look that way. But still, you'd have to be, you know, I'm not a heartless person. I did feel a little bit sorry for him. Of course, since he's written this letter, that passed very quickly. But yeah, he did. It was. I thought it was really well edited. They kind of juxtaposed this very intense, very high level meeting with him just stood in his room on his own, and then they pulled the camera away, so the camera was further away from him, and he was stood, you know, on his own, looking rather awkward. So yeah, in that respect, it was good. There was some good elements to it. I think
sorry.
No, go on.
No, I was just thinking, it just kind of, the way they filmed it, it made it almost, you know, come across as the people versus Dowie Evans. You know, like the whole British public versus Dowie Evans, even though it's probably not that in reality, but that's how it, because he seemed alone, it was like he's in this one camp of, I still insist she's guilty, despite everything that's been presented to me.
Which then is interesting then when you bring in the kind of mood stuff that they're trying to create with the gardening and the clock and the doing the thing and the jump in the previous video where he's walking along the beach looking at the kite and everything. He's kind of like a guy, he's on the edge of the world out there. There's a big ocean out there, big beach. He's kind of like alone. So it's not a new kind of mood that they're creating in a way. But I also yeah, I've lost my thought there. But it's that I can't read it in that way. I think they're both. It's hard to know what documentaries makers. I don't know if you both saw the question and answer session with the director.
I haven't had time.
I haven't watched,
because their big thing was like, you know, it's not for us to tell you what to think type of idea, and the idea of balance. And I think they failed in that. I know that from the idea of the section of that the parents that they chose, because they didn't have anything to balance that, did they? They didn't have anything to balance parents who'd never. Well, they say they met Lucy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
No,
Lucy
they did
met
her. No, they did.
No.
They
met her.
Yeah.
But yeah, they met her, but she didn't have any instrumental effect on their child, did she? And they're not claiming that even.
No, I mean, obviously my biggest criticism would be that they had those parents in the film, because
exactly
it has no merit. I mean, they're not in the indictment. The child was not provably medically affected by being at the hospital. So, I mean, I would even argue it's a little bit unethical to have them in the film, because really someone should be taking them to one side and saying, look, Lucy Letby has not harmed your child. You should not believe this. It's just, you know, you need to kind of get this thought out of your head, not put them on TV for 15 minutes. I mean, they're in the 15 minutes. They are 15 minutes of documentary in total.
Big chunk of it. Yeah.
So that's just, I just think that's going to, is that a good thing for them emotionally? I would say no, but I don't know. But I mean, obviously, I believe it has no merit evidentially. But my question would always be, should they even be in the documentary at all, because of the ethical considerations? For me,
I would say that they should, if they're going to have them in the documentary, then they should have gone out of their way to find parents of children who had also been treated by Lucy Letby, but had come out with a positive, you know, feeling about her as well. So that would have given some sort of balance, because there are plenty of parents who must have been very positive. I'm sure in the Thirlwell inquiry and a few other things I've seen, that parents had sent her thank you cards and things like that. So they should have sought out those parents as well to give it a bit more balance.
Yeah. I mean,
yes. Sorry, I'll just say something about that. Is that it begs the question as to why they couldn't or wouldn't find such parents. It's because of the chill factor. The chill factor of the idea of, would parents want to come forward publicly to say, we had a good experience with this quote unquote serial killer, in the same way that the nurses had the chill factor and told literally, if you go to court and give a personal reference for it, well, we can't stop you, but it's not going to help your career. So in a way, it kind of, it embodied the imbalance that's still there because of who she's deemed to be. She's deemed to be a serial killer.
But the parents could still be anonymous, just like the parents that were in the
True.
documentary.
That's very true.
In the film,
Sorry.
Frosted Glass, so you never actually identify these parents. So they could have done something similar with the.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought of that. And so going back to the question and answer thing with the producer and director, they weren't. I don't think they were asked that. Did you look? Did you go out to try to find? And how hard did you try to find? A kind of a balancing aspect there, but I don't know. They either didn't or they couldn't. Who know? We don't know, do we?
What kind of questions were they asked in the Q&A? I'm just going to say, what kind of questions were they asked in the Q&A, and what did they say about them?
Well, one thing that the immediate thing that springs to mind that they were asked is, "What's your personal opinion about this?" And they both said producer, female producer, and Daniel Belgado, isn't it? He goes, "Well, it's not for us. I don't want to say whether I think she's innocent or guilty, because I want you to watch the documentary, and that's why I've made the documentary." But he says this quite cryptic thing. He says, "But I've got an intuition about it." But he doesn't say any more than that, what that intuition is. I kind of, maybe because I want to read it, I think he suspects that Lucy Letby is innocent. But we don't know.
He seems like I think he seems like an intelligent and fair guy. So I would imagine most intelligent and fair people suspect that she's innocent, even if they, don't want to put their cards on the table and say it. I can't see how you could look at all the evidence. Firstly, the misrepresentation of the evidence in the prosecution, and then the evidence that has come out since, and think that she's still guilty. If you do, then I think you're absolutely bonkers.
Yes, I agree with you. It's just counterintuitive now. The only way you could hold the line about guilt is because you haven't. You're back in time, essentially. You haven't followed what's happened since at all, or the alternative to that is you're someone like Snowden or Ben Cole, who are just adamant, and they're doing it for who knows what reason, why they're sticking there with that line.
I think if you were to start today, let's say there hadn't been a court case, there hadn't been any tabloid coverage or anything like that, and you just were presented with the evidence in front of you today. No one knew the name Lucy Letby. It was wiped out of all of our brains, and we all started from scratch, and then we presented everything. I would say 90% of people would think she's not guilty.
Yeah.
Yes. I think so. I mean,
that's conservative. It could be more than 90%.
This whole thing about the jury, is that they're in this immediacy, and they're locked away from everything, and they've got this. I know some people have said things about the jury, but they were utterly overwhelmed, and they weren't given another story, another powerful story. I know Myers did some good stuff, but they are impressed by this panoply of experts that were shown to them, aren't they? So I'm sympathetic with the jury the way they went.
But you see, I'm not sympathetic with. I'm sympathetic with the first jury, but I'm not sympathetic with the second jury.
No, I agree with. Yeah,
because of things like the swipe data.
Yeah.
And it rested on Jairam's testimony that he held on to this information for. I mean, it was just you remember very early on, I did a video long before all the other stuff came out. I did a video saying he's a complete liar. Come and get me. Come and sue me.
Yes,
because it's quite obvious that he was lying. To me, it was just glaringly obvious that he was lying about catching her in the act and holding on to this for. He would have gone to a disciplinary, not mentioned it. He would have had to go to the inquest for some of the babies and not mentioned it. So he's not told the coroner. So he would have had to, it just beggars belief that would have happened.
Yes,
and so I don't see how a jury in the second trial could have actually found her guilty, because it's supposed to be on what do you call it? Reasonable doubt. If there's any reasonable doubt, the reasonable doubt is that the swipe data was all wrong. So she wasn't where they claimed she was, and so that alone was reasonable doubt.
Well, they just shift. They just, they can move time. They can do anything they want. They just move the time and just say, well, it was.
Yeah.
What's the window? Was it moved to like 1:47 or what? It's like it moves back 5 minutes, basically, doesn't it? There's window of time of opportunity. So, but
so just on that, so just on that, on the retrial. So I was told by someone who went every day that, so, and I spoke to a few people who've attended the retrial now, that Nick Johnson would just say, right, Lucy Letby, you murdered child A, then you murdered child B, then you murdered child C, then you murdered child D. And he would go through the whole indictment and he would just do that all the way through the trial. Like, he didn't do it once. No. He would do this all the way through. And so basically the jury, already they go, I mean, I think it's almost impossible to have a fair trial in the first place, but the first thing the judge says in the retrial was, right, forget about the fact Lucy Letby's a murderer, or has been a convicted murderer, I should, you
can't.
Forget about that, right? You've got to judge this case on the evidence that that is presented. So you would therefore think that such a strategy as just standing up and going, right, you murdered this child, then you murdered this child, then you murdered this, you think that'd be you think the judge would say immediately, right, you can't do that, wouldn't you?
Well, I watch quite a lot of American trials, and the defense lawyer would be saying, they would be objecting, they'd be all over it, and they'll be going to this little corner and saying, I object to that, whatever the terms they use.
It doesn't seem to happen.
It doesn't seem to happen.
It should have just been a mistrial, because there's no way she could possibly have a fair trial if you're talking about if it's supposed to be like a separate case and you're literally tying it into other cases, then it can't be a fair trial. It would be like if I 6 years ago crashed a car and then I was in court again because I got knocked off my bike and they brought up the fact that I crashed a car. It's not relevant.
Well, that's right. But I mean, once the jury know that this is a convicted serial killer already, they can't not know it. It's kind of an absurdity to say, put it out of your mind. You can't. It's like saying, don't think of a pink elephant. It's just ridiculous. And once you've got a convicted serial killer on a life tariff, it's a tiny responsibility relatively for the jury to say, well, we'll add this thing on, as opposed to an individual case. If that was an individual case of an innocent person prior, just saying either this person's going to prison for 30 years or nothing.
I mean,
just to add it on is not significant to them.
Quite frankly, as an individual case, it's never going to court, is it? Because
no, but that applies to all of them, Chris.
Yeah, well, I agree. But I mean, that one in particular.
Yeah.
A tube fell out. We think. Did you see anything? No. What? That's it. That's literally the whole case.
The terrible irony of that is, it's without that case, you don't have a Jayaram piquing the interest of the police. You don't have it. So you don't have the investigation at all. You don't have Evans. Evans never appears on stage without Baby K case. So when people were saying before, why did they choose that one where the jury couldn't make a decision out of like however many it was, 9 or whatever it was, 7? That's why, because it's the fulcrum case that gets the investigation in. And originally it was a murder charge, wasn't it? That was
yeah, incredibly, unbelievably. Yeah, they were going to charge you for murder for an infant that died 3 days later and 20 miles away, because a tube might have fallen out. That even the let's be clear, even the tube falling out, I don't think was 100% established. But
no, I don't think it was. And I tell you, did some fantastic videos on that. Something. Oh God, my memory's going. But something Mind. What's the name of the channel?
Liberated Mind.
Liberated Mind. There's some really in-depth focus on that aspect of, did the tube, or how would you be able to see it physically? How would you know? Yeah.
But I think what they did with this case, by getting it all the cases heard at the same time, is that they tried to create the most difficult sort of spider's web to untangle. That if it ever went to appeal, it would be so difficult, because you've got so many cases and so you'd actually have to find a reason for each case. It's almost like in a like if there was a retrial, it would just be so long that the any judge looking at it will say, no, it's just too big, we can't do it.
Yes, I think so. I mean, some people said they should have. I've heard comments en route over the last since the way they go. They should have split it up into groups of 3 or 4. I'm not sure whether that would have made a material difference to do that. So if you get guilty of 3, and then people, again, they can't unknow what they know. So you get another jury you've got 4 trials basically consecutively, to split it up like that. Or there were 21 charges, weren't there originally? 21, 22 charges.
I think there's an argument for. I think there was an argument for having 21 trials, or at least 21 mini trials. In that, I think they should have had a separate, like they have preliminary hearings, so they should have had 21 preliminary hearings for each case, without talking about any of the other cases, just to see if there was each case on its own merit passed the acid test for evidence.
I totally agree with you. Totally agree with that. Yeah,
because
absolutely.
They can individually be thrown out at this, because some of them should never have got anywhere near a court.
Because the Crown Prosecution Service, they have what they call a 2-point assessment of whether a case goes to court, and that 2-point assessment, the second one is in the public interest. Well, obviously it is. Obviously, this is in the public interest. If someone had murdered babies, clearly it's in the public interest. So basically, that point doesn't even exist in this case. So basically, they have a 1-point assessment, and that is just, they just look at the evidence and say, is there a lot of evidence? They don't have a scientific. They don't have scientists looking at it or anything. They just look at it and go, oh yeah, there's a lot. That's it. I mean, they really. I'm sure they would defend themselves and say that's not true. We do go through this process, but ultimately it will just be some pro forma generic thing that's put in place. It's the kind of like civil servants, relatively high-ranking civil servants. It'll just be like, follow this template. There we go. Tick it off. Right, done. Goes to court. Because they don't have the expertise or the knowledge or the people to come in and assess these cases. That's just a fact. So basically, once this case was referred by the police, it was definitely going to go to court because they don't have a mechanism to stop it, as far as I can see. And as they don't answer any questions or make any kind of sensible responses to anything, we can't interact with them and ask them anything, because all they ever do is say Lucy Letby was convicted of they just say the same thing every time. If you get an answer out of them at all.
I know they say that same spiel all the time.
I can tell you because I was a fraud officer for 11 years, and I can tell you that one of the criteria that they use is basically the chances. It has to have like over a 90% chance.
Was it 9%?
Sorry?
I thought it was like 75% chance of being convicted or something like that.
I thought, certainly when I was a fraud officer, it was about 90% chance of a conviction. Then they would put it forward. And I don't think any of the cases had a 90% chance, but I think they thought if we pile them all together, that gives it the 90%, because it's so many cases. It's the weight of having that many accusations against you. Like if somebody accused you of something, like say you were accused of shoplifting, if lots of shops along the street have said we've seen him shoplifting, then there's more chance of there being a conviction than if one shop, even if they had no CCTV, because they've got so many people or so many instances of you being accused of being a shoplifter, they can say, well, that's quite strong. And likewise, it's like so many incidents of being accused of harming a child, that in itself brings them up to that 90%, even though each individual case on its own isn't anywhere near 90%.
I totally agree. I mean, it's all about the cumulative effect, and what you're then asking the jury to do, if you're lumping them all together, is to carry the burden of this, is to say, well, why is this person being looked at? Even we've not only got to find her innocent, we've actually got to find her innocent on the basis that there weren't any crimes, because there's no one else in the frame and there never has been. And that's something that is such an overwhelming responsibility or an expectation of that jury to do, for them to independently, this is us 2 years down the line because of what we've looked into.
That comes back to what you said, Mark, which is the jury weren't presented with a compelling counter narrative. So now there is a counter narrative. There's 26 experts saying, actually, this was a terrible hospital. They made loads of mistakes. These babies were really ill. But the jury didn't really get to hear that. I think Ben Myers did a good job in some of the cross-examination, but he didn't tell a compelling story. And yeah, his hands were tied to some extent. I'm more than happy to concede that. It doesn't help what the judge says, right, we can't have the RCPCH report in the trial at all. So the judge prevented a lot of context from being communicated, but the jury needed to hear, a compelling counter narrative, and they didn't. So they only had one story to pick, and they just picked the best story.
Yeah, it was kind of, the counter narrative was such that, how can you really prove that was the case, as opposed to a very oppositional set of ideas about how the babies died, really, backed up by a necessary group of experts, such as Shu Lee has convened in the panel now. That's what you needed. But the monstrous idea that Lucy Letby is doomed to the rest of her life in prison because Ben Myers didn't find Shu Lee and all the experts in the world at that point is hideous. And that goes right to the heart of the corrupt British justice system, so-called.
Yeah.
Blimey.
But
there we are.
But I definitely think that the case should, the CCRC have had her the paperwork from Mark McDonald since, what is it? Is it about
March, April, something like that? Yeah, March, April time. I can't remember.
It's March, or April, and I mean, I don't know how. I suppose what they have to do is they have to then probably find experts, their own experts, to look at the experts' findings to see if they can counter them or something.
I don't know about that. I mean, if it stretches in some ways, it stretches incredulity that they would try to feel the kind of. I'm not sure. I'm not sure they do, but I don't know what they're doing. I just have no idea what they're doing. My personal supposition is that they're being told to hold back at the moment until the establishment is ready to know what to do with this terrible mess. Because they could have done it. They could have turned it around already, couldn't they?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking based on the reports. If the reports say exactly what or not exactly what, because obviously Shu Lee summarized the reports in the press conference. But if they even come close to saying what he said in the press conferences, or the press conference, shall I say, then they should be able to come to a decision very quickly.
Should have done. I think it should have been like 10 days or something like that. Because
I was asked this question in one of my Q&As, and I said, I think you could reasonably tell in a week. And I think in a month, you should definitely be able to tell that this is a potentially unsafe conviction.
Yes, I agree.
I can't see any way that you wouldn't. I can't see how you would read about the case for a month and then think, oh, well, it's still definitely a safe conviction in my eyes.
No, this is a very highly political case. It's a very political case.
The only thing I can imagine they're doing now is trying to think of ways to rebuff or to throw back the application for it to be referred to the Court of Appeal without looking stupid.
Yeah,
because
without making it too obvious, isn't it? Without making it too obvious that it's just ridiculous. Their objection.
Because if they do that, if they reject the application by Mark McDonald, I suspect what Mark McDonald will do is release all the paperwork to the public so we can download it and read it for ourselves. And I think once everybody reads it, it could get quite messy. It could start getting quite messy for them.
Well, it will, and this is the thing about the public pressure. I said early on in the stream that there's a chap that was involved with the Birmingham Six and trying to get public backing for that in those times, pre-internet days, essentially. And he's saying that's what's going to make the difference. And I think that, going back to the video, the documentary we've been talking about, I think that's really helped along that line, as well as previous documentaries have. There's a growing awareness there's something desperately wrong here. I think it's in the millions of people, probably, if you ask them, oh, I'm not sure about that, at the very least. I'm not sure she's guilty.
Well, it's also just the fact that you've got people in Australia, in America, in Canada, who have no, skin in the game over here. And I'm not talking about experts. I'm just talking about general members of the public in those countries, even in around Europe, who know about this case and are waiting to see what the outcome is going to be. So they've got the whole world watching them at the moment.
It's huge, Carl. And I said earlier in the stream that I saw something on Twitter in which Blast Films, who were the production company that made, and there's another name of another company above them, this kind of way they do it in films, as you probably know about, is that they said it's the highest streaming documentary of Channel 4 has ever had.
Really?
And they were talking about there were over 8 million streams, but that it's growing all the time,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, amazing.
So that gives you a sense of the temperature that people are interested in this story.
But do you think it would help the case even more, or I mean, help Lucy Letby's appeal even more, if they made a drama like the Postmasters drama, where they just focus?
Undoubtedly, yes, but I guess it's a bit hot for that to happen still. It could happen eventually,
but they could make it.
Yeah,
they could make it very factual, based on things that actually nobody can argue about, like the swipe data being incorrect and stuff like that. All the mistakes that were made by the prosecution, rather than focus it. And then, at the very end, they could have the Hugh Lee press conference and just end it there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the, I know you can only fit so much in like, what was it, however many minutes that total documentary was, when it was done in the cinemas as a one-off standalone thing, wasn't it? And then it was two bits on TV. But some of the criticism I've seen that documentary is that there's so much missing in terms of what we've found out since about like Jayaram. It's really homing in on Evans, isn't it? Really, if you were to do a drama about it, I don't know what Jed Mercurio's doing, but I'm not sure he wants to touch it. I think he got burnt by the response before over the Jayaram connection. So, but maybe somebody else might be interested.
But I mean, you see, sorry, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say about the Mercurio thing was, I think even if Lucy Letby was guilty, provably guilty, I do think the speed with which they wanted to make a drama about what is quite a unsavory situation is not like, would you, I mean, I wouldn't really want to watch a drama about horrible situation. I mean, I can remember how I felt when I heard about this the first time. I didn't follow the trial. I just heard about the conviction. So I came downstairs, put the radio on, and heard, nurse was murdered for attempted murder, 14 counts, 7 murders of babies, 7 attempted murders. And probably one of the primary reasons I'm here now is that shocked me, and that, went through me, it chilled me. And I couldn't leave the kitchen. I just couldn't. I had to listen. Like, why would someone do this? And it was only because I listened for long enough to start thinking, hold on a second, what, she killed babies with milk? Like, and it was just enough for the penny to drop in my head and my intuition to start thinking, hold on, something doesn't add up here. So then I started to look for the evidence. So anyway, my basic point is just, I think the whole notion of a pro-guilt documentary, even if she was definitely guilty, so soon after, is just really tasteless. I personally think it's tasteless. Because, there's that Dharma documentary, dramatization.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
I haven't watched that. I've studied his case very deeply.
I've watched it.
That's 30 years after it happened. So I think that's fine. I'm sure it's still upsetting for the families and stuff. But we're talking about months even. They must have been talking about it months after this sentencing. For me, it's just totally inappropriate. But I think a drama now that, as you say, looked at the court case and looked at the problems would be very convincing and very persuasive. But whether that can get done, I don't know. But
I've been thinking of trying to, because I know loads of filmmakers. Obviously, I work in the industry, and I know lots of people who I could persuade to be involved in it. So I've been thinking about doing it as a crowd-funded thing, to raise the money to get it made. Because I just think that maybe that's the one thing that will just put so much pressure on them that they will have to refer it to the Court of Appeal. But the problem is, if I started doing the crowdfunding now, it probably wouldn't be until after Christmas before you get the money through, and then recruiting everyone, and then doing all the casting and writing it. It might not be until 2027 that it would come out.
And that's it. Sorry, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm quite confident this case will be referred to the Court of Appeal. I just say
you are. You're confident. You're confident. Yeah, I feel it will be. In how long they're going to pause this, because I think they're in a kind of a pausing state. I don't think they're looking at it and thinking, well, there might be. There are conversations being had in panelled rooms with politicians and all kinds of stuff about this. It's a highly politicized case with massive ramifications to do with the NHS, jury trials, the police, CPS, and whatnot. It's huge. It's a huge establishment-wide issue. This is now for them. I'll tell you what it's not. So can I just finish? I'll tell you what it's not, because they were saying about the CCRC, all the commissioners are working from home. What it isn't is somebody working from home, getting up, putting the kettle on, stroking their cat, and saying, "Oh, let's look at Shuley, let's look at Mark McDonald's thing that they've sent us." It's at such a high level. In a way, it's supra CCRC. It's just it's a fig leaf that it's with the CCRC in a weird way, I think, in terms of power. That's my view.
I see your point, yeah. I mean, I still think they will refer it. Simple reason being that they're going to come under such enormous criticism. Can you imagine, after everything that's happened, and everyone knows about this report, we've had very, very seasoned journalists in that room saying this is the most extraordinary day I've ever experienced in my life. It's been on the front page of every newspaper. There's been several documentaries. Then they're going to go, "Oh yeah, we think the conviction is completely safe."
Yeah, they can't.
But I think we're missing one thing here, and what we're missing is the Thirlwell inquiry, because Lady Thirlwell delayed her findings until I think the beginning of the new year. Was it
sometime early next year. Yeah, February, spring,
early next year. Now, if her findings comes out before we've heard anything back from the CCRC, then she's not going to they're going to reject her appeal. I guarantee it. Because her findings, they can't embarrass her. And I think there's been someone's knocked on her door or given her a call and said, "Look, you can't come up with your findings until we've decided what we're going to do."
Yes.
Because she can't contradict them.
Yes. Because it's on a kind of it's an oppositional story, because it's like, well, what conclusions can she reach when in actual fact the whole Thirlwell inquiry was on a false prospectus, essentially,
Premise is a false premise, isn't it?
False premise, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that I wouldn't like to draw any conclusions about what Thirlwell is going to do. I wouldn't like to say. I don't even have any predictions. I'll just wait until the date comes around and see what happens. I really can't say, because
she can't.
She can't report before CCRC make some kind of decision, can she?
I was going to say, and she no. Well, she can report before the CCRC, but the problem is that she can't turn around and say that, having looked at all this information, I don't think she killed anyone.
We lost Carl there, because I think it started to go a bit, but hopefully he'll come back in a second.
I just think it's a connection.
What were you going to say in that regard? Do you feel that she can report before the CCRC?
Yeah, she can. I mean, she has the, she has the legal basis, or however you might describe it, to do so if she wants to, as far as I understand it. Whether she would do that or not, I don't know. As I say, I don't want to make any predictions because I simply don't know. I mean,
yes,
obviously, in any kind of sane world, that she would say, right,
you might describe it
we're going to delay the farewell inquiry.
As far as I understand,
but we don't know
whether she would do that or not. I don't
oh yeah, Carl, if you could turn down your YouTube thing, it's coming through, or whoever it is, I don't know.
I mean,
Yes,
obviously, any kind of sane world.
I think Carl doesn't realise.
I'll take Carl. I'll tell Carl. I'll bring him back to the stage now. Hi, Carl. Are you back in the room? You're back in the room now. I'll take Carl out for a minute and then wait. I think he's working on the tech side of things.
Okay.
So
yeah. I mean, in any kind of sane or rational world, they would just pause it until we know the outcome of the CCRC at the very least, and then if it was referred to the Court of Appeal, they would pause it permanently. But whether that will actually happen in the real world, I couldn't say confidently, because in the Guardian article, David Cotton, it said she's still expected to release her recommendations in January.
Yes. So you just said that, Chris, in any sane world. So
yeah.
what would be the reason to be insane about it and not wait then? What would be the purpose?
I think a lot of it is political pressure. A lot of money has been spent on the inquiry, and for them to just spend all that money and then go, right, we'll just pause indefinitely is an issue potentially. Lady Thirlwell needs some guts to be able to pause it herself. Objectively, she should have, she was asked, I think, I forget when it was now exactly, but she was already asked to pause it some time ago.
Well, she was asked in the Kate Blackwell KC report that Mervyn was talking about, that was the request or another request to pause the Thirlwell. Yeah.
So David Davis wrote to her. These 24 scientists, 24 experts have written to her. She's ignored all of that. Yeah. She did change tack a bit. She softened her position, but she still didn't. It would all come down to whether she has the guts to do it, really. And then, well, I won't say that, but
go and say it.
No, I'm not going to. Well, I mean, she if she pauses it, then she has obvious benefits for it to continue, doesn't she? If she pauses it, then she doesn't get those benefits. You could argue.
As far as
I understand it, but I don't know if that would come into her thinking, because she's not going to be short of money. But she had a big chance to pause it, and she didn't. Mm-hmm. And the Guardian have said she's going to report recommendations in January. So she would now need a lot of guts to say, right, I'm just going to pause it indefinitely until God knows when. I mean, it's how long is a piece of string, isn't it? Because I think the CCRC will definitely refer it to the Court of Appeal. Then the Court of Appeal will take a certain amount of time. So basically, then you're just pausing the inquiry indefinitely, which, as I say, in a sane world, that is what would actually happen. Like if the guy at Star Trek was running it, he would just say, logically, this is what we have to do. But that's not how things work in our world. So who knows what will happen?
No, it's not.
I wouldn't like to make a prediction.
Carl, what were you going to say about before you got cut off on the technical thing? What were you going to say about? Is it possible for her to? Is it likely? Is it possible for her to pause it? What would it mean if she doesn't pause it?
Yeah, I mean, I think she could pause it indefinitely. That's a possible. I think if she pauses it indefinitely, then it means that the CCRC are going to refer the case definitely. The day she announces that, we know the case is definitely going back to the Court of Appeal. If she doesn't pause it and she comes up with her findings can only speak as if Lucy Letby did all the murders.
Yes, indeed.
Because of what do you call it? She wasn't allowed to go beyond a certain sort of
she said she wasn't there to retry the case, essentially, was she?
Yeah, to retry the case. That's it. Yeah, so she couldn't like talk about her guilt or innocence. She had to go with the verdict. So once she goes with the verdict, obviously she's going to start saying, well, this is what should have happened, and that is what should have happened. And the reason those things should have happened was to prevent another nurse from killing, anyone else. And once she says that, it kind of then looks stupid if the CCRC refer the case to the Court of Appeal and the Court of Appeal do a retrial, and then she gets found innocent. So I just think that there's been a lot of discussions between Lady Thirlwell and the CCRC and High Court judges. I think they've all been talking to each other, and some MPs as well. I think the Prime Minister and so on,
I believe so too.
And the Attorney General have all been involved in discussing what should be the sort of timeline and who should do what first. Because otherwise, I mean, if Lady Thirlwell comes out first, the only thing that can possibly happen is that they reject Lucy Letby's. That's what I think. If she speaks first, then they're rejecting her application for her case to go to the Court of Appeal. So we have to
just to understand you. If she speaks first, that you'll see that as a signifier that they'll be rejecting at the CCRC, right? If she
definitely, I can't imagine, because I think she's also intelligent enough to know that she would do a lot of damage to her reputation if she were to release a report that contradicts or that was later contradicted by an outcome of an appeal case.
It would completely undermine her findings, wouldn't it? It would make them a kind of nonsense.
It would just make her look stupid. It would just absolutely make her look stupid. So if she speaks first, it's because somebody's already tipped her off at the CCRC. We're rejecting it. That's why she should speak first.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Let me just say this, right? I don't feel sorry for her because she's got paid $500,000 already. But I'll say this: she's in a very difficult position. I think we have to acknowledge that, because she's been brought in to front this inquiry on the assumption that Lucy Letby is guilty. She's taken the job. That's her choice, of course it is. But once you're in that position, she's now in such a difficult position. Because really, one of the arguments she did make that was kind of legitimate was that it's not her place, as we just discussed, to re-legislate the case, re-litigate the case. That isn't her job. Her job is to run the inquiry based on the narrow remit that she's been given. We obviously believe that remit is ridiculous, but that's what she's been told to do. So she's done that, but now that remit obviously looks absurd. So now she's got to make a decision about, do I pause this enormous inquiry, or as Carl says, do I make a decision to continue when this could make me look really stupid in the future when the cases are referred to the Court of Appeal? That's why I would make no predictions about what's going to happen with Thirlwell. I've got no idea, absolutely no idea. I'll just watch with interest. I do believe this case will be referred to the Court of Appeal for the reasons I mentioned, which is that they are going to look so stupid if they don't do that, given everyone now is saying it's an unsafe conviction. You hardly ever get an expert saying, or anyone, any comments, even the spectators now print this article saying it looks a very unsafe conviction. Everyone is saying it looks an unsafe conviction, or, how can they just ignore that and say, well, it'd be so hard to even put the document together to say it's definitely safe. That even that would be difficult. I've read some of the previous, kind of legal decisions from the Court of Appeal, and they're pretty surreal. But how can they? Right, we've got these panel reports. We're just going to completely discount them.
Yeah.
It's going to be so difficult to do that. So I do think it will be. I do genuinely really believe it will be referred. As to what Thirlwell will do, I have no idea. No, I haven't got a clue what will happen next. And I can be wrong, of course. I'm not saying I'll be right, but I do really strongly believe this will be referred, just because the other thing with the CCRC is they've had an absolute hammering recently, rightly so. And they've brought this new chair in, Dame Vera Bird, and she's supposed to be, tightening up the ship, at the CCRC. Imagine if the first big decision they make is like a really, really publicly unpopular one, like to say, oh, well, we think this is a safe conviction, when there's already several newspapers that are really strong have said, come on, you've got to refer this to Court of Appeal. Sir Jeremy Hunt said, we've got to refer to you've got to deal with this as quickly as you can. So David Davis is doing it, and so on. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
But I was going to say, like, the MPs have a history of replacing incompetent people with incompetent people, because all you have to do is look at the Met Police. And the head of the Met Police, I think it was, what's his name? Who's the mayor of London? Forgotten his name now.
Sadiq Khan.
Sadiq Khan, that's it.
Sadiq Khan now.
Yeah, he got rid of the last head of the Met Police because of undercover journalism that found that there was misogyny and racism rife in Charing Cross police station. Okay, and then that was in 2022, I think it was. He got rid of him, and then they had the Panorama that came out this week, where the exact same thing is still going on.
Oh, I heard about that. The Charing Cross thing. Yeah.
Literally exactly the same thing is still going on under a completely different head of the Metropolitan Police, who came in on the ticket that he was going to clean it up.
Rowley,
and he obviously hasn't.
Yeah,
so he's clearly incompetent if he hasn't been able to clean it up. And I'm just saying that just because they got a new head of the CCRC, it doesn't mean they're not as incompetent as the last one, because they tend to pick, it's kind of the old boys network, isn't it? The people who went to the right public school, who are friends with the right people, they're all from the same village, so to speak. So they're going to get another village idiot to head the CCRC.
I wouldn't disagree with any of that. But there's a line in the Bob Dylan song, and it goes, "You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind's blowing," right? And they know which way the wind's blowing at this point.
Yeah, they do. I believe
it's as simple as that, and that's why I think they'll refer it. But
I can feel it.
I couldn't say I can be wrong. You can quote me on this and put it in a meme if you want, if I'm wrong. But I do think they'll refer it. I really do.
On the channel,
I don't trust them.
The channel called Spoken Injustice, a wonderful channel with Anna heading it up, who's a solicitor, I think solicitor herself, and Spoken Injustice.
I've watched.
And she's covered this thing in terms of the new broom, the new style of the CCRC, and one of the new ways, or one of the new watchwords that they're meant to be now operating under is to believe the applicant. To believe the applicant, whereas before it was, I don't know what it was before, but that's what they're meant to be doing now. That's what their commissioners, their attitude of the commissioners are meant to be doing. We believe the applicant.
Yeah, but they did believe the applicant before. It's just that they took 17 years to believe the applicant, but they still did believe the applicant.
Yeah, eventually,
I
think, 17 years.
Yeah, eventually they always end up believing the applicant, but it's just they take a long time to do it. And so it's more about speed. It's about not allowing an innocent person to rot in prison for decades before you actually pull your finger out and do the right thing. And I just do not trust them. I do not trust them one bit.
No, I don't trust them. But Carl, if you were them, and you can see what Chris is saying, you can see which way the wind's blowing. Wouldn't you want to, if you're doing damage limitation now? Do you want Lucy Letby to say she's already been in prison for 5 years? I know for 2 years prior to the actual case, isn't it? But 5 years in total. Would you want to long it out until 10 years, or would you want to sort this out now as the establishment power? Wouldn't you want to put this to bed now within the next 1 to 2 years to sort it out and release this person?
But what they could do is, because I think they did it with the Andrew Malcolmson case, didn't they reject it a few times before they?
Yeah, they did, and they had information that they should have. Yeah, they did. They did reject it.
So they could just keep sending it back. They could keep saying, "No, we're not interested. Try again."
But the big difference though is Malcolmson had no. We only heard about that after the fact.
After the fact,
he wasn't. If Malcolmson had been on the front page of every newspaper, I'm sure they would have. And if there'd been the leaks of the DNA, because we know that the DNA was held back in that case quite deliberately, if that had been leaked, imagine that was on the front page of the newspapers when they were looking at his appeal. I think it would have been completely different. And Lucy is fortunate, and in a way, I feel a little bit sad for the people that don't have her support. And I wish we could do more for them, but we can only deal with one thing at a time. But she has an unprecedented level of support and publicity, and that's key, critical.
I think that's absolutely right. But another way to look at Lucy Letby's case is that it become a gateway into understanding en masse for everybody realizing what a terrible mess the criminal justice system is in, and hopefully will have a positive knock-on effect on other cases.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this numerous times on my channel. This will be written into British history forever.
It will.
It won't be spoken about decades from now. It will be spoken about centuries from now. We will never forget this, ever.
Yeah, it's huge. It's the biggest. It's the big. I mean, is it bigger in terms of the Birmingham 6? I mean, we're in the internet age here, so there's something changes with the internet age. There's something different about it.
I think it's bigger in terms of how far it's reached in terms of the like different countries, like people all over the world.
It's a worldwide case.
Not just talking about. I mean, I've seen on Australian TV, they've done a whole load of specials on it. That's kind of unheard of. In Australia, I lived in Australia. They normally, it's not something they would consider covering a case like this in the UK,
especially this quickly as well, because
so soon after the
Birmingham 6. We all look at it now, or it tends to get looked at as like a triumph for the appeal system. But what they don't tend to mention is nothing happened for 12 years at all.
Slow burn on it. Yeah.
It was only because of World in Action that it even got raised, really, and then they came once they were on TV, and it was resolved pretty quickly.
And that's the other interest. That's the other interesting thing. If you mentioned Birmingham 6, there was probably maximum of 2 documentaries about like panoramas or whatever, World in Action, about the Birmingham 6 with the postmasters. I think there was only Panorama, and was it ITV did a documentary about the postmasters. Lucy Letby, there's been like, how many documentaries has Channel 5 done? I think they've done a few. ITV have done
5 already.
Sorry?
There's been 5 documentaries. So 2 by Channel 5.
I don't think. I really don't think a case has ever had so many documentaries done about it.
It hasn't. I don't think it has. I don't think it has. It's
and so close together as well. Yeah, so close together as well. Straight after, since she was found guilty the second time.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Because don't forget as well, we've had 6 months of reporting restrictions. So basically, these 5 documentaries have come within a year almost. Because I actually, this is something you didn't see, Mark, but I was watching the Channel 4 documentary and I was seeing Roger Norwich at the press conference. And then I thought, God, that was only in December last year. That was like only 9 months ago. It feels like it was about 9 years ago. From all the stuff that's happened, all the stuff we've done and discussed, and all the revelations, it feels like it was years ago. It's not even 1 year ago.
It does, and you think prior to the New York Times, that was a different world, a different paradigm prior to that New York Times. Between the convictions and that New York Times article was a very different territory we were in, and then we're in a different territory. We're like almost like in different worlds now, and there's people coming from so many different angles on it, and I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know what's going on with like. Have either of you or anybody in the chat? Sorry, chat. I've been neglecting looking at comments. Sorry, but it's very hard.
We've criminally neglected.
I'm so sorry, but the thing is, what I was going to ask was, in terms of like documentary makers, you said Australia, Carl, and that's got about 500,000 views on YouTube. That one, which is their flagship program, and I think they probably flew out Evans and that David Wilson, that criminologist guy, who seemed to be quite on side originally and then flipped somehow, and they flew him out to Australia. But I'm wondering that there could be other things to come down the pipe. I think in terms of documentaries from America, maybe Canada and stuff, particularly because Shu Lee's involved, because it's an international case now, isn't it? Where you've got Shu Lee involved, you've got all these other experts, you know.
It could be. I mean, I think it's possible. Sorry, I wasn't. I mean, I thought you were going to speak.
No. I was going to listen. I'll listen to you. Sorry.
Oh yes, so I think it's possible that there will be more for sure. That's a distinct possibility. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know that. Yeah, most of the people that follow me, when I look at my analytics, naturally it's mostly British, but I have a pretty good following in Australia now, and it's bigger than Ireland. Like a higher percentage of my audience is from Australia than Ireland. And then I get quite a few from the United States, quite a few from Canada, as you mentioned. And actually, if you add it all up, it's well over 10%. So I do think if there could just be a big, like obviously America would be somewhere we'd like to do something because it's the big, big country, would be very prominent in the media. So I guess if someone could, if so, 60 Minutes in America is a big flagship show. If someone could get that 60 Minutes in America to cover it, that would be enormous. But obviously, I'm not saying that's easy, but I mean, I think it's frustrating. I mean, I posted a comment on your channel, Mark, saying it's frustrating sometimes, but we'll get there. I do think she'll come out of prison. I'm very.
I do as well. I'm totally in agreement with you. It's going to happen.
It to be when she can still. At the moment, she's had a massive dent taken out of her life.
Huge dent.
It's got to be before her life is ruined completely.
Well,
it can't be 10 years from now, 15 years from now. It's got to be quicker than that.
And to kind of grasp the nettle around that, in the sense that it's got to be within, if she wants a family, it's got to be within the next few years, essentially, isn't it? In that way, it's got to be. Well, it should be now. It should be today, obviously.
I think, to be honest with you, her life has been ruined because, she's lost her 20s. This started when she was 26. She's 35 now. So she's had this cloud over her for 9 years.
Yeah.
And do you know what I mean? Like 35, I remember that there was a massive difference between what I was like when I was 26 and when I was 35. But when I was 26, I was still going out getting drunk every night with my mates and stuff like that. Yeah. By the time I was 35, I was a father of 2 kids. And I was like, putting them to bed every night, giving them a bath and putting them to bed every night. Totally different lifestyle. And she's lost those key important years, So I just feel sorry for her because, it's an awful thing to have lost those years and, based on just nonsense from Dowie Evans and what's his name, Jairam in particular, because people will say Stephen Breary and whatever, but I think Jairam's clear lie about, seeing her standing over the baby doing nothing and not calling for help. I think that was probably one of the most powerful things that got her convicted. And then Dowie Evans' ridiculous findings. Those were the 2 big things that got her convicted.
I understand that way of looking at it, but I see Stephen Breary as the kind of engine of this, actually, from the beginning, from earlier on. He needs a Jairam to tee up the police, pique the police's interest later on. But without Stephen Breary pushing this forward, I mean, they're sharing an office and they are thick as thieves. But without a Stephen Breary, it's weird because without a Stephen Breary, there's no case. Without a Jairam, there's no case. Without an Evans, there's no case. You've got all these personalities that take one of them out off the chessboard and nothing happens. There's no game. There's no game that reaches the court. So we're in this weird situation of...
I've got to go in a bit, so I just want to leave you with a cheerful thought, okay? So I went to see Kathleen Folbig. So it was at the Francis Crick Institute. So Kathleen Folbig was there. They had all the people from her team who got out of prison and all that, and she was there at the end with her friend Tracy, and they did an interview with the Guardian journalist. And Kathleen Folbig arguably went through worse things than Lucy because she lost 4 children. She lost 4 of her own children back to back to back. They all died very young. So she went through the trauma of that. Then she went, obviously, they started to think, right, you might have killed your own children. So then she's with the police. Then her husband testifies against her in court, turns against her, testifies against her in court, is in the prosecution when she's in, you know. So there would have been a time, like for Lucy, where they said, right, you're not having bail, that's it, get ready for the court, you're in prison for 2 years. So she's in prison for 2 years, not in contact with anyone. Then she probably turned up to court, possibly even not knowing her husband is going to be there giving testimony against her.
Yeah.
Convicted, goes to prison, 20 years in prison. When she's in prison, the science that ultimately cleared her didn't exist. So she's got it was only later on it was developed, so then they could get the genetics into the court. Even then, it still took 8-9 years, even after the science had been developed. All the time, because I saw her being interviewed, she said, all the time I was thinking in prison was, why did my children die? And that's all she wanted to know. She did 20 years in prison. She finally got out. So it doesn't get any worse than this. It can't get worse than this, right?
No.
So I saw her on a stage. You know, it almost moved me to tears because there was no bitterness in her at all. Nothing. It was unbelievable. Truly, it was. I was blown away. So she didn't feel bitter about it. She didn't have any recriminations about it. She just parked it and just said, "That's done. I can't do anything about it. I'm out of prison. I might not have got out of prison. Here I am. I've got to make the rest of her life." And she was as well adjusted as you could possibly be. It was staggering, truly. So when I watched that, I thought, whatever Lucy's been through, she can be happy in the future.
Yes, and I mean, I've read some kind of comments recently, and it was almost like, and I know it's hard to talk about someone who's suffering and then saying that they're going to be the reason why other people are freed in the future, or systems change. But it is possible that is the case, that Lucy Letby is suffering, and she has been suffering for like 9-10 years now. She is going to, hopefully, fingers crossed, that, I mean, but we're living in very weird times anyway, but it should mean that all these systems are completely looked at, and probably, I mean, I'd start from the scratch myself, you know. I'd start with the police personally and the CPS.
Yeah,
and
I agree completely. The way police investigate cases needs to be looked at, obviously, because once it goes to CPS, there's a very good chance it will end up in court. And then, you know, you want to stop it at source so that doesn't happen, quite simply.
Yeah.
And the way the police investigate cases needs to be looked at. Anyway, guys, yeah, I agree. Bonnie said, thanks, Chris, for speaking out. Kathleen Folbig, she is lovely. It was Australia's worst miscarriage of justice. Yeah, I was so impressed with it. I was blown away, truly. It was absolutely amazing. You should watch that. It's online if you get the chance to see her interview.
Oh, right, it's online, right? Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere it will be. Yeah. If you look up the Francis Crick Institute, it's probably on their YouTube channel. But yeah, it was amazing.
Thanks,
anyway,
Chris.
guys, I've got to go
Thanks
now.
very much. Thanks very much for coming on, Chris.
Need to get to bed.
Yeah, take care. Have a good weekend.
I've spoken to you before, so really nice to meet you.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, and I'll speak to you again soon, no doubt.
Cheers, Chris.
Is it this red one?
I think it could be. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is from your end. I don't know.
So I'll see you again soon.
Yeah, try it out.
Bye now.
Cheers. All the best, Chris. Thanks very much. Bye. Carl, what a journey we're on here in terms of looking at this.
I know. Are you gonna be making it to the event on the 18th of November, the protest? Do you think?
Early on in the stream, I said, when I was just talking to myself, well, not talking to myself, I was talking to the chat, but I was talking nobody else on screen, and the chat. I'm very sorry, chat, that I haven't been keeping up with it. It's impossible to do, isn't it?
It is. I don't know how
to have the conversation and to keep everything going. But I try to feed back into it now. But I was going to say, I feel something about that. I'm aware of what is thought about it, and I don't know whether to say anything publicly about it. But I've got an ambivalence about the idea of it because of how the other side, as it were, might potentially use it in the name of JRM. So I might as well, I've started, so I might as well finish. So JRM saying, I'm being personally harassed here by people physically outside what I'm doing. I'm doing something in relation to disparity of birth outcomes in terms of race as well. So is the story, could the story, and the last thing I want to do is pour cold water or anything, could the story become this whistleblower is being harassed by a group of like outliers, strange, quote unquote, Letbyists type of idea? And that's my concern about it.
Yeah, I think because it's Jairam of all people, I think the two people we can do this to is Jairam and Evans. And I think the reason we can do it is because with Jairam, because everybody knows he's lied about the email.
They should know. They should know by now.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, if any criticism comes our way, I mean, I would imagine some of the banners that we're going to have there are going to reflect his role in persecuting Lucy Letby.
Well, he's committed perjury, and he's perverted the course of justice. Is what he's done. Yeah,
he has. So I think if we're going to target people, he's one of those people that, you know. And when I say target, I don't mean it as in target, because that can be misconstrued. But I mean, if we're going to like protest against a particular individual, then he's a good choice. He's a good person to choose to protest against because of his role in this what would you call it, miscarriage of justice, that he's been very pivotal, and he's been criticized by the Court of Appeal already.
Yes,
I don't know if you remember.
He has
in
been,
the judgment of the Court of Appeal, they were rejecting her application for an appeal, and at the same time they were saying, like, kind of, next time don't forget JRM because we know what he did.
That's right. They're saying, that there are questions to answer about his evidence, really, isn't it? And it's like it's not going to sit well with him or anybody that kind of. Well, I don't know. I don't know what people around him think. I don't know what he thinks. We don't know this guy. We don't know what he thinks. I was thinking of doing a video about questions you'd like to ask some of the consultants.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, let's say it was JRM. Let's say you'd ask him this question, right, Carl? You'd say to him, do you think Lucy Letby should have a retrial? And see what he says. He wouldn't answer.
He wouldn't answer that question.
He wouldn't.
He wouldn't answer it.
He could. He wouldn't. He wouldn't, or he couldn't answer it.
I think he couldn't answer it. I think he would lose his job if he answered that question. Not that he's probably going to lose his job anyway, but I think that would speed up him losing his job if he answered that question.
It's odd. We've got a very strange collection of characters here. We got a guy who's retired and now he's a priest. I'm talking about Gibbs. Always wants to be sort of a semi-priest kind of guy, and he's like, balls deep in it all as well. So it's. I mean, they're all bound to each other, and this is the point I was making in a video recently: is that once they agree to go along with Jairam's lie to pique the police's interest, they're bound to each other. They're like a group of criminals essentially, because they're all committing. They're all committing They're all perverting the course of justice.
Well, it's like the House of Cards, isn't it? If one of them falls, they all fall.
They got to stick together like glue. They have to. Yeah. They can't. Nobody can fall away. You got some anonymous ones in there, but Mervin's video. No, who was it? Somebody was talking about the anonymous videos. Tea break with Tasha. About the what right did they have to have so many anonymous witnesses in court? That's another factor.
Yeah, that was really weird. I think that's because some people, there's just no logical reason for, if you're a consultant at the hospital, there's no logical reason for you to be anonymous.
Well,
unless
right.
you're Unless you're a murderer, there's no reason to be.
Unless you're, well, if not a murderer, unless you're implicated in the death, you know, in terms of negligence, yeah, at the very least.
Yeah. So,
and if you take someone like Dr. A, his ostensible reason for having it is because he's married and his children are just about to do their GCSEs, and that's it. That's what swings it, which is crazy.
That's absolutely crazy. That's like, you know, I can't think of anything more ridiculous as a reason, because, like, I mean, one of the arguments against him being anonymous for that specific reason is that when young people are doing their GCSEs, they tend not to have much contact with anybody else. They tend not to even watch the TV or anything. So it's unlikely that they're going to get bullied over their father or whatever being involved in a trial, because it's not like they're going to be in the playground or anything like that. They're actually doing it. All they're doing is going home, revising, and then going and doing their exams. They're not actually doing the normal interactions that students do.
Yeah, I agree with you. And
So,
he's kind of,
bonkers.
he's on the periphery. I mean, they tried it for a very short period of time to say he was the motivation. He was the motive for Lucy Letby. In other words, it was Munchausen's kind of vibe going on to get him there, so that they could save the baby at the last moment together for this kind of sexual erotic limerence to happen between them, which is absolute bullshit, obviously. And they dropped that. They dropped that like a stone.
It's not just bullshit. It's obscene, because it's like,
it's obscene. It's obscene. You're right. It is crap.
It's total fiction, and it's like, you know, if you're gonna make up something, that's the most obscene thing to make up. You know, because
it's
whatsoever. If you've got no evidence whatsoever of something, and then you're going to make up something, it's just the most ridiculous thing that they could ever come up with. You know, she'd have to first be diagnosed as having that condition, which no one, you know, like, she's had, I think the hospital gave her or allocated her someone for therapy sessions. And I'm sure that person probably did diagnose her. I don't think there's ever been a report put to the court to suggest that she's got Munchausen by proxy.
No, not at all.
But then
not
they used that for Sally Clark, didn't? Was that a diagnosis?
Yeah,
for Sally Clark?
with Sally Clark they did that, and she in 4 years she was dead when she came out of prison, even once she'd been released, because they destroyed her. They destroyed her.
So to me, it kind of sounds like a bit of misogyny, because if anything happens to a child and a woman happens to be present, let's diagnose them as having Munchausen by proxy, you know.
Well, you're right, and it even went this extra chapter with Sally Clark, in that this kind of monster Southall, which was like an Evans before there was an Evans. He started saying, "Oh, hold on a minute, it was the husband that killed the babies." Even afterwards, you know, he was like being interviewed, and he was like flipping in the way that Evans does. Oh no, well maybe it was this then. So these people are fucking crazy and dangerous. These kind of experts are very dangerous.
I really think they are dangerous, and I think that's what worried me. I think when I first read the New Yorker article, and then that night after I read the article, and then I sort of started looking, because I didn't know the names of any of these people. I didn't know Ravi Jairam, I didn't know Stephen Breary, and then I started reading about some of the stuff they were saying, and then going back to the New Yorker article and reading it again and thinking to myself, where have they got that from? Where have they got this from? You know, because not the New Yorker, where have the consultants got this from? Because there's no evidence to support some of the stuff they were saying. And I thought it just reminded me of when I worked in the civil service, and when I decided I was going to leave, for a year there was a cloud over me, a cloud of suspicion over me, and like I literally hadn't done anything wrong, but they just kept this cloud of suspicion over me for a year. And then they exonerated me after I left, because they didn't want me to take them to court. But it was all the stuff they were making up for a year. They were just fabricating loads of crap, just plucking stuff out of the air. And I was thinking to myself, God, these people have time to just, you know what I mean, just to make up stuff.
They're on a track, aren't they? There's someone that's decided that you got to go, basically, which is kind of what they did, well, is exactly what they did to Lucy Letby. And I think had she not fought them with the grievance, we wouldn't, you and I wouldn't be talking here tonight, and the chat wouldn't be here. It wouldn't exist. There would be no case. There'd be no case.
Yeah, it's true.
They had
It's true.
to
I mean,
they had to up the ante. They had to go nuclear after that, you know.
Yeah, I think if she'd walked out, or if she'd gone and got a job at another NHS trust, she wouldn't have ever got prison.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that.
It was because she stood her ground, and they said, "We're going to teach you. How dare you? How dare you?" And and that's what they did.
That's absolutely right, Carl. So if you've got Jayaram right, he can hold back for 13 months on seeing someone virtually red-handed about to kill a child or attempting to murder a child. Well, he can hold it on for it forever, can't he? Then, if he can do it for 13 months, he can just let it go forever, let it ride. You know.
Yeah, it just. I just don't even know how. I think part of me just thinks, because even in the first trial, the jury should have heard that and thought, liar. You know, they should have just, because immediately when I heard that, I thought, what a liar. I mean, because I was a fraud officer for 11 years. I've heard, when I used to interview people under caution, I've heard all the lies that you could ever come up with. And that seemed to tie in with a lot of the sort of lies that I've ever heard. That was very similar. Because there's no logic to it. There's if you're a pediatric consultant and you're looking after vulnerable children and trying to sort of, you know, get them to improve so they can go home, and you see someone harming a child and you tell nobody for 13 months. It's nonsense.
His thing was, he said, it's bollocks, isn't it? Because he says, well, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know, and I thought I'd be blamed, and I thought they'd go for me, or it's absolute rubbish.
Not if you've just seen someone harm a child. You would immediately tell someone. If you're in a hospital looking after children and you see someone harming a child, you would tell. He would, even if he said quietly to Breary, you know, in his ear, you know, I just saw this or something, or he went up to, you know, I don't know, anyone, but he didn't even tell his wife or whatever. If he's got a wife, I don't know if he's got a wife, but he probably didn't even tell his wife, because it never happened. That's the only reason he didn't tell anyone, because it never happened.
That's a fantastic point you just made, and I've not heard anybody say this, because Breer is the guy, I believe, anyway, I think a lot of people do, is the engine of this right from June 2015, those first 3 deaths. Now, if Jayaram is going to tell anybody, he's going to tell Breary. And so, but they've got a deal, they've got a double deal going on. So Jayaram doesn't know about Draw of Doom. This is from the Thirlwall now. Jayaram says, I've never heard. Breary didn't tell me about Draw of Doom. Breary says, I know Draw of Doom is a fiction that's made up by Karen Rees. And Breary says, I didn't know about this Baby K case. And they're sharing an office, Carl. Chat, everyone. You know, it's bollock. It's absolute rubbish. So in other words, they had to change the story as the situation changed.
And I just think, you know, yeah, definitely. And I just think literally that lie by Jayaram is enough. It's like, for me, I don't need to hear anything else. And the problem is I've heard everything else, but I didn't need to hear anything else. And I knew she was innocent because of that complete and utter lie. Because if you have to lie to get a conviction for her, then she probably didn't do anything.
Well, you have to lie to get the police involved. You have to lie to get the police involved at all. To kickstart the investigation. Without that lie, there's nothing.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. And the case that, you know, you shouldn't have to lie to get the police interested, because there should be enough there already. And if
it's breaking the law. It's breaking the law doing that. He's a criminal. He's a criminal.
He is,
right from the
offset.
Committed
perjury. He's committed perjury not only in a Crown Court, right? Not only in the Thirlwell inquiry, but he's also committed perjury in a coroner's court, because he didn't mention it in the coroner's court. So,
but every one. Sorry, Carl. Every one of the recipients of his email of 3 weeks before saying that Lucy Letby came out to get me, knows all that. They're all complicit with perjury. They're all complicit with perverting the course of justice. They're all, and that's why they're so tight. That's why they have to be so tight.
But to be fair to all the other people, they didn't make the statement that he made. And they, like, I know that people send me emails all the time. Like I get work emails to do with acting jobs all the time. I have to sometimes go back and check those emails a week later just to make sure I've got the information correctly, because I forget some of the detail. You know?
Yeah.
So it's possible that the fact that he said that she called him because this baby was crashing could have been forgotten, because it's a normal action. It would be normal for a nurse to call a consultant. So there's just another case where somebody called a consultant because a baby was crashing. So it's not incumbent on them to remember that fact, but it's incumbent on him to remember it, because he's the one making the statement that she didn't call anyone.
I absolutely understand the point you make. I've just got to go to the loo. Can you carry on talking to the chat and everybody? And
Actually, because I was going to just reply, actually. No, I was just going to reply to Sarah Costello. It's all right. I was going to tell her details. Sarah, the protest is going to be at the BMA head office. So the BMA head office is on Tavistock Square, which is opposite Euston Station. It's literally 2 minutes walk from Euston Station. You just have to cross the Euston Road. I think it's the road itself is called Tavistock Square. You go up, and it's on the left-hand side. If you watch one of my videos, I did a video. I can't remember which one of my videos actually it was, but it's a Lucy Letby video. I think it was a video about the protest, and I actually show you a video of me in a TV show called The Diplomat, where I'm actually holding a gun outside the head office of the BMA, because for the purpose of the TV show, they turned it into a hospital for a scene that we did in that TV show. So it's quite easy to find. Very, very. Just ask anyone; they'll point you in the right direction. I'm planning to go. It's the 18th of November. It's probably going to be very, very cold. So I would recommend that you bring a very good coat, maybe a blanket, and maybe some gloves. I think we're going to be there from 8:30 a.m. until 10:30 a.m. Then we've had a few discussions about perhaps that afternoon going to the CCRC head office in Birmingham and doing a little vigil outside the head office of the CCRC. But I don't know. It's a tough one, because the CCRC they're not people we really want to upset at the moment. But I'm getting a bit impatient as well. I'm very, very. I mean, Mark McDonald thought that they should have come up with a verdict about whether they're going to refer it to the Court of Appeal by the summer of this year, and that's gone by now. So I'm kind of sorry. I was just explaining that after the protest.
I heard you from the other room. Yeah.
Oh, you did hear? Yeah.
Okay, most of it.
Yeah. So I've been. I mean, from the day Mark McDonald announced that he was submitting his application for referral to the Court of Appeal, I was of the view that we should give them 6 months maximum to come up with, because I thought it was something they could come up with an answer to in 2 weeks. And we've given them 6 months to come up with an answer. And I think now it's just like, we've got to make a bit of noise. I don't think we can just, in my view, I don't feel we should just sit around and let them take 10 years or even a year to come up with a decision.
There's so much light. There's so much light and focus on it. I think they know that they can't do that. That they know it's almost like impossible to do that. But they've got a kind of range of time. But obviously, it's Mark McDonald said when he he was shown like handing over the files, as it were, at the CCRC back in March, April, whenever it was. And he said, I expect an answer. There should be an answer by early summer, so June. So we're already like, what is that? We're like 3 or 4 months late, really. So, but how much longer can they hold this out? It can't be for years, I don't think. Can it?
So no, it shouldn't be for years. It shouldn't be. I mean, I don't think they would be allowed to hold on to it for years. I was going to answer Sarah Costello.
Sure.
The protest at the BMA is actually in London. So Euston is actually the main station, or one of the main stations in central London. And if we go to the CCRC, we'll give you more information if we decide to do it. That's actually going to be in Birmingham. So the CCRC is in Birmingham. Yeah.
CCRC is in Birmingham. All right. So I this is a very hot political potato. It's not a normal case. What I mean, I know what is a normal case, but like you and Chris were saying before, it's got so much focus on it. It's massive. And I think the thing about terrible what happened with Andrew Malkinson, this is an ingredient in this one to do with the NHS, and that's always political, isn't it? That's always a political element.
Yeah.
So
I think it is complicated by the Thirlwell inquiry, because I just think they shouldn't have started the Thirlwell inquiry in the first place.
Shouldn't have started it. You're spot on, because they should have. They're a hostage to fortune now, and they should have said, well, okay, we'll have an inquiry, but prior to the defence, we know there's a new defence coming. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. Did the Thirlwell know that Mark McDonald was going to take over before Thirlwell started? I can't think of the timeline now. I didn't know. I don't know.
No, I don't think they did. But I think David Davies had written to her asking that he wanted her not to even start the inquiry. So
not to even start it. Yeah, that's interesting.
He made it clear that he thought it was a miscarriage of justice and that she should delay it until further inquiries were made, and she didn't delay it because he brought it up in Parliament as well. So
yes, he did, didn't he? And was it Shamima Mahmood, who's now the I can't remember her role. Was it like the law minister or something?
Attorney
General or something. I can't remember what her role was. I forget
Attorney General or something.
I forget the titles, but she read this kind of like pre-prepared statement in return, like, oh, we must have a separation of powers type of thing. It's not for us as politicians to intervene in what the judiciary is doing as another. All that kind of crap.
Because they don't run the country. Apparently, the judges run the country, so they can't intervene. I mean,
well, yeah, and they can intervene when they want to, can't they? They can intervene when they want to.
They can.
Jenny says, Sean Diddy Combs just sentenced to 4 years prison. They're showing him doing the stupid SOB thing. He's wearing a mustard colour jumper similar to Dewey Evans. All right, I don't know. I've not followed that very closely. Have you, Carl, the Sean Combs thing?
I have followed it to a point. Yeah, I have kind of. Well, let's just say I've been following it for many, many years. I've been waiting for him to get his comeuppance.
Really? You thought he was going back to what the whole Biggie Smalls thing and all that stuff?
Well, do you know? I mean, I know Candace Owen isn't necessarily the oracle to be following.
I'm watching her all the time lately because of the Charlie Kirk thing. I'm watching her every day nearly. Yeah.
See, I've stopped watching her because of the Charlie Kirk thing. I was watching her. I was watching her because of the Macron, Bridget Macron.
Yeah, Mrs. Macron. Yeah.
Which I'm assuming she stopped talking about it now, is she?
She's dropping it in now, but she's full on with the Charlie Kirk thing because the FBI are obviously lying to people. So, well, quelle surprise, but they,
What are they lying about with that?
Well, they're lying about the fact that they're lying about the idea that there's a guy that they're saying the story thus far is a guy on a roof with his gun, with his this gauge of ammunition called a 30-08, which should really have basically taken the Charlie Kirk's half of his head off. There should have been an exit wound, which would have painted and splattered. Sorry for the graphic nature of it, but all behind him. But they're saying you've got this surgeon coming up and saying he had such dense bones in his body that the bullet was stopped within his body. Now, the alternative theory is that the shot was from back and from the right. And what we're seeing, what they're saying, what FBI and the official narrative is saying is an entry wound is actually an exit wound from a much lower caliber weapon from Charlie Kirk's right and from the back. So that's a principal idea. But there's so many issues with the guy that they've got in the frame, like Lee Harvey Oswald, a patsy idea that maybe was told to be up there for some reason. It's a whole other rabbit hole, Carl, as Candace Owens is explaining, and
but
it's crazy.
Surely they've recovered the gun or the rifle, and they've obviously caught him, and they would have done some forensics, and they'll be able to link him to the gun and link the bullet from the gun, or the bullet that hit Charlie Kirk to the gun. Surely all those things need to tie up.
They apparently they haven't got the bullet, or quote unquote, the bullet was in him. He didn't have an autopsy, as far as I'm aware.
Wow.
So there's all these kind of machinations going on around it. There's all this weird stuff happening in the crowd with these people pretending to be the shooter, 2 people. This old guy says, I shot him. So there's this idea that there's much more to the story than this single guy on a roof who's kind of the trans angle is a convenient story. The FBI put out this communication that he was meant to have had with his trans girlfriend, and it sounds like it's written by Mills and Boone. It's weird shit. It's absolute crazy stuff. It's like JFK.
I was literally about to say to you, have you ever watched the film JFK?
Yes, and this is this era's JFK, you know.
I've watched it many times, right? Because it's a great movie, unbelievable movie. But what I have a problem with in this case, because in JFK's case, they had the bullet. You remember the magic bullet?
The magic bullet, yeah.
And he actually held the bullet. The DA or whoever it was he a district attorney or something? I can't remember what he was.
Oh, are we talking about the guy called the Kevin Costner plays Garrison?
Garrison. Yeah. So he held the bullet, and he explained the magic bullet theory, because they took the bullet. They took it out of Kennedy, or they found it. Maybe it came out, exited, and they found it. And this is way back in the 60s. Yeah, we've got technology and we've got more resources and stuff like that, and they didn't recover the bullet. It just doesn't add up one bit. That's bizarre.
These bullets are really large gauge bullets that they use for hunting elk and really big animals. That sometimes, like, the exit wounds are huge, and the idea that it didn't have an exit wound, people are saying, we're talking about snipers from special forces talking about this online. We're talking about hunters. All these people are saying it doesn't make any sense.
So they're saying it was inside him and it got buried with him,
or it split up. It broke up. It broke up, and other people are saying, well, through the neck. There's no major. Okay, there's no major, but it didn't have the space or distance to split up significantly.
The only thing it could have broken on is his Adam's apple.
Yeah, I mean, but this is a really high level round. It's they call it a 30-08 because 08 was when the American Army brought it into use, 1908, and it's a really big hunting round that should really create a huge exit wound. And Candace Owen, you was mentioning her, says she's had view of the camera that's behind him, which somebody from Turning Point USA took off the wall very, very quickly. And the fact is that there's no blood behind him. There's nothing coming out. There's nothing on his back. There's nothing at all. So this massive round has entered his neck, so they say, rather than being an entrance wound just in his hairline, to come out, lower caliber weapon, slower bullet essentially, to come out that way from his rides. And that's the main debate at the moment in terms of the shot. Plus the fact this guy is the idea that he's putting this rifle together and he's got it in his rucksack, but people have got film showing him running across this flat roof within 2 seconds. But he's meant to have put this rifle together within like about 2 seconds. Or broken it and put it in his rucksack. But he's sprinting like within seconds of the sound of the shot. Sorry, I've been watching this all the time with Candace Owen, and she's not my favorite kind of YouTuber, but I think it seems like she really wants to find out what's happened to her friend. That's what it seems like to me.
Oh yeah, definitely. They were very good friends, and I'm sure she wants to find out the truth. But what I was going to say about Candace Owen is she was pivotal in Diddy getting arrested.
Oh, was she really? I didn't know. I didn't follow her then.
Because she did a whole feature on Diddy because she linked Diddy to the death of Michael Jackson. If you ever watched the ones about the death of Michael Jackson, she believes Michael Jackson was murdered and that Diddy got him murdered.
Right. I hadn't had that connection. No.
Right. If you watch it, and she actually has all the receipts to prove it. And when you watch it, it is mind blowing. It's absolutely mind blowing. I mean, I couldn't believe what I was watching. Basically, I mean, to summarize it, there was a guy who was head of Michael Jackson's security, who was previously on P. Diddy's payroll.
Right.
Now, before he was on P. Diddy's, well, basically what happened was P. Diddy paid for this guy to go to university. So he's a really young guy, paid for him to go to university. When he got out of university, I think he worked as like it was like a T-boy for P. Diddy. Yeah. And then P. Diddy got him a job as head of Michael Jackson's security. How do you go from T-boy to head of Michael Jackson's security?
It's kind of like the idea of like you're positioning somebody to do something later at some later stage then, isn't it?
Yeah, and then this guy, his only job was to keep Michael Jackson's family away from him. So if you've ever seen any interviews with Janet Jackson and a few of the other Jacksons,
I have over the years.
They said that they turned up at his ranch or whatever it was, and they weren't allowed to see him.
Yeah,
the security always sent them away because they knew there was something going on. They didn't.
Okay.
But they were never allowed to see him, and apparently this was what this guy's role was, just to keep them away, so that they could slowly work on him and drug him up slowly and kill him slowly. That's what the idea was, to kill him slowly. And it was. Right. It gets a lot more complicated because it's a massive conspiracy between, I can't remember whether it was Warner Brothers or Sony.
Sony, could be Sony. Yeah, P. Diddy, yeah.
Yeah, it could be Sony and P. Diddy, because Michael Jackson died. He owned the rights to like the biggest artists ever in history.
The Beatles. He owned a lot of Beatles. He owned a lot of Beatles songs, didn't he? Yeah.
He owned everything. He owned the Beach Boys. He owned Madonna. He owned everything. Right? He bought up the what do you call it? What did they call it? I should know. I work in the music industry and I've forgotten. But he owned the masters to every artist.
Right. Yeah. So he's got a lot of copyright power and stuff like that in terms of the Yeah.
So his estate was actually worth billions, but he'd have to sell the rights to the music to actually, it wasn't possible to liquidate it unless he sold those rights back, and he didn't want to sell the rights back to the record companies.
This is fascinating because it kind of comes into the guy, the guy that died recently from One Direction, who they said committed suicide. Is it Liam something?
Yeah, I'm sure she's done something about that as well, and I think she's linked that because one of the last people he spoke to was P. Diddy, wasn't it?
I don't know about that, but it's the principle that links this idea is that artists at a certain level become more valuable dead than alive. And that would
Oh yeah,
probably
yeah.
include even Michael Jackson, because the kind of uplift of sales after his death was huge, I think, even though he was a massive earner in his life.
Yeah, I mean, he is the highest. Last year, he was the highest grossing musician in the world, Michael Jackson, and he's been dead for how long? You know, been
So
dead
it's like
forever. But he's the highest.
a cash cow, isn't it, that keeps giving, really? And if you're
Yeah,
dead, it's better for those organisations that you're dead.
yeah. I think his estate made over $1 billion last year from his music, just from his music catalog.
It's a very
Which
dark
is
world.
insane.
The music industry is very, and it's interlinked with the mafia, isn't it? All going back into the 50s, even how they did this thing called
Yeah.
payola, where the mafia would ensure that
Oh yeah.
certain records would have to be paid
Were
on
played on
radio
the radio.
stations. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Payola. Unfortunately, one of my friends got caught up in payola, and his career got ruined. You know,
Is that something you've
but
come across even in the UK, that with the musical industry, that with
well,
dark, shadowy kind of energies going on there?
well, yeah. I don't know if he will appreciate me mentioning his name, but I'll mention it anyway. Have a look up an artist called Don E. So DON-E.
Don E.
On yeah, on like on Wikipedia, and he's a friend of mine, and he had a
Okay.
number 1 hit with. He had a number 1 hit with a song called "Love Makes the World Go Round." It was
Oh,
his
I'm
very
looking at
first.
it now. Yeah, born in Brixton,
It was, yeah, yeah.
1992.
He's a very
1992 is going
yeah,
back a bit.
yeah. He's a close friend of mine. And what happened? He didn't. He had nothing to do with this at all. What happened is his record company. I can't remember which record. Was it EMI or someone went and bought
Um,
every single. I don't know.
Sorry, Carl. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
I was trying
they,
to find out what record company it was. Yeah.
yeah. They went and bought most of the copies of that song, "Love Makes." You know, even though it was in the record shop, they sent out loads of people to go and buy copies of the record to get him to number 1 in the charts. But it
Yes.
was such a good song, it probably would have gone to number 1 anyway. And then it came out. One of the, I think like the Mirror or the Sun or someone investigated it and found out that, but it was he. Let's just say so many artists got to number 1 that way, but he was the first one to get caught, and it
Yes.
ruined his career. It absolutely destroyed his career. I mean, to the not totally destroyed it, because he's won a Grammy since, but that's another
Right.
story. But it put his career on the kind of not on hold, but you know he's constantly releasing albums. He's released what he still releases albums now. He's probably released about 10, 15 albums. Um, but he does them independently now because he doesn't trust the record companies because of what happened.
He had to
You know,
step out of that world, didn't he, in order to base it
yeah,
on an artistic level, but also because of all these machinations of these dark forces, essentially. And I mean, it's a different world now because it's all about downloads, isn't it? It's not about the physical product of buying an album or a cassette or a CD, is it? It's different now.
yeah.
I'm not sure
Well,
how they
yeah,
operate it now.
yeah. Now it's a bit of a nightmare for I think most musicians, unless you're like Taylor Swift, Beyonce, or whatever. You don't actually make any money from doing albums. What you make money
No,
from is promote. You use your albums to promote your tours. You make money from ticket sales for live
really. Right,
performances. Yeah, you
right.
don't. It's only big artists like Beyonce, as I said, Taylor Swift, people like that, who make a lot of money from releasing CDs or streaming their music being streamed. Because you could have like over like a few million streams and only make £10,000 from a few million streams.
Is that
And
all? I
ten
mean,
thousand pounds,
yeah.
yeah, it's not even minimum wage. It's like you can't
Yeah, I
live on
mean,
that.
these like records. I was looking at one today of Taylor Swift and other people like that when they got like 3 billion views on YouTube. That there's a deal with YouTube with music companies that they allow YouTube to do it. It's not like against copyright, but they do get a tiny, I don't know what the amount is. They get amount every play, don't they? It builds up, but how that works, I don't know. It's there's a deal being done there. It's interesting how it's all changed, really. And we can't put the Deborah says, was the old guy claiming to have shot CK wearing a mustard jumper and waving a daffodil? Quite possibly. He should have used that disguise because he would have got away with it. He would have got away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids like Carl and me and everyone else in the room. It's the old Scooby-Doo thing, because Evans believes, Jayaram believes, we would have got away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids and McDonald and Shu, etc.
But what was funny about the documentary? Well, not even funny, but the fact that every time Barry Evans is criticised for, or not even criticised, just asked the question about, the people who believe Lucy Letby is innocent. He either calls us the metropolitan elite or people who are obsessed with her because she's young, and we have like what does he call it? Fetish or something for her or something.
He's telling on him. He's telling on himself. He's telling on himself because that's what he was about when he was a doctor, and he said, and with all the nurses around him, that's what he's doing, I think.
Yeah, but it's funny when he comes up with these crazy excuses for why people. He never says, "Oh well." I mean, apart from he has been stupid enough once or twice to say that he thought that these eminent experts from around the world are stupid. I think he's said that once before, but usually he avoids the facts. Usually he just avoids the fact that there's all this new evidence that's come out, and he just says, no, it's just these strange people who
he does, and he's another. Sorry, Carl. Another thing he says is like they don't have all the facts, but he won't elucidate us or them and say what those other. There's always got to be this mysterious like little box of facts that only he's got, or somebody who went to the trial like Liz Hull or Judith Moritz has got, that nobody else has got. It's like this secret knowledge, the facts. They've got all the facts.
And I must admit, I get irritated because I think he said it in this documentary, and I've heard like, what's his name say it as well, Jonathan from Crime Scene to Courtroom, and a few other people, like Judith Moritz, say, oh well, those people who were saying she's innocent didn't sit through the trial.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking myself, is that a reason for something? Because you sat through the trial, that makes that person guilty?
Well, the trial was a piece of shit. The trial was like it was a piece of shit. It was like a bunch of people lying about reality. That's what the trial was.
Well, yeah, because people sat through Sally Clark's trial, but she was still innocent.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because people sat through the trial and thought she was guilty, it doesn't mean that the person's guilty. It doesn't give you any. Sitting through the trial doesn't give you any better perspective than if you didn't sit through the trial. Looking at the evidence gives you a better perspective.
It's much better. It's much better not to have gone to the trial. Sorry, Carl. It's much better to have not gone to the trial, isn't it? Much better not to have been at the trial.
Yeah. I think if I'd gone to the trial, I would have probably found it very hard to look at anything else, because I would have had strong memories of how she behaved at the trial, how I felt, how uncomfortable I felt listening to all the evidence, and everything. And so that would have clouded my judgment, I think. Whereas,
yes, and I understand that. And you mentioned Crime Scene to Courtroom, because when he was reporting the trial as it was ongoing, and I was listening to some of it and listening to the trial and through other podcasts and things like that, he took a very neutral position. He was just reporting what was going on, and then he made a decision. I'm going to now my decision is that she's guilty, and I'm going to do like 100 videos about why she's guilty and all that kind of thing. But until that point,
Go.
Sorry, Carl.
Until that point, you're saying until that point.
Until that point, he seemed neutral, basically.
Yeah. But
until the point of the conviction.
Yeah, definitely. But because there's money to be made, I think he did it because there's money to be made from publicizing, being the first channel to really have a lot of information about the prosecution, and you'd have a big following because she's been found guilty, and most of the public will say, "Oh yeah, that nasty nurse who killed all those babies. Let's support the channel that's tearing her apart." So he wanted to be the first one tearing her apart online.
Exactly. It's kind of like it's a horror story, and he's riding on the wave of the horror story. That's what he did.
But do you think? Sorry, is he still doing videos about her? Because I haven't been aware of him doing any more videos about her.
I think he's pulled right back. He's gone back to some Essex Boys murder territory, the Land Rover, Big Pat 8, and the murders in Rettendon. He's pulled right back off it. He's moved off it because, yeah.
Do you think it's because of all the new information that keeps coming out that just makes him look more stupid, or do you think it's something else?
It's yes, but it's also, like you intimated a minute ago, it's views, because somebody did this thing. I can't remember if it was Mervyn or someone else. They showed the disparity between the views on his latest Lucy Letby case video, whatever that was, and his reprise of the where he started, which was the murders, the Land Rover murders, the Range Rover murders in Essex. Back when it. Sorry, go ahead.
Were the Range Rover murders, was that to do with connected with some other murders, and it was like a tit for tat thing? Was it that one?
It was these four, I think 3 or 4 people got murdered in a Range Rover, all around the whole drugs elements and what was going on. There's a guy called Pat Tate in it. They made a film of it. It was down a lane in a small place in Essex called Rettendon. And they found these 3 or 4 guys murdered in a Range Rover back in the 90s, I think it was.
I think it might be linked to the murder of either a police officer or a member of a family member of a police officer.
I've got it. I've got the connection you're making. It's related to somehow to the death of Leah Betts with an ecstasy overdose, whose father was a police officer, and there was this kind of possibly wild, crazy theory that he had a motive to kill these people who supplied these ecstasy tablets.
Well, it's not so wild, right? Because
it's not necessarily so wild.
This happened whilst I was a fraud officer, when I was in and out of Scotland Yard and in and out of Paddington Green, which was the high security police station where they used to hold all the terrorists when they caught them.
Yes.
And I used to be sitting in the canteen with loads of police officers, all armed police officers. They're all armed police officers talking about this case. And I'm telling you that the police, I don't know is this a breach of the Official Secrets Act?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't care.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's because it's just gossip in the canteen. It can't be a breach of the.
We can always sort it out in post-production. We can always sort it out.
Too late, it's like. But basically, a lot of the police officers I used to talk to in the canteen knew the people involved and were certain that these because it was drug dealers who were killed, wasn't it? Was it drug dealers?
Yes, it was a gang that was highly involved in drug dealing, going to Holland, etc. to this kind of run of drugs.
My understanding is that the drug dealers were killed by police officers, and there's no two ways about it. They were killed by police officers. A team of police officers who were rounded up by Leah Betts's father. I know, allegedly, because I don't know.
Allegedly, yeah. I know that's a theory that's out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's a theory.
And this is what police officers were saying in the canteen, and they were talking about it as if it was a fact, and they were saying and they were just saying these guys deserved it. We don't care. These guys deserved it, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I just thought, I'm not going to get involved in this. There's nothing to do with me, and it's just canteen gossip. So do you know what I mean? I'm not going to really get involved.
Could I ask you a question?
I'm
sorry, Carl. Go ahead.
Go on. Say it again.
I was going to ask you a question about Jean-Charles de Menezes.
Okay, yeah.
What's your view on his death, stroke, murder, stroke, whatever you think it might be?
It was an execution. It was an execution, and I think what they decided is that they needed to make a point, because I think it was on the same day the terrorist attacks were 7/7, wasn't it? It happened on 7/7.
It was either the day after. It was very, very short after 7/7. It was within days after it. Yeah, after 7/7.
You still there?
I'm still there.
I got a noise like it. I thought it's frozen because my internet, because of the weather we've got. I don't know what it's like where you are, but
it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad today. It's quite windy and stuff, you know.
Yeah, so the internet's been playing up all day. I don't normally have bad internet, but today's been really
good. You don't.
But,
I know on the channel, yeah. We're talking about Jean-Charles de Menezes, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I think is that, you know, I mean, it's awful. It's such an awful case because they didn't even give him a chance. It was just an execution. It was 100% an execution.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any excuse for it, because they should have, you know, in every case, they should first make sure they've identified the right person. They should give them a chance to surrender. I think he did. I don't know. I think he did. Didn't he surrender? And they just shot him in the back of the head or something.
Well, I don't think he had even time to surrender. I mean, it was basically they came on to
the head.
Yeah, they apparently got nine bullets in the head, eight or nine bullets in the head.
I mean, it's just horrific. I remember even at the time when I heard about it.
Yeah. Sorry, Cod. They initially lied about him jumping over the barriers, that Jean-Charles jumped over the barriers, and they had to roll that back later on.
Yeah. I mean, it was all just really awful, and I mean, I just think that the officers involved should have been, or the officers. I don't know if it was one officer who fired all 9 bullets, but whoever was involved in that operation, I think they should have all been prosecuted.
Well, the person who was the so-called quote-unquote gold commander of it, you know who that was, don't you? Do you know who that was?
No.
It was Cressida Dick.
Yeah, it was Cressida Dick.
Who then headed up the Met afterwards.
Yeah. It was Cressida Dick. But I don't know. Some people, I've heard people say that they did that as a message to the terrorists, so they didn't care. They needed to shoot someone. And a message: don't come here and do your terrorism, because we'll just execute you.
There's a kind of theory I heard which gets much darker, is the sense that he was an electrician working on the underground, saw something, heard something that he shouldn't have heard in respect of 7/7, and what that essentially means is that he saw that there were bombs planted on the tracks, because one of the big questions around 7/7 and those carriages is that some people, there's this thing called I can't remember the name of the documentary. I'll get back to that, but it's the idea that the explosions came from below, that they weren't from the rucksacks. They came from they were from under the train on the tracks, and these are electronic tracks. So his job was working on the underground as an electrician. So that's a theory.
But if my screen goes blank for a second,
yeah, you're okay at the moment.
Okay, yeah, I just need to check my Ring doorbell. I don't know if I've done a video about this, but
yes, you have. I saw.
Someone tried to break into my house.
Oh God, no, I didn't. I didn't hear about that. No.
Yeah. Someone tried to break into my house on. What am I doing?
Are you getting
But
an alert? Are you getting an alert at the moment then that someone's there or something?
Yeah, I was getting an alert. Hold on, I'm trying to work out how
Yeah,
to get back to you now.
best to check that out.
Yeah, let me see. I'm just pressing the wrong things at the moment. I'm very bad with this technology.
No, no
I'm back. I
worries.
should be.
You're
Am I
back.
back?
You're back in the room. You're back in the room. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
I mean, this
yeah.
whole crazy stuff going on in the world everywhere, and
Mm,
where is the truth, Carl? You know, with it's Charlie Kirk
mm,
or John
mm,
Charles Menezes or 9/11 or whatever it is. We're in a whole
mm,
world of lies, really. Is my view.
But I think the only problem I have with all of it is I don't believe in conspiracy theories. In that, I think there have been conspiracies, but I think a lot of the things that people call conspiracies are just because every time somebody dies, even a famous person dies, there's a conspiracy theory about it.
Yeah, there was that thing with Gene Hackman recently that there was kind of some talk about that. Did you hear about
Oh,
Gene Hackman and
was
his
it?
wife dying? Yeah,
I
well, they
know.
both
I
died
heard
and they were quite
how he's
elderly.
like,
Yeah.
like he had dementia or something, didn't he?
Well, they were
And
both elderly. They were quite fragile. They kind of separated
but I
themselves
think
off
she
to
was.
some extent. Yeah.
But I think she was only in her 60s. I know he was in his 90s or 80 late 80s or 90s.
She
But
was a
she
lot
was
younger. She was a lot
yeah, she
younger.
was in
Yeah.
her 60s. Apparently, she was going to the toilet and she was on the way to the toilet and had a heart attack or something. And then she died. And because he had dementia, he couldn't really look after himself, and nobody was checking on him, and he died a week later or something from dehydration and everything.
Yeah. It was a strange situation, really. It was a fantastic actor, Gene Hackman, wasn't he? And but
Mm.
yeah, they
But I think
kind
he
of
was
seemed to be a
estranged from
little. Sorry.
he was estranged from his daughters. He was estranged from his daughters, so
Yeah.
they weren't checking on him. So I don't know. I haven't heard anything more than that. I don't know if there's any other theory, but I haven't heard any more.
It's kind of disappeared. Then you got the whole Epstein thing. That's
Mm.
not going away. Although
Well,
you've
I
got
think
the
there was a conspiracy to keep the Epstein files closed. There was definitely a conspiracy because there's so many people implicated that it could probably bring down the whole establishment across the Western world if the Epstein files ever got opened.
Yeah, we've got a thing from in the chat now. I agree with you, Carl. Innocent John Charles Menezes, de Menezes, electrician, not a terrorist. Atrocious indeed. And Jenny says,
Yeah.
Jenny from America there, Gene Hackman's wife died quickly from a nasty hantavirus. Got it from mice. He
Oh,
wandered for a week. So he being Gene Hackman then, Jenny. So you were saying like his wife died, like you Carl just said, his wife died first then, and then Gene was left
yeah.
on his own without like support, as it were. And it's sad. It's very sad, that, isn't it? And like you just said a minute ago, being estranged from the two daughters, I think two daughters. Yeah.
Two daughters. Yeah. So there was no one really checking on them. So I suppose that could easily happen. It just sounds really sad, really.
It
That he
does
died
sound
like that.
sad. It does sound sad. I mean,
Yeah. Mhm.
but I think we're in such a strange world in which power can kind of decide this is going to be the truth. Wikipedia
Mhm.
will say it on under a YouTube,
Well,
whatever you say about something, and then it becomes the truth. You know.
yeah, I've got a friend who's a nuclear scientist. Um, I can't really say, but you can imagine where she works. But I can't really say where she works.
Right.
Um, and I was talking to her this week actually, and she was saying that she feels right now that something big's going to happen in the Western world in society, and
Yeah.
everything's going to reset. Everything's going to
Yeah.
start from scratch. We're going to, everything that we consider to be the establishment is going to go.
Yeah. So
Because,
something's in the wind. Something's in the wind, isn't it? Something's coming.
well, yeah, I mean, she thinks people have started to see through everything, and they know that there's nothing. All the kind of all the stuff that the politicians do all the things that the judiciary do, the police, if you look at all the institutions, they're not trying to serve us, they're not trying to help us, they're not trying to do anything positive for us. And people are starting to rebel against it because they've started to realize that's what's happening, and something big is going to take place. I suppose you have to be careful what you say, because you could quite easily be put in jail for talking about things like this now, can't you?
Well, that's true, and I was going to ask you about that, and I was thinking about that in terms of a video as well. I watch quite a lot of videos where people get raided by the police for things they put online, and now you, myself, other people have been writing a lot of, putting a lot of stuff out there in terms of the police, Jayaram, Evans, the whole system. Nobody's been visited by the police. Nobody's been called upon as any kind of harassment going on. And I was thinking about that earlier today, and I was thinking, well, they don't want to pull attention into it, but that's the reason why they're holding off coming for anybody.
Well,
because
exactly.
I think,
I mean, can you imagine if one of us got arrested for one of our videos about the Lucy Letby case?
I think it's coming close. I think we're close on it on some of our stuff.
I think definitely on some of my stuff.
Yeah,
I think I am very close to it, but I deliberately do that because especially very early on, I really wanted them to arrest me. I really wanted, because I thought this will get her the publicity that her case needs if they go and arrest me. And not that I want the attention or anything, but I don't care. I mean, I'm like 57-year-old guy going to get my pension in 2.5 years, my civil service pension, that is.
Civil service one.
I really don't care. Yeah, I really don't care if they arrest me, because, you know, I mean, it's a badge of honor in the acting profession to be arrested. Anyway, you know, it gets you more. If you get arrested for doing something rowdy, it gets you more work.
All right, yeah.
It shows you got a bit of character. So I'm not too bothered. I'm not trying to get arrested for that reason, but I'm just saying that I think it would help Lucy Letby's case if I did get arrested, or definitely early on I was thinking like that. If I get arrested, and then they bring me in court for saying some terrible things about Evans or Jairam, then I'll say, well, come on, prove to me that anything I've said is a lie. You know,
and that's why they don't want to do it, because there's that thing called they call it the Streisand effect. So have you come across that concept, the Streisand effect?
Never. No.
On Google Earth, Barbara Streisand said, you need to block out where I live on Google Earth. Don't make it apparent. She made a complaint in something like I think it was Google Earth, but actually then it came out that she'd done that, so everybody knew where she lived in Southern California. So it's the idea. Everyone started looking it up. That's the Streisand effect. So in this context, if Hughes knocks on your door, old Hughesy, the guy, knocks on your door, he said, with a badge and all that shit, and it's going to create the Streisand effect. So they know that they don't want to do it. They don't want to. They want to ignore. They want to ignore us. Really. That's what they want to do at the moment, anyway. But there could come a time.
I thought especially when I did that video. You know the video where I basically took a picture of Hughes from, I don't know if it was from the Thirlwell inquiry or from a press conference, and then I turned his face into a clown and animated it so that he was making a speech. And
that's
a very short video. I think I did it short. And I thought, this could upset him. He might knock on my door over that, because it's like, I don't know what the law is on doing that to someone. But I just thought I'm going to do it anyway, because he's a bit of a clown. He gives terrible interviews. He's a bit of a clown.
You're talking about Hughes, aren't you? You're talking about Hughes.
Yeah. Paul Hughes.
Well, being in the police, as you'll know, that they're supposed to have, there's a higher threshold to what they might have to consider to be harassment in comparison to the general public, isn't there? But nonetheless, we're in a kind of political climate now where anything can happen. I think that it could happen, but I think Cheshire Police, the last thing they want to do is a bunch of YouTubers like saying, "Oh, we've been arrested by you for making a video about." They don't want it. They don't want the heat. They don't want the attention. it's all they want it all on the down low and the mysterious. So like, oh, we've sent a file to the CPS. We're not going to tell you if anything ever comes of it. We've arrested the managers. We're never going to tell you if anything ever comes of it.
But I mean, it's going to be interesting because when Lucy Letby gets released, because I'm going to say this as a when, even though it might not be in my lifetime, but I hope it is.
Oh, it
when
will
she
be.
gets released, I hope so. But when she gets released, that they're going to have to give a press conference. Cheshire Police are going to have to give a press conference. Probably Paul Hughes is going to have to, or his boss is going to have to give a press conference. Do you know what? I want to be at that press conference because I want to ask them some questions.
Yeah.
I want to ask them some questions. You know, I want to start sort of saying the first question I really want to be able to ask them is, will you still be prosecuting her for, or have you heard back from the CPS about the Liverpool Women's Hospital cases? That's
What's
going to be
going
my
on
first
with that?
question.
What's going on with that, Paul?
Yeah.
So
And if not, when will you be hearing from them? Because we need to have an outcome for that. Because I'm not going to let it go.
yeah,
I don't want them. I don't want them to sweep it under the carpet. They were brazen enough to do a press conference to say that they referred cases to the Liverpool Women's Hospital.
yeah,
Now they're going to have to follow that through by either withdrawing those referrals or trying to take them to court, which they never will do because
no,
those cases will never be.
never.
You know, I think even if they did try to take those cases to court after she's been found innocent of the Countess of Chester cases, a judge would just laugh it out unless they got Judge Goss because he's corrupt. But unless they, other than that, it would just get laughed out of court because it's like, why are you wasting our time and our money?
Absolutely right. And I think, you know, if there ever was such a press conference, you'll never see Hughes's face again. He's gone. It's a political move. Then we're going to learn lessons. Oh, we got it wrong this time. You never see his face. Sorry.
Do you think he'll be disciplined or demoted over this case when she gets released?
Well,
because
it depends.
It's this case that got him promoted. It's this case that got him promoted.
And it got him an award, didn't it? It got him an award as the best SIO. Yeah. But it depends how the chips fall, Carl, because it depends who the system, the establishment decide who's going to take the major brunt of the fault of what's happened here. And obviously Evans is in the frame for that, and possibly the consultants are in the frame for that. Yeah, Jairam, Brewery, etc.
I think Jairam is probably, out of the consultants, the one most in the firing line because of that email.
He is. He's been Sir David Davis has reported in for perjury, as far as I know. Sir David Davis the police has said, yeah, we got your report. Bye. You know, we filed it somewhere. And but Brewery, yeah, it's just, this is so political. It's beyond belief. You know.
Here's the crazy thing. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, no, please, you go on. So.
No, I said the crazy thing is, in my whole life, I've never ever voted Tory, but if David Davies became the leader of the Tory party, I'd actually vote for him.
Well, he's been a real stand-up person in this. He's a person of morality in this regard. You know, I don't know much about politics per se or him individually. I don't know much about him, but I liked what he's done here. And weirdly, you know, I mean, Jeremy Hunt. What was his reason to do this? What was his reason as a former health minister, wasn't he? A Conservative health minister, wasn't he? Jeremy Hunt also said this needs to be looked into. So I think they can read what Chris was saying earlier, that they know which way the wind's blowing. They all do know it already.
But I think with David Davis, he's just genuine. He's like really always believed, you know, from the second he read the New York article, he believed in her innocence.
Yeah.
And he's doing it because he feels that there's been a terrible miscarriage of justice. I'm sure Jeremy Hunt may have different motives, maybe. But
yeah, he could have.
Yeah, and you know, I think the other thing that might stop her from being released is, what's his name? Who's the idiot? Keir Starmer is a bit. He's very unpopular at the moment.
He's on. He's on 11%. He's the worst thought of prime minister in history. There's not been a more unpopular prime minister in history than Keir Starmer.
And then if Lucy Letby gets released on his watch, I just don't think he. I think he. I'm not saying it will be negative for him, but I think in his mind, it's something that might work against him and make his poll numbers drop even more. And I think that might be a motive for him, because he probably still thinks that most of the British public thinks she's guilty. And so, regardless of what the evidence is, let's keep her in prison.
And because of the implication and the implication and the importance of the NHS in this equation as the major political football between Labour, Conservative, or whoever it is. The NHS is a massive political concern, isn't it? So there's got massive ramifications here for the NHS when Lucy Letby, when she is exonerated, in terms of neonatal care, but not just neonatal care. It will extend beyond that. It will extend beyond that.
I think it's the whole NHS, exactly. You know, how the whole NHS is run will come under scrutiny, because what they'll have to also go back to is the fact that Lucy Letby was a whistleblower complaining about all the problems that we're seeing in not just her trust, but in other trusts in the NHS. And they ignored them, her complaints, and called her a murderer instead, to maybe to avoid having to do the work that they needed to do.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, did you follow some of Operation Merlin Falcon's videos when he was on? He's unfortunately he's no longer.
I think I used to watch all his videos. Yeah.
He's unfortunately he's no longer.
I watched all those.
Yeah. Because he's. I mean, he really did some deep dives on the CQC report of 2016, and his thesis, his hypothesis was that Lucy Letby was the primary whistleblower in respect of that CQC report, what ended up in there, you know, in terms of the failures of the union.
I think she put a target on her head because I found that in the civil service, because I was kind of like a bit of a whistleblower when I was in the civil service, and you just become very unpopular. You know, people are looking for faults with you, and if they can't find any, they'll make them up. Once you start whistleblowing.
The truth is, isn't it? And I was in a care job many years ago, in which they told you got to report everything that you see you think is wrong. But the worst thing you can then do is report everything you see is wrong. And then they'll attack you for it, and they'll constructively dismiss you for that. If you really take them at their word and start criticizing the provision of care, for example, or in your situation, what you were doing, you're talking about in terms of the fraud officer work. Is that in the civil service? Is that what you were doing?
That was in the civil service, or most of it was in the civil service. But I did a lot of joint work with Scotland Yard, anti-terrorists, so and immigration as well. Did a lot of joint operations and things with them.
What's your feeling in terms of Scotland Yard, the police as a whole? Can we trust these guys? I don't. Can we trust these entities? No.
Do you know what? I've said this for a few years. The police force itself isn't fit for purpose. And I'm talking about police forces across the whole world. If you're looking outside of the UK and America and say Canada and Australia, you'll find that most police forces are known for their corruption. You can bribe your way out of anything.
Yeah.
And then in the UK, it's slightly different. If you're part of the establishment, like in America, if you're part of the establishment, then you usually have a connection with someone who knows the chief inspector or someone, you know what I mean? And you can then worm your way out of certain things at certain times. But it's not even that. It's just that because my understanding is that originally the first police force was actually the Royal Mail.
Right. In order to protect the mail as it was going through the country.
Yes, because it's the Royal Mail, because it was literally that's all that used to get delivered. Originally, the first things was like the king or the queen would get things that, you know, notes delivered to armies and things like that across the country, and the Royal Mail would protect it.
So it's like carriages going along the country. You've got to protect this carriage between like staging points and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes they'd have like gold, you know, like if they'd plundered some country and they had a ship turn up in a dock somewhere, and they needed the gold to come from whichever dock to the palace or to a castle, then the Royal Mail would protect its delivery from that point to that point. So they were given powers that no one else in the country had, and then from that, the police force kind of was formed as a separate entity from the post office. But the first actual police force, I believe, was within the post office. It was actually the post office police were the first police force, and then
that's really interesting. That's really interesting. If you're looking like Shakespeare plays from the 1600s, they have these characters called they call them like beadles or something, like almost like community law enforcers, or just people that were decided by the local village or the local town. It was very localized. It wasn't like a force that came under eventually like Robert Peel X number of few hundred years later to create a kind of a organized unit. But it's a fascinating thing how that grew up, really, isn't it?
But what I believe, because of that, how it was originally formed, it wasn't formed to look after, or, you know, protect the general public. It was formed to protect the property of the rich.
Yeah,
and
for
I
sure.
think I think, you know, when something's, it's kind of almost from Buddhism, you know, within Buddhism, because I studied Buddhism. If something is set up for a specific purpose, then it will always have that purpose, because that was what was at the heart of why it was set up.
Yes.
You know,
yes. I get where you're going.
If its purpose was to protect the aristocracy and their property, then it will always protect. You know, it will never. If it's us against the aristocracy, it will always protect the aristocracy, and that's what you see it played out regularly in real life. They do try to protect. Like, the higher your rank is in society, the more protection you're going to get from the police. So, say Lucy Letby, she was a lowly nurse. She's not going to get protected by the police. But the consultants, they're not even going to bother. They're not even going to bother investigating the consultants. They're just going to take their word for everything. You know, like, we're not going to treat them as suspects. We're just going to protect them.
Well, there's another whole ball of wax or can of worms, is the Madeleine McCann case, where you've got another like potentially group of 7 doctors that maybe have had an agreement that something else happened there, and you're spending like 20-30 million pounds in running costs, and it's still ongoing. Of course, that poor little girl needs to be found, and the cause of what's happened needs to be found. But it's something. Oh, I keep thinking of other cases. I keep thinking of OJ. So I'm thinking about OJ Simpson now, and something he said is that I'll look for the murderers of my wife and the other guy. I can't remember the other guy's name. Ronald Coleman. For the rest of my life. For the rest of my life. In other words, I'll never find them, because it's the rest of my life. I'm never going to find them. But having said that, I'm not really even sure about OJ Simpson. I don't know. I don't know. Anything's possible with these cases.
No, OJ Simpson case has been solved. If you look on YouTube, the mafia kind of there's a guy who was I think he's an ex member of the mafia, and he's actually spilled I think he spilled the beans before OJ died, actually. I'm sure I watched the video before OJ died, but it's an amazing video. If I could find it, I'll maybe send you the link or something. But he gave an interview to this guy who's an ex-con who's got this really big YouTube channel in America now.
Yeah.
And what he said was basically OJ was at the murder. He was present for the murder of Nicole.
Nicole, yeah.
But he had got some other guy involved in it. And I think he'd recruited this guy to help him to go round to Nicole's house, because apparently I think I think either Nicole or the guy Ron owed some people some money for drugs. And
is it Carl? I'll just interject. Is it a guy called Ippolito? I was watching something last night about that. There was this thing about this drugs things going on, ecstasy and other drugs going on in terms of potentially Nicole being a
I don't know if it was that. It was a guy. I mean, he looks like he could be a Hollywood sort of kind of Sylvester Stallone looking type guy, but he's an ex-con, and he's got a big YouTube channel. I think he was in the mafia at one point or something, but he was a big criminal.
That's literally what I was watching last night about that. All these other potential connections. Yeah.
But so I think what happened was the guy. I think the guy decided to go. I think he'd asked Nicole for the money so that he could pay the guys she owed the money to, and she refused to even entertain him, so to speak, and so he lost it. No, I think he might have lost his rag and started attacking Nicole, and then Ron tried to stop the guy from attacking Nicole, and I think then OJ killed Ron. So I think OJ killed Ron and the guy killed Nicole. I think that's what actually ended up happening. Hence why there was I don't think there was any of OJ's DNA on Nicole.
No, I don't think there was, and there was also this idea that there were in the defence there was thought there were two different bladed items used, two different types of knives, i.e. there were two attackers. There were two attackers, but obviously,
but there was.
Yeah, sorry.
There was I think a few years, it would be like maybe 15, 20 years ago, there was a panorama about it I remember watching, where the theory was that OJ's son killed them.
Yes, I've heard that.
There's also because he was a chef at a restaurant, and Nicole had booked that restaurant for a party. I think it could have been a birthday party or something like that. And then she found out that OJ's son worked there. So she went to the restaurant and told them, I'm going to cancel the party because he works there and he's my ex's son and my ex was abusive to me. And so the owner of the restaurant sacked OJ's son. He lost it and went and killed Nicole and Ron, and then phoned OJ and said, Dad, I've done this. Can you come and help me? And so OJ turned up and helped clean up after the event. That's the theory that the Panorama show had that I watched. I think it was Panorama. So, but OJ was definitely there. That's what I think. Anyway, whatever happened. And I think he killed somebody, in my view. I don't know exactly who, but I think he killed somebody.
It was such a strange thing because for a while, he's passed away now, isn't he? But he came back to Twitter and he became this kind of almost his tweets were getting huge numbers of views and everything like that, and obviously people were saying, "Oh, you're a killer, you got away with it," etc. But he tried to reinvent himself in his last years.
Yeah, but the problem he always had was he did a book called "If I Did It."
Yes,
he wrote a book, didn't he? Called "If I Did."
Yes, he did. I'll tell you what. Yeah, if I did it, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
I shouldn't say this, but if Lucy Letby ever writes a book called "If I Did It," I'm going to do something terrible to myself because
It's never gonna.
it's
It's never
like
gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
no, I'm just saying
She's
though, because it'll be like, what have I done? What have
no,
I
no,
done? If, that's
no,
that's how I feel. I can't imagine that she would ever
no.
have write a book like
It's
that. But
a,
I'm
it's a
just saying
complete.
that
It's a different world, isn't it? I mean, the guy, he was from a Hollywood, a very exalted world, kind of distorted from that, really, in a way. Obviously, a professional football player before that, but he was in this kind of world in which he, a bit like P Diddy and other
well,
people like this. They're on this kind of
well,
higher echelon. They think they can do anything.
he he was one apart from, I think, before him, I think the only other actor, or sorry, the only other athlete who had become a big Hollywood star was Johnny Weissmuller in
Yes,
America. You
yes,
know, like Johnny Weissmuller
the
used
swimmer,
to be an
wasn't he?
Olympic
Yeah,
swimmer, and then he became Tarzan.
yeah.
And I think OJ, he became, I don't know if you remember, in the 70s and early 80s, he was a big Hollywood star. He used to be in loads of movies.
Yes, he was. He was
He was
absolutely
in,
huge.
I
Yeah.
think he was in Capricorn. Wasn't he in Capricorn 1? I think he was in
Yes, he might.
Capricorn 1.
Yes, it could well have been. I knew
And
he was in a bunch of films.
and
Really.
he
Yeah.
was in all the airplane movies as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but I remember watching him in loads, because I didn't know when I was a kid watching him in films. I had no idea he was an American football player, because we didn't used to, back in the 70s, we didn't get American football on British TV. So there was no way that
No.
we knew. I didn't know he was a footballer, but you know, so he made that transition. So he was like really an A-lister who was being accused of murder,
Mm.
and you know, in some ways, I think, yeah, some people, he was lucky. He was lucky that they had an officer who just happened to be quite racist, because I think they use that quite a lot
Furman. Yeah. Furman
against
guy.
the
Yeah.
prosecution. And it's unfortunate that they put him on the case, because I think OJ, if that guy hadn't been on the case, OJ would have gone to prison. But I think people had sympathy for OJ because they thought, oh, he's been fitted up by these bent cops who are
Yeah.
racist cops.
Yes.
But I think that was just coincidental that they had a racist cop on this case, but he was probably guilty, you know, and the two things just clashed.
It strikes me as amazing how he. You remember that old show with Ruby Wax? Ruby Wax, that American comedian.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know if
remember Ruby Wax, but which
I
show?
don't know if
She did quite a few shows.
yeah, because she invited him in and had a chat with him, like an interview. It was almost like a bit of a skit. And he, in
Okay,
this kind of skit with Ruby Wax, he appears out of this room. I think it might even be that she's gone to his home or something. But he's like doing this psycho thing with a knife, going like that, pretending to be someone
really? I
attacking
don't
her.
remember
So
that. Yeah. I
and
have
it
to YouTube that.
and that can go one of two ways. It makes me think either he's innocent and he's got the ability to, well, even though it's in bad taste, it's in really bad taste. But would a guilty person do that? Or the other way is that, well, if you're a psychopath or something like that, yeah, you would do that. You would do that kind of thing because you think
I
you've
think
got away with it.
I
You can
think he
get,
was.
you can show it off, you know.
I think he was a bit of a narcissist. So, and I think narcissists. I don't think. I think psychopaths and narcissists are slightly different. If you know what I mean. I think a
Yeah.
psychopath can be a narcissist, but I think some people can be narcissists without being psychopaths.
Yeah,
And I
sure.
think he was. So I think he was a narcissist who kind of, his narcissism got the better of him one day, and he killed someone, and obviously that was the only person he killed. But I just think I think he just above the law as well. I just think he was so that he could be so brazen to do that skit, that he thought he
Yeah.
was just so above the law. He thought he was God or something, and because and especially if you've done a murder like that, and it's probably quite. I mean, to a lot of people, it's quite obvious that he was probably there at least, and he should have got some form of prison sentence. So I think there were. I think he just knew that he had dodged a bullet, and it just kind of gave him a confidence beyond the confidence he had before he did the murder, that he could do that skit. You know,
Well, it's so
he
strange.
could be
It's
in
so
your face.
strange. Then, sorry, Carl. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No, I just say he could just be in your face with his guilt, you know, and laugh
Yeah.
at people because that he could write a book saying "If I did it." I mean, it's just like, to me that's a guilty man who's, if you're writing a book, "If I did it."
Well, it makes me wonder what the publisher's thinking. Like, he goes to the publisher and says, "Well, I'll write this book if I did it." And they go, "Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds a good thing." But I suppose for them in business, it is a good thing in this world that we're in
Well,
today.
well,
It is a good idea.
well, yeah, because in America they don't have double jeopardy, do they? So you can't be tried for the same crime twice in America. Whereas
No,
in
but
this
he
country, you can.
yeah.
So you're going to say what?
Sorry, no, I was just going to say it's so odd then that he ends up doing this weird getting jail time for this very strange kidnapping, weird thing in a hotel to do with memorabilia in what's it, Las
Yeah,
Vegas, isn't it? Hotel room.
Yeah, I think someone has stolen his memorabilia from his storage unit or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, and and he's armed, and there's kind of like this idea of it's an armed kidnapping, an armed robbery to get this memorabilia
Yeah,
back,
but
which is weird,
I
isn't
think
it?
he just turned up at a hotel, brandished the gun, and said, "I want my stuff back." And yeah, I was I was disappointed that he went to prison for that, because I just thought that was an excuse to put him in prison for like some trumped up charges, rather than getting him, like they should have just been reinvestigating the murders and get him for that, rather than put him in prison for a robbery.
Absolutely. Although he was found guilty in the civil trial that
Oh
the
yeah, yeah, he
parents
was.
of Ronald Goldman took. So he was being very highly implicated, and he had to hand over a lot of money for that, didn't he? When he was found guilty there,
Yeah, yeah.
it's a lower level of proof, isn't it?
But what do you think? Because obviously in this country, you can be tried for the same crime twice, but in America you can't. What do you think is the better system, to not be tried twice for the same crime, or to be tried, to be able to
I
be
don't
tried
know.
twice?
I'd have to think. I'd have to think about that a lot, because in some ways, I just want somebody who is guilty of something to eventually get justice, or for what they've
But
done. So I'm not
do you
sure.
know what? I would prefer if we didn't have if you weren't able to be tried twice in this country, because if you weren't able to be tried twice, then I think we would find out more truth from people, like with, when people are found innocent in court, and then afterwards they might do more books like OJ Simpson did, and nudge nudge, wink wink, come guilty. At least you
Yes.
get a bit more idea of the truth. Whereas
Yes.
because this country, if somebody gets released or gets found not guilty in a trial, they got to pretend that they're innocent if guilty for the rest of their life. And so
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I understand that argument, and it's what do I think? I think the whole adversarial system is a problem, but I don't know if necessarily just judges trying everything is necessarily always better either. It's always going to be there's
I
always going
think
to be problems with either side of it.
I think Lucy Letby would not be in prison if there'd been three judges trying her case rather than a jury. You just need one good judge, really, to say, why isn't this here? Why is that in court? Why is this case being tried? Because there's no evidence. There's a good chance that there'll be at least one judge who is fair and also level-headed, and is scrutinizing things more thoroughly to make sure that things don't sort of slip by, because there's a lot of stuff that kind of got entered into court in the Lucy Letby case that should never have been used as evidence. It should never have been, it just didn't meet the standard required for evidence in a as serious a case as her case was.
Yes,
Even
indeed.
even
Yeah.
what's the name? Even Evans, I mean, it should have been questioned. Well, why is it that we've got what do you call it? These I'm trying to think, what do you call it? Pathologists who've given causes of death, and then we've got this retired pediatrician who's overriding the verdicts that pathologists has come up with.
Yeah, well,
that
exactly.
doesn't make any sense.
And that begs the question. It says, well, where is the original pathologist in the trial? Where's George Kakai, who did those 5 or 6? I think another person did a 6th one or whatever, who did the majority of those post-mortems. Where are they? They're nowhere. You never hear from them. We don't hear from them. But all their work has been just turned over like that, turned over by Evans in 10 minutes and a cup of coffee or whatever,
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So I reckon if there'd been 3 judges, because of their training and everything, I'm sure at least one of them would have questioned all of that. You see, whereas a jury isn't really trained to do that, and you have to hope that you have a really intelligent jury. And I mean, I honestly have to say that I've said it before. I think that literally everything that could possibly go wrong on that case went wrong for Lucy Letby, in that I think she had representation that wasn't up to scratch.
Yeah.
I think you had a potentially corrupt and dishonest police force. You had a very dishonest collection of consultants who were prepared to lie, and then they got a medical expert who was dishonest. They even had the CPS who were dishonest, because not only did they withhold some of the evidence, but they also told an expert that they had hired they sacked an expert that they had hired because she was actually going to
Hutton.
do some
Hutton. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which was dishonest because they didn't disclose that during the trial.
Well, they had no right. They had no right. They had no right to direct the investigation. They had no right to direct the police.
Yeah,
they had no right to say to the police, "Don't go down that line of inquiry with statistics."
So if you think about it, it's kind of incredible to have all these factors align at the same time. All these negative factors align at the same time in one case. All you need is one of these things to not do the wrong thing, and she probably wouldn't have been found guilty. All you needed was a medical expert who said, well, I've looked at the reports from the pathologist and I agree with them because he knows better than me, or whatever. And
it's absolutely right, Carl. Even right down to if there was a Bowen that was not Bowen but someone else who looked at Evans's reports and said, "What the fuck is this? It's rubbish." Even if that,
Yeah. And I left that Judge Goss.
Yeah, or Judge Goss, yeah.
And I left that Judge Goss, who, forget all the stuff he allowed in evidence that he shouldn't have allowed and all the misdirections he gave to the jury, but he got instructed he got a letter from another judge telling him that Evans shouldn't be used as an expert witness because his opinions are worthless and his reports are worthless, and yet he still allowed him to be the expert witness and he didn't allow the jury to hear that. So
as a result of that, then, following from what you just said, had Judge Goss said, "Okay, prosecution, you can carry on, but you've lost Evans," do you think the prosecution would have got the result that they got, a guilty result? Do you think they would have, without Evans?
Well, they couldn't.
Yeah.
Because all the reports, because it was all based on his findings that there were murders. If they haven't got him saying there were murders, there's no case. There's no case.
There's no case. There's nothing.
To be there as an expert. They need an expert witness to confirm that these babies were murdered. Without that, there's no case. So
without Evans, what happens then is you go back to the first. You're taken back in time to the first police meeting. I can't remember the name of that high up officer, the guy who says, "Well, there's no evidence here. We're not investigating." That's where you go. That's where you go back to. When you take Evans out, let you back there. nothing's going to happen.
Exactly. That's exactly it. So, it's just totally. I think it's just one of those situations, and I think it's the judiciary, and I think a lot of the members of the public, like crime scene to courtroom, are struggling to believe that so many different things could go wrong at the same time.
Yeah.
Because it is incredible. It is incredible that all these, so many different corrupt people in this case, and so many mistakes. I mean, it's like, if you think of all the people who were working for the prosecution, name, the big characters. So, Breary and Jairam and Hughes and Goss and whatever. Name one of these people who went in court and told the truth,
There's no one.
or did the
no
right
one.
thing, or either
There's
told the
nobody.
truth or followed the correct procedures. Because certainly, I believe the judge, if he was following the correct procedures, he wouldn't have allowed. First of all, I think he would have questioned Jairam's statement, because he should have been. Because judges are allowed to ask questions; they're allowed
Yeah.
to cross-examine. Judges are allowed to
Yeah.
cross-examine, and the judge should have been really saying to, like, or not even saying, Lucy's original barrister. He should have been saying, "All right, I'll take over from here," and he should have started asking Jairam, why on earth did you wait 13 months before you mentioned this? That you saw her doing X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And he should have really, crucified him basically over it. And that would have had a big impact on the case. And, he should have heeded the warning by the other judge about Evans. And he didn't need to remove Evans. He just needed to make the jury aware that this guy had basically lied on previous cases.
Yes, and he also needed to admit the full RCPCH report, and he needed to acknowledge and let the jury know that Lucy Letby had taken a grievance case out, and that all those people that are now testifying against her had been made to apologise again for what they'd done as well. But he denied all that. Goss did. He denied all that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So it's just so many things that worked against her, and this I was liken it to, winning the lottery. It's like, all your numbers have to come up at the same time, and all Lucy Letby's numbers came up, but except she didn't win the lottery. She lost her freedom because all her numbers came up at the same time.
It's a perfect storm of, I don't even know what to call it, but I know the results of it are absolutely evil. But what it is, I think, and this is where I kind of hold back on the videos I do on the channel now, is that I keep on instinctively wanting to extend it into other things to do with the world and the country and government and stuff like that. It's just that we're living under a mirage that these systems are decent, moral, that they have a conscience, that the individuals have a conscience, and I don't think they do. Generally speaking, I don't think they do. They don't give a fuck. Don't give a toss about it. They don't give a toss about whether somebody's innocent in prison at all.
Well, one of the things I think about is, I think I mentioned it in one of my videos a few weeks ago. I was doing some deliveries, and then I decided I was near a Lidl supermarket, and it was going to close soon, and I needed some shopping. So I parked my bike up, and I decided to go into Lidl. And outside the Lidl was this young guy, and he was crying. He was like in his early 20s. He looked really dirty. I mean, he looked properly homeless. You see homeless people who look clean. He was totally, like, his face. He was a white guy, and his face was completely dirty, like he'd slept in mud all night and everything. And he was just crying, and he was smelly, I got to say. And all these people just walked past him. I actually saw what was probably a doctor, a GP from one of the Liverpool hospitals, because they were still in their scrubs. and they were going into the Lidl, and they just walked straight past him. Now that doctor probably earns a lot more than me. Walked straight past him, didn't ask him how he was or anything. And I just thought, God, all these people walked past him, and I went over to him and I asked him, what's going on? Why are you outside the Lidl? And he said, I've been kicked out by my stepfather or stepmother. I can't remember if it was stepmother or stepfather, because one of his parent died, and that person inherited the house, and he'd been living with his parent, and then the step parent didn't want him there anymore, and he tried to live with his brother, but he's gay, and his brother's homophobic, and all this sort of stuff. And I said, so it's awful. I said, where are you going to sleep tonight? And he said, I don't know. And I said, have you got any food? He said, no. So look, come in Lidl with me, I'll buy you some shopping. And I went and spent 20 quid on, I think it was 20 quid on food for him. I just said, like, just get whatever you want. Well, to a point, originally I said, you can't buy alcohol, because he wanted to buy some beers. I said, it's not good. If you're going to sleep outside, then having alcohol is probably not a good idea. But then in the end, I caved and let him buy some alcohol as well. And, you know, I got that for him. And then I remember afterwards, and I thought to myself, all these people who just walked straight past him, and they looked like they were in good jobs. You know, they drove up in really nice cars, and they looked like they were in really good jobs. And I think that's, if you look at society, you look at these billionaires, and you, like, I went to LA just before the lockdown, and I tell you what, LA has the most homeless people you'll ever see. I've been to third world countries that don't have as many homeless people.
Yeah, it's really
LA.
Even San Francisco, which has got the highest like rental rate in the US, hasn't it? Got huge homeless populations in San Francisco.
I didn't get to there. I wanted to go, but I didn't get around to going there. But LA, seeing LA was enough. And
Skid Row, they call it.
Across, yeah, so you see these side streets, but then across the road is the like, if you know the Hollywood Walk of Fame, just behind the Chinese theatre, I think they call it, and all that. You got the road that takes you up to the Hollywood Hill. There's a big road, you get a bus straight up to Hollywood Hill. And I bumped into, like, this is how crazy it is. I was walking down the street, bumped into Sharon Stone. I was crossing a zebra crossing, Kirstie Alley. No, it wasn't Kirstie. Was it Kirstie? No, it was yeah, it was Kirstie Alley in her car. I think it was a Beetle or something like that. And because I was with my ex-partner actually at the time, and she said, "Oh look, that's Kirstie Alley." And I said, "Oh my God, it's Kirstie Alley." And like, you know, and you think all these rich people just living across the road from all these people, absolutely, you know, with nothing, living on the streets, and you think that those multi-millionaires with hundreds of millions in their bank account would give a little bit of their money to some of those homeless people, but they don't give a shit. They literally don't give a shit.
No, they don't.
And you just realize that's what it is. That's the problem in society, is you get a lot of people who become very rich who don't really care. And that's how, I suppose that's partly how you become rich, maybe, is you just don't. This is why I'm not rich, because I give my money away half the time. And whenever I had, I mean, there's been times when I've technically been rich and I've literally given my money away, because I think, all right, I need this to pay. I need this to pay my bills. And like the house I live in now was the little extra money I had left over. I bought a third property. Actually, I had two properties in London. Then I bought this property in Liverpool, because I thought, all right, I've given enough of my money away. Let me do something sensible with my money. And I bought this house. You know, I just think about all the people who have like a lot more money than I've ever had. Like, you know, look at those footballers. Some of them are really good. Some of them do a lot of stuff. I'm trying to remember the name of that footballer. There's an African footballer who's gone and he's bought a village or something, bought all the properties in the village, and then like solved homelessness and poverty in his village forever.
That's good. That's good. That's something that.
Was it George Weah? It could be like George Weah or something like that. I think he's.
I'm not sure. I'm not up on modern football. My football is like back in the 70s, and I used to collect the football cards of Beckenbauer and Muller and stuff like that. Remember remember the Panini cards and stuff like that? I used to love them.
Panini, they still do them. They still do
the Panini ones. Yeah.
Yeah, they still do the Panini ones, but
I love those getting like the Spanish teams and whatever what it was. You know,
oh yeah, I remember the start of every season without fail. I used to get that, and I also used to. Did you ever used to buy Shoot, the magazine Shoot?
I didn't really. I was more of a Marvel comics. I think I left a comment on your thing the other day. I've got to go to the loo a minute, but I was more of a DC and Marvel comics person. I'll be back in a sec, but if you,
yeah,
won't be a second.
Okay, I will talk to the crowd. Let's look. Let me look at some. Let's see if I can see what. How comes I can't see? Let me close this. See if I can see the chat. What's in the chat? See if I can reply to some questions. Where are we? Reading this because it was not in here. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you for saying what you said about myself and Mark. It's the I don't understand that. Dave John, he says, and as I said, it's the way he spoke, which was in certainties. Are you talking about Dowie Evans? I don't know. Yes, Wesley. It was Shoot and Goal. Those were the magazines I used to love. I used to buy both Shoot and Goal, but I also used to buy the Beano and the Dandy. Which one was it? The Beano that had Roy of the Rovers. I can't remember which one had Roy of the Rovers, but I used to love reading Roy of the Rovers. And you know, when you're a kid, Muxback. You know, when you're a kid,
I heard you were saying about the Beano and the Dandy. Which one's got Roy of the Rovers? I can't remember. No,
I think it was the Beano, but I can't remember.
Was it?
I don't remember. Someone in the chat will remember.
But were you into the DC comics and we're talking about the 70s now? So the original like Spider-Man stuff, Silver Surfer.
Here's a funny thing. Here's a funny thing. I had to give a statement to a police officer in my living room on Wednesday, and one of the things I talked about was my DC comics, because I had a massive comic book collection. I actually had over 10,000 comics. So I used to have them in the basement of this house, and they got stolen. When I moved out of this house, they got stolen, I believe, by my ex-wife, because it was just when all the superhero movies were cut. Well, 2013, probably around 2013, when all the superhero movies were starting to get big again, and comic books suddenly became popular again and started to have more value.
Incredibly collectible. Some of those early editions, aren't they? Like if you got like the Spider-Man #1 or whatever.
Well, I had Spider-Man. I actually had Spider-Man #1.
Yeah.
Sorry, I lie. I had the Amazing Spider-Man #1.
Yeah.
The Amazing Spider. Not because Spider-Man #1 was the original, kind of probably Kirby and what's his name?
Stan Lee was Stan Lee was one of the original artists, wasn't he?
Yeah, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby as well.
Jack Kirby, yeah.
So I had like the original Spider-Man series. I think I had like number 30 or something onwards, but I didn't have #1. But the Amazing Spider-Man, I had #1, which is actually worth quite a lot. #1 of that. I also, this sounds crazy, but I actually also had Superman. No, was it Superman #1? I think I had Superman #1 and Action Comics #1.
That's rare. That's a rare item. Yeah.
Yeah, but I had the second print. So the first print's worth like about 15 million or something like that. But the second print is worth about 10,000. So I had like
editions in books, isn't it? Yeah.
But I bought it in the maybe early 80s or late 70s when comics weren't as big in the UK. And so I bought it for like £5, which was a lot of money then.
Were you in London at that time? There was a comic store called Forbidden Planet, wasn't there? That was a main comic store. I can't remember where they were located.
Let me tell you about Forbidden Planet. Started off on Denmark Street,
right?
And it was in the basement of a guitar shop.
Mm.
So upstairs they sold guitars, and they rented out the bottom floor to the comic book shop.
Yeah,
and that so it was a little shop, and I don't know if you know, they used to call Denmark Street Tin Pan Alley. You just had music.
Yeah, the music thing, yeah.
So the reason I discovered it was because I was a musician. I went up there to buy some music equipment, and I thought, oh my God, there's a comic book shop. Because I before that, I always used to buy comic books at the newsagents, and I suddenly thought, oh, there are actually comic book shops. And so I went into Forbidden Planet, and I remember talking to the guy in Forbidden Planet, and then I said to him, are there any other comic book shops in central London? And he said, yeah, there's Comic Showcase, and he drew me a map
Yeah,
of how to get. So then I ended up going to Comic Book Showcase, or was it called Comic Book Showcase? Yeah. And there was one other, which I can't remember the name of. And so I would go up. So I would take all my paper round money, and I would literally go to Denmark Street and then to all the other comic book shops, which were nearby, every weekend. And I would probably spend most of my paper round money on comic books. So you can imagine that I started to amass quite a massive comic book collection. And like my bedroom was just a comic book collection. I used to have boxes and boxes. I was still living at home with my parents. And then I think when we moved house, and we had the loft that we had in the house in London was the guy who owned the house. He was a photographer. So he actually turned the loft into photo developing studio.
Yeah, it was like the red light in the old days thing, dark room.
Yeah, so he had a dark room within the loft. So he had a separate room, and then he had the main area in the loft. So it was all boarded. So he had proper floorboards and everything. So I started storing all my comic books up there, and so it became a shrine to my comic books. So I had posters. So it became my second room in the house, having that loft.
Yeah,
and they stayed there until I got kicked out at 16. I got kicked out by my parents at 16. And then eventually when I got my own place, so I left them in the loft, I think, until I bought my own house when I was 20. I think I was when I bought my
what year?
property.
So what year is that? Like 1980 something? So
Sorry,
you're like this is early 80s we're moving into now, is it? So kind of an 80s period. You're 57, aren't you?
When I got kicked out by my parents, it was 1984.
1984, yeah.
Yeah, 1984. And then when I bought my first property, I think it was 1988 or 89.
Yeah, that's funny. I moved down to London from where I grew up in Bedford in 1987. That's when I moved down. But I was in London a lot in 1986, and then I stayed there for about.
What part of London were you?
Well, initially I was living in Arnos Grove. I lived at about 13 different addresses over the time I was in London.
I know
Balham and Finchley.
I know Arnos Grove.
Tottenham Hale. Tottenham Hale.
Yeah, I know Tottenham Hale. Finchley, from when I was about 18, I actually worked on Finchley Lane from the age of 18. Because that was in Hendon, but it led to Finchley. I worked at the end of Finchley Lane that was actually in Hendon, but it was the main road that you would get to Finchley. So yeah, I know Finchley very well. So did you ever come across Strawberry Vale in Finchley? Strawberry Vale?
No, I think the tube station. I was in this shared house in Finchley, and it was Finchley Central Tube Station. We were in this flat, and then I was doing this kind of. I was down in London, and then I moved into another shared house in Tottenham Hale, Scales Road in Tottenham Hale, and then I was in, like around Kentish Town, Archway, and all these kind of places. And I was in Balham for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I worked in Kentish Town, and what do you call it? Archway. I worked in Archway Towers, so it was the big government building above the station. There was a massive building above the station.
Yeah, the main kind of image I've got of Archway. My dad was born in and grew up in Tufnell Park, in the 1920s.
Yeah,
So, and
yeah.
when I lived in Archway, a place called Paroles Road, and it was like there's this bridge that some people refer to like Suicide Bridge. This big long, I think it's
Suicide.
still
I was
there.
going to say that.
Still there. Yeah.
Yeah, Suicide Bridge is still there. Suicide Bridge.
Still
Yeah, because
there.
people
Yeah.
even when I worked there, I was working in Finchley, or not? Was it Finchley? I was working in about God. No, I think it was Finchley anyway. And I used to have to get the bus from Finchley, North Finchley or somewhere, down to Finchley to not Finchley. Why am I saying Finchley? What's the area above Archway?
Oh,
What's the
is it not Belsize Park? Is it going up towards Hampstead? Is that what you're talking about?
no, not that way.
Or is
No,
it?
no.
Or is it? Are you talking about Wood Green? And it's been so long since I was in
No,
London. It's not.
no, it'll come to me at some point. But when you like, if you're
Yeah.
going to the Whittington Hospital and you keep going straight up, and there's a park, and I can't think what it's called. But anyway, I was working up there, and I used to get the bus down into Archway to get the train back to East London, and I think I was even doing that. Actually, no, I tell you what it was. I was coming from Muswell Hill, so I get the bus from Muswell Hill because there's no tube station in Muswell Hill. So
Yeah.
so I'd have to get the train. So I'd have to get the bus to Archway from Muswell Hill, and then get the train from Muswell Hill. And when I was getting a train one day from work, I was actually working for a publishing company then. So this would have been 2010 maybe, and our bus got delayed because someone had jumped off that bridge, Suicide Bridge.
Oh God.
You know. Yeah. So I remember it took me about 2 hours to get from Muswell Hill to Archway. It should take like 15 minutes. It took about 2 hours.
Yeah. Exactly.
So it was still, even right up to at least 2011, it was still known as Suicide Bridge. It's a horrible bridge as well. I didn't like that bridge.
I used to jog. I used to go jogging. When I lived in Archway, I used to go jogging across there at some point. And I remember when I lived in Tottenham Hale, there used to be this kind of reservoir, I think called the Lee River or the Lee Reservoir. Do you know Tottenham Hale Way? And I used to go like running around there back in the 1980s, 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know it that well, but I've been there quite a few times. And actually, years ago, when I used to work for Reed, you know, the recruitment agency Reed.
Yeah, Reed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I actually was a senior manager for Reed, and I opened an office in Tottenham Hale. So that was one of our new offices that I managed for a little while, and I recruited all the staff for that particular office as well. But that was a long as well. That was like I think it was 1999 to 2000. I worked in Tottenham Hale. Yeah.
Gosh, yeah. I mean, I
literally just. Sorry,
sorry. I was going to say I spent a fair bit of time around Golders Green area at one point as well, and I liked it up there. But and then later in Balham, which was obviously, I remember walking back from central London right through Clapham, all the Clapham Common and everything, or right down to Balham as a regular thing. But I'm not sure people do that now, but I used to do that back in the 90s.
I get a nosebleed if I go to South London. I get a nosebleed. I've never lived
Really?
in South London. I never liked South London. I've never liked, apart from Greenwich. I think might be the only part of South London I like. The rest of
it's
South
really
London,
nice. Greenwich is really nice, isn't it? It's a nice feel about Greenwich. Yeah, I like Greenwich.
Yes, and it is really nice, and it's right near the Blackwall Tunnel as well, so it's quite convenient if you want to get back to North London. But I never liked like you go to places like Lewisham and Brixton and places like that. Like every time I went to Brixton, I would see a fight. If I came out of Brixton Station, I'd see a fight.
And you're talking about the 90s now. I use the kind of 90s period.
Well, I'd say from
2000s.
I'd say from the 80s to the 2000s. anytime I went to Brixton, I came out the station, I'd see a fight, usually outside the KFC or the McDonald's, but sometimes just outside the station. And I don't know anywhere. And then Lewisham was kind of the same. Whenever I got to Lewisham, there's a big Sainsbury's, I think it is, just by the station in Lewisham. And I'd always see some sort of fight or altercation near the Sainsbury's in Lewisham.
Yeah.
And for me, being in North London, there's no area I can think of in North London where you could guarantee seeing a fight all the time. You know, it's just
No, it's a bit of a change of cultural shift, you know. Yeah, but what was it? I used to visit. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say North and South London are like two different countries.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Surrey Quays was another. Would that be south, or that would be south, wouldn't it? Essentially, I suppose south of the river. Surrey Quays, is it? I used to, and that was like there's all like kind of a new development, but and I was around there quite a bit, and but doing different jobs in London. I kind of miss it, but I know you could never. I could never go back to it because it's in the past. It's a London of the past, the 1980s and 90s London. You can't find it again, can you? I don't think you can find it. It's gone, isn't it?
No, it's gone. I mean, London just isn't a nice place anymore. I mean, I think it was like a big adventure, wasn't it? Back in the
I felt 90s. So, and you could get a room. Well, like speaking for myself, you could get a bedsit or a room on like Loot. Yeah. Remember Loot, the magazine Loot, for small lads.
I actually worked for them for a little bit, Loot, as well. Weirdly.
Yeah, you could get a room. Yeah, I got this bedsit in Balham, and it was like, I think it was about like 50, 60 quid a week, and it was like with a mini kitchen in it, shared bathroom, but it was. You could live there, and you could, you know, it wouldn't be hard to find. But that would probably be about 300, 400 quid a week now.
Yeah, I mean, when I used to look for like bed sits and things like that, I used to always look in either Loot or the Evening Standard. They used to always have.
Yes, Evening Standard. Yeah, and do you remember those magazines? And it was all to do it's like the one was called What's On, and the other one was called London something, and there were these two magazines. But I love those magazines. What's On in London?
What's the other one?
Yeah, there was another.
I think they still do. I think they still do What's On in London.
Yeah,
I think they're still going. Yeah. So yeah, they used to have a couple of magazines for stuff like that. But yeah, London just used to be, just a very, what could I call it? It just had a different feel to it. I think this probably is going to make me sound like a Tommy Robinson supporter, and I'm not a Tommy Robinson supporter, right? But I tell you what, the day I realised that I needed to leave London was the day I was sitting on I'd lived in this area, in East London, Plaistow, an area called Plaistow. And I'd lived there from 1994. And then I think I went to Australia in 2001. In 2004, I came back and moved to Liverpool. And then I split up with my ex-wife. And then in 2006, I moved back to Plaistow in East London. And I was sitting on the top. So I'd been away from Plaistow for 5 years. And then I was sitting on the top of the bus. And I could hear everybody talking. And nobody was talking English. And then I thought, yeah, I can't live here anymore. I can't live here anymore. Because it just felt weird. It just felt like I was in another country because everybody was talking a different language. Nobody on the bus spoke English as a first language.
How did you choose Liverpool? Was that to do with family things or to do with, if it's personal, don't need to go into it.
I can tell you.
Yeah.
No, what happened with Liverpool is that in the 90s, early 90s or late 80s maybe, a few of my friends came up here to go to university.
Oh.
So I used to come up here like for long weekends to hang out with them. I'd usually come about once a month, and most of my friends who came up here to go to university ended up staying up here. So this went on for about 10 years. I would spend I wouldn't go on holiday abroad most of the time. I would just come up to Liverpool for a long weekend.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know, London and Liverpool are like chalk and cheese. So it feels like you're on holiday because it's like a different country coming when you come up to Liverpool. And I loved it because I made so many new friends. Everybody was great. And then when I moved back to the UK from Australia, I just couldn't cope with London. So I just came up here and just bought this house for cash because I had a bit of cash left from the money I made, and literally just
Yeah.
bought the house and moved the whole family up here. And then I lived in the house for 2 years, and then I filed for divorce. Well, after a year living in here with my ex-wife, I filed for divorce, moved out, left her in here. Then she moved out, and then the house was mostly empty for about 13 years.
Really?
So we kept
Gosh.
that. Yeah, but it was empty for 13 years, and
Were
then
you,
just
were you renting it out or something, or just keeping it?
nothing. I
Nothing.
think my ex-wife rented it out for about a year, and then when I found out, I told her she had to move the tenants out.
Yeah.
So they weren't happy that they had to move out because she had promised that the house would get sold to them. So they smashed up the house whilst they
Oh,
were
God.
leaving. I mean, they really smashed up the house
That's bad.
badly.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so when I split up with my youngest son's mother, so I met her in 2010, and we lived together from 2011 till 2018. We lived together till 2018. Then I split up with her, moved back to London for about 3 months, couldn't cope with London. So I came up to Liverpool in 2019.
Yeah.
So I moved back into the house in 2019 after 13 years away from the house.
Just before, and then the quote unquote pandemic hits then, and what a strange period of time. Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm the luckiest guy in the world because I don't think I would have coped with a pandemic. If I had stayed down south, I wouldn't have coped with a pandemic. But up north in Liverpool, as I said to you, Liverpool is a different country.
Yeah.
So the rules that applied to everybody else in the rest of the country did not apply to Liverpool. As in, the police turned a blind eye to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And so I would be out on Crosby Beach every day for hours and hours. I'd bring my what do you call it? Picnic, basically. I'd bring my laptop, I'd bring speakers and a deck chair, and I would just spend like the whole afternoon because it was really hot in the first lockdown.
It was. I remember that as well. Yeah. Very, very warm. Yeah.
So yeah, so I literally would just be in yeah, I'd just be on the beach, but you were only supposed to go out for about an hour or something. But I literally every day I was out for about 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah. Where I was going. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just said I wouldn't have been able to do that in London. I wouldn't have
No,
been able to do
it was different for different places, obviously different countries as well. Like, well, talking about Australia, because I mean, they had it quite severe, didn't they, in terms of
the
restrictions for people
down the
there.
airports. Didn't they shut down the airports for about a year or something?
It was very serious there, and they even had these kind of, I think it was either in Australia or New Zealand. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but they had these kind of separate places, quarantine areas, didn't they, for people as well. In one of those countries, but it was different. I mean, I was very different. Tasha creates says Tommy Robinson isn't racist. He's just aware of the dangers of Islam and mass illegal immigration, and that's a whole other subject, and we can talk about that, or we can. It's a big subject in a way.
Let's talk
I'm
about it. I mean,
I'm happy to talk about
I
anything.
find that. Huh?
I'm happy to talk about anything at all, any subject.
Yeah, I don't mind talking about Tommy Robinson. It usually gets me a lot of negativity on my channel when I do talk about him. But my view is that Tommy Robinson is a racist. And I'll tell you why I say he's a racist, because he was a member of the BNP and then he started the EDL. I think either of those organizations are anything but racist. And I just don't think there's anything pleasant about the man. I mean, he just doesn't come across. You know, I have issues with Islam, but I have issues with Christianity. I have issues. The only religion I probably don't have issues with is Buddhism. But I have issues with just about every single religion. And I'm not Buddhist, but I just don't have any issues personally with Buddhism.
Because when you went to Thailand recently, is that principally a Buddhist country, or there is some Islam there?
It's
There's a mixture, isn't there?
But basically, if you want to go to school as a child in Thailand, either your parents have to be rich or you have to be Buddhist, because you can go to a Buddhist school, which is free, or your parents have to be rich to pay for you to go to any other type of school.
Yeah,
So,
interesting. I've never been to Thailand.
Thailand's a contradiction, because it's like Buddhism is all about, what would you call it? It's about doing, a lot of Buddhism is about being very spiritual and being at one with, you know, nature, and being kind and being giving, which you do see a lot of in Thailand, because it's the only place in the whole world I can tell you I could leave my wallet on a bar, like I go to a bar, leave my wallet on the table, come back the next day, and it'll either be still on the table or they'll have it behind the bar, and all my money will still be there and all my cars will still be there. It's the only country I can, and I tell you, I can guarantee that's the case.
Because I watched some of your Thailand videos, Carl, and so there seems to be a bit of a paradox. So at the same time with that, but on a personal person to person level, there can be this element of individuals, not everyone, but individuals like scamming in some respect or other.
Yeah, but scamming is, you got to understand, the scamming is an art form, okay? So it takes a lot of effort. So the scammers in Thailand, they play, so you're not going to get, unless it's a taxi driver who can scam people sometimes, but usually the average Thai person isn't going to do a scam the first day you meet them. They're going to befriend you for a long period of time before they hit you with the big scam.
It's a long game.
Plenty of time.
Long game thing, isn't it? Yeah.
You've got plenty of time to escape the scam. And I did escape the scam, because I could have easily got taken for a massive ride. And it was because I had the time. If they probably wouldn't have got away with it anyway. But you know, they could have gone in, the people concerned could have gone in hard from day one, and I could have lost quite a lot of money from day one if I was stupid. But they didn't do that.
But you didn't. I watched your videos, and it was the idea that, you know, on the one hand, if they're taking their time to kind of soften you up, to kind of seduce you essentially into this handover, it's to do with the business, wasn't it? So, but if they rushed it, you would have backed off earlier, if anything, wouldn't you? If they would have pushed it faster.
Yeah, definitely. I would have definitely backed off earlier. But it's like, what makes it a bit of a contradiction as well is, if you go to places like, you go onto there's a road, the main road called Beach Road, which is like it's obviously by the beach, and it's the main link to the center. Sorry, I'm talking about Pattaya,
Pattaya, yeah, I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, so Beach Road, and it's a beautiful place, Beach Road, and the surrounding areas. But off the side streets, there's all these bars. They call it girly bars. I think they call them girly bars, go-go bars, and all sorts of things like that. And these girls are dressed, you can see their butt cheeks, basically, in these bars. And I mean, it's basically legal, or is it legal? Yeah, it's legalized prostitution. It's legalized prostitution to a certain extent. And there's hundreds of these. I mean, when I say hundreds, there are hundreds of these bars off these side streets. And each of these bars has got about 20 women in them. So if you imagine, there's hundreds of these bars, and each of them got 20 women. So there's so many of these women working in these bars, and it feels like it goes against Buddhism, what Buddhism's about, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So
I get that.
And And there's no other country in the world that has anything like it. So it is confusing for me, because I don't understand how that's ended up happening in a Buddhist country. Maybe somebody can explain the history and why it ended up that, because it's the same in Bangkok. Bangkok's got like what's it called, Soy Cowboy, which is a street that's very similar to some of the streets, and then it's got some other bars on, what's it, Nana Plaza, and some other places where there's all these sort of girly bars, as they call them.
Yes.
And but Pattaya is far worse. Pattaya's got a lot more than Bangkok, even though Bangkok's a bigger place. Pattaya's got a lot more of them. Maybe because, I don't know, because it's easier to keep them close together and more compact, and it attracts more tourists that way. But I would say that what's amazing about Bangkok, about Thailand, is just how affordable it is. You know, it costs a lot to fly there, but the hotels are really cheap, and the food is like, not only is the food cheap, it's the only place I've ever been to in Asia where I've not had food poisoning, or, you know, like
right.
some sort of bacteria. Like I can eat the food there without fear of getting food poisoning or any stomach problem with my stomach. So, and their level of hygiene is like, they make us look dirty because they have all the toilets have the either they have these controls panels on the toilets, so it cleans you after you've gone to the toilet. You just sit there and it cleans everything. Or they have a hose, so you just take the hose off the wall next to the toilet and you clean yourself, you hose yourself, you know,
right, like a bit of a bidet type of thing, or with rainwater.
So it's absolutely amazing how clean it is. And like when I told people in Thailand we don't have anything like that, they think we're disgusting. They think it's disgusting. A few people said to me, I wouldn't come to the UK because you don't have proper toilets. I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's really interesting that. I read this book, and it was like, it was a non-fiction book about somebody who wanted to live like and produce their own energy and everything in this little house, a bit like a shack sort of thing, and it was in Wales, but it was back in the 50s or 60s, and it was a time when people wanted to like have like inside toilets in certain areas, and people said, no, I don't want, it's an unhealthy thing to have a toilet inside the house, because traditionally, not just in Wales but in England as well, the toilet obviously was outside. It was like a separate room outside of the main dwelling, wasn't it? And it's only
I remember.
advances in plumbing that it was brought in. So it's all these kind of cultural things, but also relating to technology as well. But we've had some kind of updates on I mean, I don't know, because we're on to Thailand now, but necessarily Wesley Watley's saying, well, Tasha says that EDL wasn't racist until after he left, i.e. Tommy Robinson. Wesley Watley says, Lubna's interview. I know. Have you heard of Lubna? She's a YouTuber who's a Muslim female YouTuber who was threatened by her own community, I believe, and forced to go into not necessarily hiding, but to move out of Luton, I think, with Stephen Yaxley Lennon, i.e. Tommy Robinson, reveals ex-EDLB BNP worth hearing. He appeals for black speakers to unite the Nation project. So he, meaning Stephen Yaxley Lennon, appeals for black speakers to unite the Nation project.
The thing is, my problem with, because I don't know if you've seen my videos, but I don't like Charlie. I didn't like Charlie Kirk, and I actually had the misfortune to watch him a lot before he died, because I watch a few podcasts. I don't know if you ever watched a podcast called Whatever.
No, I might have come across it. I knew of Charlie Kirk, but it's probably even maybe a couple of years ago I dipped into what he was doing, but I never really stuck with it. I didn't stick with it.
Well, I watched Whatever, and I think because I watched Whatever, whenever he used to go, and he used to appear on whatever from time to time as one of their special guests. And then he would also, whenever he did his college campus debates, then I would, get it would come up on my feed, so to speak, on YouTube. And so I'd end up watching him quite a bit. And I wasn't a fan of anything he said, to be honest with you. And because what people who have defended him don't realize that one of the things he said is that they should never, that the what do you call it, the civil rights laws were a mistake. So what does that say?
Well, I heard that actually on something recently, and then somebody contended that idea that he was taken out of context. Now I can't say what his original context was, so I can't really argue against it. Yeah,
I watched him saying. Yeah.
You watched him say it, and did he have any context around
and
explain it?
I mean, I can't remember his exact explanation, but I remember at the end feeling that it was quite obscene that he would even say that, because it just there was no good explanation for saying that.
It's an odd thing for him to say, isn't it? Because it doesn't fit with the other stuff he's saying about like pulling America together and like kind of getting away from interfering with the rest of the world in a way, doesn't it? It's odd, isn't it? But I don't know.
But then he said things like, he would be nervous if the pilot of his plane was black and things like that. He said a lot of kind of very horrible things about black people. And, I think...
If he said that.
But yet he kind of hung out with Candace Owens quite a bit, to the point where Candace Owens is under the impression that she was his best friend.
Well, it makes you think that if he had those views, why would she hang around with him, or why would she pal around with him? I don't know.
Well, Candace Owens isn't liked by the black community in America. The black community in America hates her.
She gets hit from all kinds of angles. I'm noticing, from all kinds of angles,
But she's definitely not considered a black person by the black community in America. They've revoked her black card, so to speak.
Is that because she's married? She's married a white English guy who's related to somebody in the House of Lords, apparently. Yeah.
No, it's because of some of the stuff she said. It's literally because some of the stuff she said in the past about the black community. So she's kind of distanced herself. She's like, I'm different to the rest of the black people. So she's never going to get any support when she speaks like that. But it's also, the reason I'm talking about Charlie Kirk is because, to me, Tommy Robinson played exact same game as Charlie Kirk, in that I think I was having a debate with someone online about, I think it was, about Tommy Robinson a few weeks ago. And they said, "Oh, do you realize, like, his best mate is black, and his best mate is the godfather of one of his children, or something like that?" And I was like, so, because the thing is, I'm as a black person, when I was at school, I had people who I thought were my friends, white people who I thought were my friends, who I've since discovered, who have said some very racist things to me in my adult life, and I've then had to cut them off completely because of the race, because they've let slip who they are, you see. And I think, but they reveled for many years, they reveled in the fact that they could say, Carl is my friend, so I'm not racist. So anytime anyone accused them of racism, they could say, oh, no, you can't call me that, because look who my best friend is.
Yes.
And they would point to me.
Yeah. So
I think Tommy Robinson plays a lot of those games. That's the game Tommy Robinson plays, because he knows that if he's just seen as an out and out racist that he is, then he's never really, there's a lot of white people who aren't racist who are never gonna like him. But if they think that he can't be racist because he's got black friends, then he can say whatever he likes. because he can say, well, but by the way, my best friend's black or whatever, and it gives him a pass to say some horrible things. And so I think that's the game he's playing.
Do you think then, when he's talking about, if his main talking point, as it were, is about Islam, do you think he's talking about not Islam as a religion, but he's talking about people from countries that are of a different race who happen to be Islamic? Is that what he's talking about? Is that your viewpoint in terms of his view about Islam as an ideology? Is he confronting it with race or not, or hiding it, or what? Yeah,
I think he has an issue with Islam. I do think he does have an issue with Islam. But as I said to you, I have an issue with Islam and Christianity and all the other religions. So, but I think he's got a pecking order. So Islam is top of his list at the moment, and he wants to do, he wants to make sure that Sharia laws aren't practiced in the UK, and he wants to restrict the number of Muslims that can come into the country and deport some of them, perhaps. And he just seems to be. I think he's a very hateful person. I've heard him say a lot of stuff that is very discriminatory and not necessarily about Muslims. So he's not just anti-Muslim. He's more than just anti-Muslim.
Right. I mean, we've got some comments here. Benita says Islam is a religion. Islam itself is not bad. It's the extremist divisions within the religion that are bad. ISIS, Taliban, Al Qaeda, etc. I mean, my personal opinion, just thinking about 9/11, for example, I don't think that it had anything to do with anybody from an Islamic religion. But that's another whole ball of wax. And possibly 7/7 as well.
So why do you think Osama bin Laden took responsibility for it?
I'm not sure he did. I don't think he did do. I don't think he did. I don't think he did. I mean, and it's which Osama bin Laden, because there were loads of them that they kind of look different in the different pictures. So we had different versions of them. The deep state of these countries is so. I know we're going into rabbit holes here, but it's so. Robbo Max says Tommy Robinson is a compulsive liar who deliberately tries to deceive people. Why is he doing that, Robbo Max? What is his end game? If you believe he's deceiving people, what is he trying to achieve, and who for? If not, yeah.
Can I answer that question for you?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
I think he's trying to trick as many people who should not be supporting him to support him. So I don't know if you saw that mass demonstration he had in London.
Yeah, I watched a bit of it on the YouTube.
A lot of the filming was of the black people who were supporting him.
Yeah,
there were a lot of black people there supporting him at the rally, and he was really kind of making a lot of getting a lot of attention on them. And I think that's what he realizes that he could never achieve what his original goals were. When he joined the BNP, I think he left the BNP because he realized that the BNP will never have the support of the whole country.
Yeah.
And so he tried to make a more sanitized version of the BNP in the EDL. And that wasn't quite working because it was still attracting ex-BNP members. And so then he just decided to do the, Tommy Robinson. He became the organization. Tommy Robinson became, his name became the movement.
Yeah.
And he then tried to recruit not just obviously the indigenous white population, but he's also tried to recruit the ethnic minorities. But it's like, people, as I've said to people, supporting Tommy Robinson is like being a turkey voting for Christmas, because if he ever gets any form of power in this country, yes, he will probably do something like deport all the Muslims and whatever. But then he will deport all the Jamaicans. He will deport all the Africans. He will deport all the, but he'll just do it in pecking orders because his priority at the moment is the Muslims because of the Muslim grooming gangs and whatever. But don't worry, he'll
Sorry.
come for the black people. That's right. He'll come for
I
everything.
mean, I respect your viewpoint on that. I don't know. I don't know the guy, but I don't. He's not said anything that leads me to think that he would do that. And but
I'm
it's
still
hard
here.
to know.
I'm still here, by the way.
Yeah, you're still there, but there's this aspect going on here, and it's related to Charlie Kirk as well. That is to do with funding from Israel, from the Israeli government, and some people are thinking that Charlie Kirk was murdered because he was turning on his backers, his former donors, which were largely from Israeli interested or even directly from Israel, donors of his organization Turning Point. And I'm aware that Tommy Robinson is also receiving similar criticism, that he's backed by Israel in some way. And so that part of the message is connected to the extension of Israel's political desire to contend with Islam per se, in Europe or in Israel itself,
Yeah, I mean, Candace Owens has done. I saw something about that by Candace Owens because she did say that Netanyahu, just before he died, Netanyahu had invited Charlie Kirk to Israel
Yes,
for
yes,
a face-to-face meeting.
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
But she suspected that he was because I think Netanyahu wanted to give him a platform to speak about something. I can't remember what she said it was, but he was happy to take the platform, but he didn't want to speak about the thing that Netanyahu wanted him to speak about. And I think she thought that Netanyahu might have been involved somehow in his murder.
Well, she's not going. I mean, as far as the stuff I've seen is that she's not going all the way with it, but she's asking questions, and she's saying that there was this meeting with Charlie Kirk and the donors of the Turning Point, which is his organization. And there was this idea that there was this $150 million offer being made from Israel or through the donors. That's the thing, is always at one remove. And it's like, we can offer you this money, but don't go off message. Don't go off the reservation and start messaging that we as America, our policies in the future should move away from an uncritical support of Israel's actions and policies vis-a-vis Gaza, etc. So it's very complicated, and what the truth is, I don't know if we'll ever know. But Candace Owen, as well as Tucker Carlson, and there's another lady who's a big YouTuber or like a media person, they're all saying that as they're trying to move, they're making criticisms of Israel, and they're getting a lot of heat. They're catching a lot of heat from doing that. So
they are.
That's the interconnectedness of the world that we're in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very sort of messy. It's all very messy, really, and
we're pushed into these binary options of, are you supporting Gaza or are you supporting Israel? Are you supporting Islam or Christianity? Are you supporting America? Are you supporting Russia or Ukraine? We're pushed into these. They want us to make these choices all the time. It's this one thing or the other thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm very strange, you see, because I actually support both Israel and Palestine at the same time. Because
do you think there should be a two-state resolution of some sort that could work in the future?
I don't know. I'm just of the opinion that they're both good and bad guys at the same time. Both Palestine and Israel are both good and bad guys at the same time. I visited Israel for the first time and the only time so far in 2023.
All right, I've never been there. I'd love to. Well, I don't know if I'd love to go right now, but yeah, it's
No,
interesting. Interesting
not
to
right now,
go.
but it was amazing. It was beautiful, and the as I've said to a lot of people, the Muslims and the Jewish people live side by side next door to each other in the part of Israel that I was in, without
Yeah,
any conflict. I saw Muslim people in the Israeli army. There are Muslims. I don't know if it ever gets publicized, but there are Muslims in the Israeli army.
I've heard that, and
So
also in kind of managerial governmental positions. I hear. I
exactly,
think. Yeah.
there are, yeah, yeah. So it is very much like people are trying to make it like the Israel's attitude, an anti-Muslim, regime, but it's not anti-Muslim. It's anti-Hamas. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah. You've got this
And
criticism of Israel that I've heard, and I don't know because I'm here in Somerset, but so it's like the idea that they fund Hamas in order to play them off against the Palestinian Authority, which is, I think, more
oh,
powerful in the
okay, I didn't know that.
West Bank enclave. So, but I don't know. There's all these contending stories, a bit like with Lucy Letby case. There's all these. How do you fight through this fog of accusations and counter accusations? I don't know.
Mhm. Yeah, I've just seen that Tasha says that I've got it wrong.
Tasha says TR is not anti-Muslim; he's anti-Islam. There's a clear difference. Shows you don't understand, Carl. But I had a
I don't know.
I knew a lovely lady who was she was from the Islamic faith, but she was from this branch of the faith where we were going out for a time, and she was it's called the Amdi or Ahmadi faith, and so they were another
Okay, I've not
strain
heard
of
of it.
Islam, and this was in Luton where
Mm.
where Tommy Robinson sort of
It
grew
look,
up as well. And so, yes, she
mm.
was Islamic, but there were quite a lot of differences between that. And the same with there's Sufism as well. That's another strain, isn't it? So, which is quite mystical. So
Yeah.
it's this, I don't know. And there's a guy who used to go to this folk club in Bedford with lovely guy Rashid, and we'd go to the folk club. He was like, I went to his house afterwards. His dad was and he'd drink alcohol and everything. But so that like Christians, I'm sure there's many Muslims that are kind of they're culturally Muslim, but not necessarily super religious. Same with Jews, isn't it? You could be
Yeah.
uh, you could be culturally Jewish, but not necessarily religiously Jewish. So there's
Yeah. Yeah. I think
all
so,
these
definitely.
gradations, really.
Hmm. But it's not.
Robert, sorry, Carl, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that like Tommy Robinson's movement, or the name Tommy Robinson, is very polarizing at the moment in this country, because obviously you're either pro him and or against him, and I I think what the biggest issue I have with Tommy Robinson is that he has hoodwinked well, I'd say the white community. He has totally hoodwinked the white community to believe that their actions that are clearly racist are not racist, as in the people who are putting the flags up everywhere. He's hoodwinked them into believing that they've got the right to do it, and it's not offensive to do it. And they do have the right. I have the right to put up a Jamaican flag or whatever. But if my country just went and bombed the UK and I put up a Jamaican flag, then I'd expect to get my head kicked in, you know.
Do you think it's a way? It's kind of right rescuing the idea of this symbolism from the past. So the George flag, okay, it's related to football and stuff like that. And is there a potential to like change these symbols and then so that they don't have these connotations of racism or a certain attitude, so that you kind of
No,
you pull back the
I
meaning
think
of it into the, it's just the English flag. Then how do you, is that possible to do even?
no, I think what he's done is he's soiled the English flag, because if I go back to the 80s or 70s, the what do you call it? The Union Jack was the symbol of the BNP and the National Front.
Oh, the Union Jack
And
was it? Right.
yeah, it was the Union Jack. It wasn't the George's Cross. It was the Union Jack that was the symbol of the National Front and the BNP. And so, as a black person, because I got chased by skinheads with knives, not, I think maybe 3 or 4 times in my life, I got chased by skinheads with knives, and they were always carrying the Union Jack. So anytime I saw a Union Jack, I shat my pants, and
Yeah.
I'd be offended if someone pulled out a Union Jack. I'd be offended for many, many years. I've found it offensive, and I think Tommy Robinson's now done that with the George's Cross, because I have been racially abused since the Southport murders. I've been racially abused so many times, and some of those times have been by people brandishing the George's Cross, a flag
And
of,
that's
the
and
flag.
that's increased since that, or stepped up since the Southport murders.
It just didn't exist before Southport. It's just never happened before Southport, and now it's kind of, and like what happened was just after Southport for probably about 3 months. It was just like people shout out their car, offensive phrases, which I don't want to get your channel cancelled, but they would
No,
shout some
don't
real
worry, don't worry.
offensive.
Say what you want. Yeah.
But no, just I wouldn't do it. But
Yeah,
they
you
would
don't.
shout
Yeah,
really offensive things,
yeah. Whatever you.
and
However you
then
want.
and then and then it died down for a little while, and then in the last few weeks, not few weeks, in the last 2 months or so, since Tommy Robinson started doing all these marches and people started putting flags up everywhere, it started again, and I've just been racially abused like all the time. It's like, and I think to myself, God, this is like the 1970s all over again. I'm living in a sort of 1970s Love Thy Neighbor sitcom or something.
So, do you think it's like almost giving people some kind of license or permission to kind of to go back in time and
Yeah,
start doing this
it,
stuff?
it has. It, for me, it feels like I'm, and it's not just me. I've heard a lot of people, black people, and so, like I've got a friend who's Bulgarian, and he looks he looks Eastern European. There's no two ways about it. He looks or something. So I've got my friend, I'm not going to say his name, but he's got in fact, I probably have said his name before, because he's got a YouTube channel and I've been trying to promote it. It's called Emil. But his YouTube channel, I'm going to promote it now. Rusty, what's it called? Rusty something. Rusty and Friends. His YouTube channel is called Rusty and Friends. And he's told me he's been racially abused as well and told to go back to his country. So it's not
Yeah.
just black people. You know what I mean? It's Eastern European. Anyone who doesn't look English, basically, is getting a lot of racial abuse at the moment. And
Yeah.
it
I'm
can't be
putting
good.
Rusty and Friends.
It,
I've just put Rusty
yeah.
and Friends in the as a link there if anybody wants to check that
Oh,
out.
excellent. You found it. You found his channel.
Yeah, I just found it. Yeah, Rusty and Friends. Yeah,
Yeah.
Beyond the
Yeah,
Blast Beat, Bulgarian metalhead music journey. Yeah, so I just found that.
yeah. He does
Um,
music. He promotes like indie metal and all sorts of stuff he promotes. But he's a lovely guy, absolutely lovely guy. He's done so much for me. He's helped me. Like I had some health problems, and he's like kind of helped me, like picked up stuff from the shops for me when I couldn't walk, and then he's helped me fix my house, do work on my house, stuff like
yeah,
that. He's just a lovely guy, lovely guy. Um,
that's good. We've got
and that's what
to treasure people like that. Yeah, we really do.
yeah, that's what the country needs, more people like that. Doesn't matter what their race is or where they're from. It just needs more people like that, and less. I would say less people like Tommy Robinson, who are trying to divide communities, and less people like Muslim extremists. We don't need Muslim extremists, but then we don't need Catholic priests who go around abusing little kids either. So
No, I hear what you're saying. I'll look for some of these comments now. The religion teaches violence, so there's a bit of thing about Islam that intrinsically teaches violence. I'm assuming you're saying, Tasha. Why do you think there's so many terrorist groups that are Islamist? Read it for yourself, then you'll understand. Most Muslims don't understand it. Benita saying evil has existed everywhere besides Islam, the Nazis, the Irish public, Ku Klux
Exactly.
and far right. Yeah, it's a human thing, isn't it? Human thing.
That's kind of.
I mean, it's like. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said that's kind of like what I was saying, in that, all religions that I'm aware of have like violent or negative factions within those religions that do bad things to people. So you had obviously you had the IRA, which was the Catholic extremists, and then you have the Catholic priests, who were basically the what would you call it, the grooming gangs, so to speak, the white European grooming gangs.
Yeah, I mean that comes down to the idea of an institution, doesn't it? That it's not. I mean, it's bad enough that individuals will do it, but I think the secondary or even the concern is that it's being facilitated by the institution, and we'll just move this person somewhere else, and often it will be to an African country or South America, so we'll put them out of sight, out of mind, where they often sometimes have abused other people.
Children. Send them to abuse other kids, not our kids. That's the attitude, isn't it? It seems.
I'd like to think, I hope. I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Christian. I'm sort of. I don't know what I am really, to be honest. But I hope they've tried to improve that. But have they tried to improve it? I don't know. The head of the Church of England recently had to step down. I forgot his name now. He used to work in the oil industry. Can you remember his name? But he had to step down because he was. This is the Church of England now rather than the Catholic Church. But he stepped down because it was said that he was told about abuse by this certain person and did nothing about it, or didn't make any moves that it should have done. So it hasn't gone away, this idea that it's kind of, there's not a complicity, but a kind of a ignoring of what's going on. And then with Tommy Robinson, we come into the whole thing of the quote unquote grooming gangs, or rape gangs, potentially you could call them, and the extent of that, and the police's involvement in that, even potentially the police's involvement in being actively involved, individual officers in raping children, possibly. The accusations have been made anyway. Weirdly, with Fred and Rose West, the idea was that they were left alone because officers were coming round and basically using the services of Rose West and other women in that road, I forgot the name of the road, Cromwell Street.
I didn't know that.
In Gloucester, yeah, that was the suspicion that they were kept at. It's weird, isn't it? It's a weird old world, but
there are some sick people in this world, sadly. And
Tasha says Israel doesn't have a problem with Arabs or Muslims. In contrast, almost all Jews have been kicked out of 200 plus Muslim countries. Are there 200 Muslim countries? Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know that. But so
there can't be 200 Muslim. There can't be 200 Muslim countries if there's only 196 countries in the world.
Maybe that's a typo or something. I don't know.
But maybe it's 20. Maybe it must be 20.
Maybe 20. Apartheid of 1983, National Party with Cape Coloured, so-called. That was the term, wasn't it, used in South Africa, or people of themselves. There was black people, coloureds, and whites, wasn't there? That was the term, I believe.
Yeah.
You've got this weird thing with people like even like Gandhi. If you investigate his past and things he said, so it's a very mixed picture for people.
Well, yeah. I mean, Gandhi said some terrible things about black people. Winston Churchill said some terrible things about black people. So, yeah.
Well, he's not popular. He's not popular in Wales, which I go to often. I go to often to Wales, Winston Churchill, because he gave the order for soldiers to fire on striking miners.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he's not popular there. Well, with the people that might know that bit of history anyway. TR Tommy Robinson isn't responsible for signing the British flags. Marxism, critical race theory has. He's trying to bring back it as a positive symbol rather than a shameful one. Is it ever possible to, once a symbol has got this certain things attached to it, like the swastika, because they kind of nicked that from a sun religion and from
Hinduism, isn't it?
Hinduism. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah. It's a Hindu symbol for peace or something, isn't it?
Yeah, and they changed the little feet. I think they turned the little feet around a little bit, so it's slightly different. But isn't it weird that they would do that? They would start bringing this Hindu symbol in. It's mad, isn't it? It's very powerful symbols.
But I disagree with what Tasha was saying, because she said he's trying to bring it back as a positive symbol rather than a shameful one. But the problem is, it didn't need to be brought back as a positive symbol. It was never a shameful symbol until it started getting, hoisted on lampposts and things, and then that's when it started becoming a shameful symbol, because it coincided with Tommy Robinson marches and things like that. I think before this year, I never associated the George's Cross with anything negative.
Oh, you didn't?
I certainly didn't, and I wasn't aware of any
I would have
negative.
thought it was more kind of, in some vague way, I thought it was related to like football related.
Exactly. That's
Not
what I thought when
necessarily
England are playing.
violence, but teams,
Just teams when England are playing, or maybe even last day of the proms or something like that. But I never really associated it with anything negative, because I love football. So if somebody pulls out their national flag at football, that's kind of standard. I went to the what do you call it? I went to the Olympics when it was in London 2012.
Oh yeah.
So I went to a whole load of games at Wembley, and when did we have a Great Britain football team? I think it was a Great Britain football team we had.
Was it? Is that what it was in the Olympics? And I can't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, it was they put together, like, they got players some from Wales, some from Scotland, some from England, and put them all together in one team.
Right.
Yeah, because they had to get like special permission, because obviously they normally play for different countries, and to get special permission to do that as a one-off for the Olympics, because I think they needed to get permission from the from UEFA or something.
Oh, okay, right. And they could do it from like Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and England. Yeah, amazing. Tasha says white people make up 4% of the world population. I didn't notice that. More white people have been enslaved than black people during the transatlantic slave trade. You get blamed as
a lie.
They're blamed as if they're the main perpetrators.
Okay, I tell you why that's a lie, because I actually had to block someone I went to school with for putting that on my Facebook what do you call it, a Facebook post that I did. And because we ended up having a bit of a spat about it, because he's of Irish origin, and as I said, he said, well, they also transported loads of Irish people to the Caribbean and to America and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, as indentured servants, you cannot really call indentured servants slaves. There's a big difference. There's a massive difference. They weren't brought to the Caribbean in chains, for starters. They didn't have their legs chopped off or anything.
Yes, I don't want to speak for Tasha, but I'm wondering if she's referring to what might be called white slavery, which is fundamentally Islamic based, and what they call the Barbary pirates that were doing these raids on in Cornwall and all kinds of places in southern England, and taking a certain amount of slavery from there and going back to what we now call the Middle East area.
But she's saying during the transatlantic slave trade.
During it, more white people have been
when someone
enslaved.
says that,
she's not saying what
when people say that, they're talking about the indentured Irish servants. That's what they're talking about when they talk about white people being slaves during transit. That whenever I've heard anyone talking about it, they're always talking about the Irish.
Sorry, yeah. So Tasha's following up now. Arabs have enslaved the most people of all. Muhammad of the Quran was racist amongst many other things. So I think she's talking more about. I don't know what the right terms to use are, but there's this thing called like Barbary, the white slave trade, which was going for about 300 or 400 years, allegedly, if we can believe history at all.
Yeah, but now she's talking about Muhammad, but that doesn't kind of relate to modern day, because like the transatlantic slavery, you can like, you know, I could trace my ancestry to a slave during transatlantic slavery, and I can trace some of the things that happened in my childhood to transatlantic slavery. I can trace my health conditions, some of my health conditions, to transatlantic slavery, right? Whereas she's talking about Muhammad and the Quran, that's got that, you know what I mean? You can't, nobody can trace anything that's going on in their life today to what happened when, you know, in the times of Muhammad.
I suppose not. I've heard these claims made that slaves that were taken into Islamic kingdoms, as it were, that the reason why, I might be on sort of thin ice here, but the reason why there wasn't a traceability back is that they basically didn't survive, as it were, you know, and they were just topped up, as it were, you know. So, but I don't know how true that is, because it's hard enough to know what happened 20 years ago. Do we really know the full extent of how can we verify history now? I know we can verify certain things, of course. Yes, there was a transatlantic slave trade, of course there was, and there was obviously an element of Arabic enslavement of black people from Africa, and also white people, apparently, so they say. And that's
but what period are we talking about in history?
I think we're talking about like from the 1400s to the 1700s, even in terms of this white slave period of what they called the Barbary pirates that made these raids on right into like places like Devon, not Isle of Wight, into Devon, into Cornwall, places like that. I'm not sure what the numbers would have been really, if there would have been that many. Could they compare with the transatlantic slavery? I'm not sure, but it's all bad, whatever it was.
I mean, I watched Vikings. I don't know if you ever watched Vikings.
No, I never watched that.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant, and it's kind of based on what actually happened. It's all based on, I suppose, historical records, and it's a lot. There are slaves in Vikings, but it's the Vikings who came to England. They would do raids on, like, if the British Army, because actually England, I don't know if it was England or Britain, but it was divided into, so it was more than one country at the time of the Vikings. There were so
it was like kingdoms, like all kind of weird names.
Yeah, it was a number of different kingdoms,
tribes.
And so they all had so they all had different armies, and when those armies were elsewhere, either fighting another army in another part of Britain, or they were in another country doing a raid, the Vikings would come into England, and they would actually either kill or enslave all the priests, right? And they would steal all the treasures from all the churches in that part of the country, and bring it back to their country. And I suppose the slave. So they did actually. If you watch Vikings, they did have some priests that they kept as slaves, and they did have one or two women and one or two men who weren't in the army who they would take as slaves as well. So it was like, dare I say, but it was white on white slavery
Yes,
during Viking
yes,
times. But sometimes they
yeah.
would try and integrate them into their tribe as well, so they wouldn't keep them as slaves forever. Eventually, they would turn them, I suppose, so they would actually end up being part of their tribe.
Well, in light of what you just said there, there's a brilliant YouTube channel, you might have come across it, and people in the chat, called Fall of Civilizations, and it talks about these civilizations that have crumbled, and then just a few rocks in the desert, whether it's the Mesopotamia or wherever it is, South America, Chinese ones, and
Yeah.
in these different civilizations, people could sometimes rise from a position of a former slave, and not in all of them, but some of them had that way of moving up into like a palace guard, and then there's some kind of coup, and they end up being in a very high position. But it's been the idea of slavery is a human. It's a human failing crime that's been there for thousands of years, isn't it? In all kinds of ways, you know.
Yeah, I think the issue that black people have with comparing all of that other slavery with what happened to slaves who came from Africa is that the treatment of there was a lot more torture and a lot more raping that happened as part of transatlantic slavery. There was, it was more recent,
Yeah, it's
so to
definitely more
speak,
recent. It's definitely more recent.
and basically, Jamaica is a country of descendants of slaves.
Yes, yes.
Most of the Caribbean islands, so that you can't look at other countries. You can't look at Great Britain or look at, I don't know, Norway or somewhere and say like everybody in this country is related is a descendant of a slave.
It's
But you
much
can
closer.
say that
It's much
about,
closer, isn't it? It's much closer, and it's in people's names, isn't it? It's people's surnames and things like this, isn't it?
yeah, it's like they took their, my family, we had our identity stolen because whatever our original African name is, we have no idea what it was.
There's no way to trace that. Is there any way to trace this
I
to
think
genetic things, or?
I think through ancestry, obviously through if you got the time and the money, but yeah, you could probably use ancestry.com because you can get a DNA pack and hope that the tribe in Africa, whichever relative you've got from whatever tribe in Africa, has got their DNA on ancestry, which is highly unlikely. So,
Yes,
it's
no,
very
that's right.
hard
No, it
to,
is. It's unlikely, isn't it, that you're going to be able
yeah,
to.
it's very hard to do. I mean, there's a lot of black celebrities who managed to do it because they've got the resources of the BBC, and they do what's the one that this TV show where they trace people's ancestry.
Yes, I know the one you mean, and they go back.
Who do you think you are, or something like
Who
that?
do
It's
you
called Who
think
Do
you
You Think
are?
You Are?
Yeah, I think I've seen that one or
Yeah,
two.
so unless you got those sort of resources, it's very difficult because I've seen what's his name do it. Colin Jackson, whose family are from Jamaica.
Who's
I remember
Colin
watching
Jackson?
him.
I can't remember who he
Well,
is. Colin Jackson.
he's the Welsh hurdler,
Oh,
sprinter
right.
hurdler.
Sprinter. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he's black. He's black. Yeah, and his parents are from Jamaica, and he's
Right.
traced his ancestry to the African family that he was originally separated from and everything. But that was
Have
because the
you?
BBC.
Yeah. Yeah. The resources, isn't it? Have you been back? Have you been to Jamaica yourself in your life, or have you been there?
Probably 30 times or so. Yeah,
30
I
times.
go
Right.
back.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's 30 times. I mean, I used to go every year for my birthday from when I was a
God.
child. So yeah, so it's
What's it?
so I've been.
What's it like there? I've never been to any kind of island like this, or I went to America once in the 1990s, but I've never been this far. Apart from that, that was the only time.
Jamaica's Jamaica is like Thailand with black people. That's what it is, literally. That's why I like Thailand so much. Jamaica, except there's more crime, it's more violent than Thailand. But and the food obviously is different. But the fruit is all the same over there.
The fruits,
kind of crazy.
yeah.
Yeah, the fruit and veg are the same. Like there's very exotic fruit that I've only ever seen in Thailand and in Jamaica. So it's quite bizarre that you find it in Thailand.
In Jamaica, I mean, originally, what is it? Is it what they call Amerindians? There were people that were there were people there originally, weren't there?
I think they were called the Arak Indians. Yeah,
Arak Indians, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So did they kind of like just what happened to them? Did they kind of like?
I think the theory is that they got slaughtered by the British.
They got slaughtered. Oh, yeah.
Or no, it wasn't even the British. Sorry, I lied. It would have been the Spanish originally, because the first invaders were the Spanish, and then I think the French invaded at one point, and then eventually the British were the last. Because there were lots of wars between the British, the French, and the Spanish over the islands in the Caribbean, and the British basically won in the end and beat it. You know, they were very good at beating the Spanish, basically.
And there was some French influence. There's some French influence on some of them, isn't it? Because the island I'm thinking of is related to a writer I really like, who Port of Spain, and I can't remember the name of the island, but the place where
Port of Spain is Barbados. I think is that Barbados?
No, there's well. Let me have I'll look it up quickly. It's Jean Reese is the writer. She's brilliant. So she ends up coming over here and becomes an actress, then a writer. But where was she born? She was born in. She's born in Dominica, in Rousseau in Dominica. I think Port of Spain is Port of Spain part of Dominica, maybe. She's a fantastic writer. Yeah, I really recommend her. But she first started to be and she was writing like in Paris in the 1920s and stuff like that. But she comes over to England. She goes to RADA, the Royal Academy, and tries to be an actress for a bit, but just ends up in Paris. It's just a brilliant story. But she's kind of her background. So her mother is a white Creole of Scottish descent. So a Creole. So she's kind of got some mix. Some mix there. The father's a Welsh doctor. So she always feels a bit outside of things, like an outsider, both in her novels but also in her life, in her letters and stuff. But she writes quite a lot of stories based on Dominica as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'd like her stuff, and everyone in the chat.
There's a similar British, or Jamaican writer who came over here, and she wrote a few books. That one of them became Small Island, which was a BBC series.
I've heard of that. Yeah,
what's her name? Angela Levy. I think it's Angela
Levy. Small Islands. Andrea Levy.
Yeah, Andrea Levy. I met her actually. She's dead. She passed away sadly, but I met her a couple of times actually. Had a few conversations.
She passed away. She passed away, really? God.
Yeah, a few years back of cancer. She died of cancer a few years ago. I was kind of gutted because I knew that she had cancer. Because I think one of the times I met her, she's told me that she was getting treatment for cancer.
Oh, she's 62. She was fairly young for this era. Yeah, she was quite young. 2019 she died. Born in 1956. Jamaican parent, but born in London.
Yeah, she was a great writer. And she had lots of great stories. I mean, we exchanged stories about our parents when we were growing up and stuff like that. And she was, I was gutted when she died. Absolutely gutted.
There's a fantastic novel by by a guy called V.S. Naipaul called A House for Mr. Biswas, and so where's that set? But that Trinidadian born writer, but he's from an Indian background, so he's like Trinidadian, an Indian background, really.
Yeah,
So
Trinidadians are very
a lot of
Indian.
Indian people there.
Yeah, I mean Jamaica has a lot of Indians as well, but
Yeah.
not the like I'd say in Trinidad it's probably 50% of the population is Indian or of Indian mix heritage in some way. Jamaica's
Trinidad.
got more Chinese.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Trinidad's got
Jamaica's
more.
got Chinese. A lot of Chinese people are moving for business reasons, development reasons, into African countries, aren't they, to develop things and
Yeah.
working with different African countries right now, and Russia is as well, apparently.
Yeah, well, Jamaica's got a lot of Russians. Well, you know, a lot of the resorts in Jamaica are Russian owned now, but a lot of the, you know, like Jamaica's got two. So it had two influxes of Chinese. It had the Chinese that were brought there by the British, I think, in when they brought slaves over. They also brought Chinese as indentured servants and Indians
Yeah,
as indentured
yeah,
servants.
yes.
And then it's had a new invasion of Chinese. So the Jamaican government has recently done a lot of deals with the Chinese government, and so they're allowed to set up certain businesses in exchange for other favors, so to speak. So you
Yes.
got lots of Chinese. Like Jamaica's got a lot of Chinese now.
Gosh,
It's
really? Yeah, really, yeah. As that in that period of time, so when you most recently go back, do you see any changes to the, I don't know, to businesses or how it feels there?
oh,
Because of
definitely. I
that?
mean, compared with when I was a child, like my family, like my grandfather owned an estate where, you know, so they were considered quite affluent. My father's side of the family were considered quite affluent because of my grandfather. But nowadays, you don't really see too many black people in Jamaica who own their own businesses. They usually work for somebody.
Yeah.
So but usually either Indian or Chinese people. They work for Indians or Chinese, or Russians. So
Right,
most of the
Russians.
business are, yeah, Indian, Chinese, or Russian owned.
You get
So it's
people. I've
just,
only seen this on like videos or films or things, or like documentaries. People who look to me to be white in Jamaica, and they've got a very strong Jamaican accents, haven't they? Some people, they're very
oh yeah, yeah.
strong,
Well,
strong kind of dialect even.
there's a town called Germantown in Jamaica. And certainly when I was a kid, everyone in that town was near enough blonde, white, and spoke German.
Right, they spoke German.
But
God, yeah.
yeah. So it was like a sort of settlement of German people who settled in Jamaica in the sort of probably 1700s or something. But they
Well,
still spoke German. It's also very Jewish because the Spanish who came to Jamaica were Jewish, the original
right,
Spanish settlers.
right.
Yeah.
God,
So you've got a lot of Jewish businesses but Spanish kind of Jewish businesses still there as
yeah.
well. Yeah.
Would you ever consider spending longer times in Jamaica, like spending a year there or 6 months or something like that, if you were able to?
The longest I'd ever spend in Jamaica is 4 weeks. And I think if I spend 4 weeks and I live at the end of I'm still alive at the 4 weeks, I count my blessings and get the hell out of there. Because it's I would say that Jamaica's one of the I think it's top of the list right now in terms of, you know, murders based on population. I think it's got the highest rate of murders in the world, possibly.
Is that
Jamaica.
mostly related to drugs, or just generally speaking, there's that kind of underbelly of crime,
I
or
just think
is it drugs driving
I
it?
think it's yeah. I think it's just an underbelly of crime. I don't think it's specifically drug driven. I just think it's poverty and people are desperate.
Poverty and availability of guns, I suppose. Availability of guns and
Yeah, but I mean,
People that
guns should be expensive, but somehow people seem to get hold of guns over there, and I think there's a lot of corruption in the police and in politics and everything that fuels it as well.
Yes, corruption. Like I was watching something about one of the Stan countries. I've forgotten what it is now. It's kind of like it used to be part of the Soviet Union. The corruption.
Kurdistan or
yeah, it's one of those kind of countries that was
Uzbekistan.
it was yeah, it was one. And it was led by a family essentially. Kind of a family that just this family.
Well, I have to say Afghanistan was led by the Ayatollah's family. Afghanistan.
Oh right, yeah. But there's a lot of buying up of, so this documentary said anyway, of very prime London properties by certain families in these countries. They're just kind of like basically getting money through taxes and then buying these. There's quite a large bits of London that are just completely owned by other people from other countries, I believe. But I don't know how to trace that.
There's a documentary on Netflix actually that I watched during lockdown. That was about, because there's like obviously with property purchases now, there's all these money laundering laws to make sure that the money that's being used to buy a house isn't money laundered.
Yeah. In quotes, the laws. Yeah, whether they get round them or not. But yeah.
Well, the documentary showed that it was kind of like an undercover investigation. So somebody pretended to be an Arab sheikh and went to all these different estate agencies in central London to see if they could buy these like £1 million mansions in central London.
Yes.
With basically our money, and they would openly say, "This is money that we've stolen from the Russian government," and see if they would actually. And these estates was showing them how they could hide the fact that it was laundered. They weren't saying, "No, we're not going to take the money because it's illegal and unethical." They were teaching them how to launder the money properly without it being traced back as laundered money.
It doesn't surprise me. They just facilitate it, because for them it's just a customer, isn't it? It's a customer, and then maybe they can add a premium on top of it, maybe.
Yeah,
whatever.
Exactly. They can get commission and whatever, and then they've got a loyal customer who might come back to them. But
yes, indeed.
Pretty disgusting.
Well, it is. I think this is the longest live I've ever done. 6 hours and 5 minutes. 6 hours, mad, isn't it? But
I think I joined. You're probably an hour in when I joined.
Yeah, I think so. So you've been here 5 hours, Carl, and many people in the chat have been here like 4 or 5 hours. So I think I'm going to wind it down now. And thanks very much, Carl, and obviously thanks Chris, who was here before, and thanks everybody in the chat now and who was here before as well. So that's been.
Thanks for letting me join as well.
No, it's fantastic. It's been a really interesting conversation and I'm really glad we can talk about these subjects and just kind of like hear what people say and we can move from different things as well. I mean, I know the beginning obviously was about Lucy Letby, but there's a lot of things to talk about, and I think we managed to broach quite a few things here today.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
In 6 hours. Well, all the best, Carl. Have a good night there, and all the best to everybody in the chat as well. And thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. Same to you, and same to everyone else in the chat. All right, take care.
God bless to everyone. Take care. Good night. Good night, all.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
End stream.